All right, Neil Snelling, please, up to the judges' tower, please. Neil. Surfers in the water. We have a 7:30 start this morning. Official time of the event is 7:22. Now's the time to get your last waves and vacate the area. Thank you very much. And as my co-commentator Jason Weeks has told you, we're kicking off with the WSL-LQS men's first up. So please check in with Uncle Owen. Make sure you get the right rushy. We're ready to go at 7:30. Neil Snelling, once again, come to the judges' tower.
So, first heat to get out of the way today will be the first heat of the second round of the Vault Wetsuits LQS men's division. And looking forward to seeing some of these guys and what they can do on some of these nice looking waves coming through at Kingscliff this morning. Quarterfinal number 1, Taylor Jensen in red, Marlon Gio in blue, Michael Cottier in white, Dean Bevan in yellow. And that's only about 7 minutes away, so you guys should be checking in with Uncle O. Second quarterfinal, Nick Jones, Shohei Akamoto, Paul Sholton and Ruben Roxburgh. So straight away, got two very stacked heats coming up with some big names in longboard surfing. I can't wait.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. We are ready to start at 7:30, so free surfers in the water contest area has been set. The flags are marched on the beach. Once again, please move south to the Caravan Park bank. That is cranking down there. We would like to start the event promptly at 7:30. So once again, as Weeksy's told you, first heat should have checked in already. Please make your way out there and marshal up, and we will count you down. The Vault Wetsuits WSL Pro Men's to start us off this morning. We are running as per program, so please make sure you do check the program. They are available at the merchandise tent, and they are posted on the notice board down there near the marshalling tent with the Big O. Like to wish everyone a good day today. Looks like another fine day. A bit of a nor'wester blowing at the moment. Let's hope if it does go nor'east, it only stays light on. But we've still got waves, and some of the free surfing out there this morning's been terrific. So I'm sure the competition will heat up as the waves and the day goes on. Now's the time, please. Gentlemen in the water, free surfers, now is the time to clear the water. Please head north or south. It's your prerogative, but the caravan park bank is just cranking. So right now, first and final call, please leave the water immediately so we can start off the Vault Wetsuits Men's Pro Division. Good morning, Kingscliff. Good morning, all the locals and visitors alike, people from near and far around Australia and around the world, to the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the world and welcome to Kingscliff for the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. I'm Ian Pearson.
I'm Jason Weeks. Exciting start to the morning. We've got free surfers out the front clearing the water right now in sort of shoulder to head high set waves rolling down the point. It's going to be an exciting day of surfing. We're kicking off with the Vault Wetsuits LQS men's division. Some of the best surfers in the world. In fact, 2 times world champion and 6 times US champion Taylor Jensen firing off in the first heat. We've got a star-studded cast.
Yeah, also
Great waves.
Also 2 times world champion Harley Ingleby. He'll be out there. He's won this event a few times too. Between him and Taylor, they've shared the event a few times. Also, the Prince ready to pounce, Dane Pioli. He'll be out there. Very exciting to watch. The best goofy footer in the world, Jared Neal, will be out there pushing his backside attack. And we've got some great waves, as Jason told you. We'll vision round to those.
We have some of the best up-and-coming longboard surfers, as well as right now in the first heat this morning, we're going to see the oldest professional surfer in the world. It's Guinness record, Mr. Michael Cottier. So straight after that, we go into the pro women's division, which is, as we've seen yesterday with the preliminary rounds, it's an exciting one to watch.
Yeah, very pretty to watch the girls out there too. They do the job well, and the pro women's brought to you by the Cancer Institute of New South Wales, promoting the Sun Safe message.
It's time to get underway. Hope you enjoy yourself as much as we know we're going to. Thanks for joining us. Let's kick off day 2.
Thank you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, good morning, Kingscliff. If you're not awake now, you certainly are. That's not the train rolling down the back track. That's our hooter. It's going on all day. Welcome, everybody, to the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. We're here for a lot of fun in the sun today, and kicking off, as we just told you, is the LQS Men's Pro Division, brought to you by Volt Wetsuits, some of the best wetsuits on the planet, tried and tested by some of the best wave riders around. And here we go, paddling into the first one. Looks like a Turbo Dean Bevan. He knows the place like the back of his hand. Watch him race down this one. Big off the top, comes around, hacks it through. And Jason Weeks, a full day of entertainment for us up here, both on and off the microphone.
Where would you rather be? And look, Turbo's still going down the line. A great way to start the day, and a local surfer in the Pro Division, taking on some of the best names in the world. Got both arms flapping, trying to make through that. Hunters and those watching along, wherever you may be around the world. Taylor Jensen in red, Marlon Gio in blue, Michael Cottier in white, Dean Turbo Bevan, that man you've just seen riding the first wave, in yellow. So 20-minute heats. Surfers are trying to accumulate a combination of their best two waves, each scored out of a score of 10. So who can get the best heat total out of 20 in the next 20 minutes? That's what we're here to find out. That early morning sun silhouetting the surface a little bit, but that looks like Marlon Gio opening his account. But the guys will try and get a wave under their feet, get a feel for the wax, see what the bank's doing. As most sandbars are, this one here in Kingscliff, affected by the tide, and we see a lot of changing conditions over the course of the day. And so surfers have to be alert and watching what's going on in order to know the best way to advance their abilities and their chances of getting that score out of 20. So that first wave of turbos is just locked in now. So a 4.0 for you, Turbo, a 4.0. So a nice solid building block to start the day with. Marlon Gio, a 2.83 for that first wave, and obviously he'll be looking to replace that with two better scores. But Pearso, I'm excited to see what's going to happen when a Kingscliff set wave on this beautiful groomed bank combines with some of the best longboard surfers in the world. And looking at paddling into this wave now in red, Taylor Jensen, but just finding his way up the bank. What should we expect to see, mate? What are you calling today? Yesterday we saw a couple of 360 attempts.
Yeah, well, it's going to be exciting stuff with the pros. They've got the full variety of repertoire in here to impress the judges. The bank today, unfortunately, going to be similar to yesterday. Being a predominant right-hand sand bottom, it will fluctuate with the tide. There is a call for a northerly today, but let's hope it stays under 7 knots. I call that, with a bit of chop on the face, ramping. Gives you opportunity to go a bit higher and a bit faster. But, yeah, going to be some exciting surfing out there with the WSL LQS Men's Pro, brought to you by Volt. We'll have the women's coming up next. These guys are vying for 1,000 points for their world title race. And thanks very much again to Volt Wetsuits and the Cancer Institute of New South Wales, sponsoring both the men's and women's division. So some pretty waves out there. It's grooming, as you said, right across the bank. It's got a bit of feather in it, so there's probably the opportunity for the odd tube or two at low tide. Once again, we'd like to thank and welcome everyone from Sportscast24.tv. Welcome aboard. Hope you enjoy the podcast. Hope you enjoyed it yesterday. You've got to put up with Jason and I talking and dribbling all day. Someone's got to do it. For those people in the park, we will be giving you constant updates through the heat, as is required by the WSL for all pro divisions. And hopefully later on, as the amateur heats take off, not throwing any dispersions at them, but we will allow you to enjoy some of the music and the vibe down there at Tent City. Please make sure you have registered down there at the merchandise tent. And for those people visiting here at Kingscliff and want to be part of the event, we do have T-shirts available from this event and previous ones at a great price. Plenty to see and do down there. Don't forget, if you're hungry and thirsty, the Cabarita Youth Services tent will be setting up breakfast. As we watch our surfer in blue, Martin Gower, just on his backhand, grinding across and outside in the red on a nice looking wave. Former world champ and Taylor Jensen, the big man on a big board. So he'll be throwing it around. Nice big float drop tail ending on that one. So that's impressive. We'll see what the judges think. We'll give you a score update as it does come to hand.
One thing that you may not be able to see on a smaller screen is the rip current, the drift making its way down across the bank here. And it varies over the course of days and over the course of hours. But that sweep can make the paddle back out quite challenging for competitors. And we'll probably see throughout the day, as the tide changes, the strategy change where it becomes quicker and easier on the body to come into the beach and run around higher up the point. But certainly right now, PSO should be getting some scores in for those first couple of waves. How's it looking?
All right, yeah, score update. Taylor Jensen, your last wave came in at a 7.67 for Taylor's. A 2.83. And Dean Bevan, one wave caught a 4. Michael Cottier still waiting to open the account, but slamming it down early on that first ride, Taylor Jensen. 7.67. So the judges were impressed by that, and that's what they're looking for, that full speed, commitment, flow, style, all the things that are in the rule book. And of course, all the manoeuvres necessary to impress the judges in a longboard surfing event. Don't forget to check us out on Facebook, hashtag also, or hashtag Oz Longboard Open. You can send some messages to Weeksies on Facebook. I'm not. 13 minutes, surfers in the water, 13 minutes remaining. 13 minutes. So as we did mention, being a sand bottom beach break, predominantly a right-hander, things will change throughout the day with the tide. But thanks, Huey, we've got some waves. It's got some nice feather on it with this little nor'wester blowing. And the sun's out, we're out, and we're having fun. 12.5 minutes, surfers in the water, 12.5 minutes. So current situation, Taylor Jensen in first place in red, one wave ridden, a 7.67, throwing down the gauntlet, waiting to catch his second one. Martin Guillau's got two, a 3.67 and a 2.83. He's just feeling the waters. Dean Bevan, the local boy, Turbo they call him, and when you see this guy surf, he is just powering through every turn. He's had one wave ridden, a 4.00. Mick Cottier still waiting to open his account. Sit back and enjoy the sunrise. So the boys just feeling the bank out there, looking for something to grab. And there is a bit of movement. Let's see who we got, what's going on. And up and riding, and oh, commentator's curse. It looked like the oldest professional surfer in the world, Mick Cottier, just looking for $1 he might have dropped yesterday. Wave just wrapped him up.
He's not shy of a late drop. Mick, he doesn't... he's
Here we go. Dean Bevan, turbocharge, watch the board race. Oh, didn't like that one, decided to bail out.
Yeah, it wasn't offering him much in the way of scoring opportunity, so it's a great fun thing to do when you're free surfing is just jump on and fly down the line. But obviously in a contest scenario, if you're not doing meaningful rail-to-rail turns or nose riding, then you're not going to get much in the way of love from the judges in a pro heat. So Bevo, of course, he's a experienced competitor, but I think it's his first time at the also.
No, Dean's he's won it a few times.
That's what he's put on his questionnaire.
Oh, it's the first time in the pro division for Dean Bevan.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
First time in the pros. Dean's won the 8-foot shootout once or twice, a couple of times actually,
yep.
and does quite well in the 9-foot amateurs. Decided to step up this year.
Well, I don't know Turbo as well as you do, but I feel like I know him better now that I've read his questionnaire. So I would never have known, for example, that Bevo was into golf, tennis and ping pong, as well as longboard surfing. 10 minutes now, surfers. You're at the halfway mark. 10 minutes. He says his best surfing buddy is his Kingscliff brother. Some scores coming in. We'd better give these guys an update while there's a bit of a lull. So currently in first place on the basis of that 7.67, Taylor Jensen. In second place, Marlon Gio, 2 waves locked in, a 2.83 and a 3.67. You need a 4.01 to overtake Harley, remembering he only has the 1 wave locked in. Taylor, I should say. Michael Cottier, meanwhile, a 0.57. He wouldn't have been expecting much more than that for that takeoff and a clip across the ears from the braking lip. And Turbo, your last wave, a 1.23 to go through with your 4. Obviously be looking at improving those over the course of the next 9.5 minutes.
Yes.
Marlon Gio, meanwhile, this is his 3rd wave now. He's slowly building pace, a 2.03 and then a 3.67.
And out the back, up and riding, this is Michael Cottier, the big man, on a big board, showing a lot of love out there. No respect for these waves at all.
Up and over the lip.
Over the top of the lip there. So that's going to go into the bank for the big man, Michael Cottier.
Yep. Uses his weight well. You see a lot of body shifting with Michael, and he uses his centre of gravity to full extent.
That's a nice way to put it.
Oh, he weighs a lot less than what he did when I met him. He's a very healthy man and looks after his body and his mind, and he's a happy camper.
All right, coming down to 8.5 minutes, and we've got some action out the back. It looks like up and riding Taylor Jensen,
straight to the
leader,
nose.
Straight to the nose, pops it up, pops it back, winds it round, gets a nice little top turn out of that one, smacks it off the lip, drops out the tail on the bottom of that one. Nice hack. And behind him, up and riding.
That man himself, Turbo, looking for the barrel, drags his arm, stalls up, gets a nice little rinse and gets the second one. But
so here it is, Jason Weeks, the pros, doing it for themselves, making it look easy and just blasting every bit of they can out of these waves, showing the judges their variety of repertoire and style with power and commitment and flow. That's what the rule book wants. That's what they're getting. So
yeah, listen, there's a couple of waves going through unridden that I'm sure most people on the beach would be really excited about riding as well. So a really great scenario where we have 4 competitors in the water and all 4 of them are getting waves. There's no paddle races. There's no head-butting about positioning. It's all about catching a wave and doing the best you can with it, and that's what we want to see here.
Yeah, well,
and as the scores start to drop, it looks like that last wave of Taylor Jensen really, really appealed to the judges.
So as we wait for those scores to drop, the 3 boys paddling out, Martin Gio, the youngest man in the crew right now, has decided, hey, that's too much hard work. I'm going to do the runaround. So he's elected to come in and do the runaround, which is up to you if you like to. The rip here at Kingscliff does get a bit pushy every now and then. But waiting for one score to drop, we'll keep you updated. Surfers in the water, 7 minutes remaining. Gentlemen, 7 minutes.
What I like about Marlon is the fact that his message to the people out there watching is, hi, Mum and Courtney. So Mum and Courtney, Marlon says g'day. And in the meantime, Taylor Jensen's dropped a second score, and it's even higher than the first one, a 7.83 for that one, Pearso.
Yeah, so the former 2 times world champ and multiple USA champ is just smacking down the gauntlet right now, saying, catch me if you can. A 7.83 and a 7.67 for you, Taylor. In second place right now, Martin Gio, last wave came in at a 4.40. You've improved a minor score, a 4.40 and a 3.67, chasing the big man. Dean Bevan, your third wave came in at a 4.07. You have replaced a 1.23 and your first wave a 4. So nice charge on that one, Dino. Mick Cottier, a 2.87 and a 0.57 for that head smacking that you got by the lip out there on your first wave. Surfers in the water, 6 minutes remaining. So first heat in the water to wake everyone up and watch some exciting surfing with the WSL LQS Men's Pro, brought to you by Volt Wetsuits and Taylor Jensen.
All right, I would guess what the guys want to know just before we get to the 5-minute mark is what they need to get. So Dean Bevan, you're chasing a 4.01 to progress through. Michael Cottier, now you need a 5.2. So both surfers still in a scenario where one wave can put them back into the next round. So Marlon Gio in second, a 4.4 and a 3.67. So 2 sort of mid-range scores. So both Michael Cottier and Dean Bevan more than able to get one wave that will catapult them into second. Marlon Gio, meanwhile, of course, has already shown us he's more than capable of getting the score if the wave presents and holds up for him. So Taylor Jensen at the moment, though, in the driver's seat, and a combined heat total in the 15-point range already is putting the pressure on.
Surface in the water, 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes. We are into the Furious 5. Next heat, you should be up and ready. That's Dane Pioli in the red, Jared Neal in the blue, and Masaya Tusakmako, the Japanese guy, Masaya, he's in white. It's a bit confusing early in the morning pronouncing some of those names.
Just reading through all these, mate, you'd think that these are the nicest people around. Marlon Guillot's favourite surfing buddy is his dad. You flip to Taylor Jensen, best surfing buddy, Nava Young, my stunning wife. He knows which side his bread's buttered on. But something you would not guess from looking at Taylor Jensen. I hate sand, he says. That's yeah, I wouldn't have picked that. And his message to the world at large who are watching on from around the world today: hi, Grammy Lolly, we love you. Hey?
There you go.
World champ, nice guy to boot. What have we got going on out the back here now, Marlon?
Yeah, he's done the runaround, found one on the top bank, and he's just gliding this one through to improve his scores. It's his second little nose ride for this. Go again. Yeah, he's just popping them up there. Stamping the nose down.
That's good. Nice, 3 nice clean nose rides there.
So,
and
our screen's just blacked out.
A fourth one. Marlon's doing a great job of finding his way through that inside bank and maintaining.
3.5 minutes. Surfers in the water, 3.5 minutes.
Three minutes 20 surfers, 3 minutes 20. And the situation remains Taylor Jensen in the lead. Marlon Guillot building on his second place. Michael Cottier, meanwhile, driving around. This is a better looking wave for him. And, unfortunately, just gets a little bit too much white water across the feet, unfortunately, there for Michael. That was looking like a great start to that wave. And still just on 3 minutes remaining, so still plenty of time to get that turning point wave. Michael Cottier looking now for a 6.33. That last wave of yours, Marlon, a 4.80 has improved your situation. A 4.80 means now that Bevo, you're needing a 5.13 to move into second, and Michael Cottier a 6.33 to move into second. 2.5 minutes remaining. There is time, and well, the ocean is providing the opportunities. So let's see what we can get out of this last exchange. Really, there's going to be opportunity for all 4 surfers really to catch a wave. In 2.5 minutes, this contest zone has been pumping out the waves. Marlon Guillot's probably a little bit too far to the north to get right back up the point, but there's still waves breaking in the middle of the contest zone. Marlos, also a cricket player, says his favourite type of surf's not critical, but looks like he likes it to me. 2 minutes remaining now, guys, 2 minutes. And, well, Turbo needs a 5.13. Michael Cottier needs a 6.33. That's really the story. Marlon Guillot need a combination of 15.5 points if you want to move into first. So at this point in time, Taylor Jensen in the driver's seat and holding the keys. And, well, he's looking like being through to the next round, PSA. Minute and a half remaining.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes remaining, and heats can be won and lost in the last minute. But Taylor Jensen's just thrown down the gauntlet as we watch Mike Cottier drop up off the bottom straight into a nose ride there. Turbo's heard the call and he thinks I better pull my finger out, needing a 5.13. So we'll watch these surfers drive down the line. Turbo looking for the big up and over the top of that one. Nice cutty to finish. And Taylor Jensen just thinking there's a 5-10 combo just to make it look good. Nice little drift 5 right through the fat section there. Gets a little click. Taylor's about 7'2" if you want to stand next to him. He's about 6'3" or something, but he's a big man and really knows how to throw that firewire board around. We're coming into the mad minute, guys. There is actually 50 seconds remaining, so current heat leader at the moment, Taylor Jensen with a 7.83 and a 7.67 decided. Catch me if you can, boys. Look at him just dribbling on a wave that's not even 6 inches. And Taylor is a very tall man on a big board, but obviously the consummate professional.
30 seconds now, surfers, and talk about maximising length of ride. Taylor's literally in the ankle-deep water, directly down in front of the tower here. 25 seconds. Marlon Guillot's paddling. Michael Cottier's up and riding, meanwhile, in the middle of the bay. Oh, yeah.
Michael's just avoiding the embarrassment of paddling in. He'll get the ride. Sitting out there by himself with 12 seconds remaining. Will Huey throw to the party? Martin Guillot just hoping with 7 and counting it out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, forget that, guys. Technical error.
You are still on hold for the next heat.
You're on hold, on hold. It's early. Don't worry about it. All right, Jason Weeks, bit of technical panic up here at the moment with the Hooters, but a great opening heat there in the WSL LQS Men's Pro, brought to you by Volt Wetsuits.
Just to clarify, surfers in heat 2, you are on hold. That was an incorrect siren. It was an automatic one. Surfers in heat 2, you are on hold. Can you someone chuck your arm up if you can hear me out there, guys? Thanks, fellas. So we've got Taylor Jensen, the winner of heat 1, doing his interview on the beach. The judges are reset. They're happy for a start, so we'll give you a 10-second countdown now, guys.
All right, here we go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, that is the official start of heat number 2 this morning. We've got Dane Pioli out there in red. Jaron Neal, one of the best attacking goofy footers I've ever seen. He's out there in blue. And Masaya Sukamoto is in white.
That's slightly incorrect. We're in quarterfinal number 2, which will be Nick Jones in red, Shohei Akamoto in blue, Paul Sholton in white, and Ruben Roxburgh in yellow. So PSO's coffee's not quite kicked in yet this morning, folks, or it has too much, so one or the other.
Put a pen through it.
What a fantastic lineup of surfers we have. Nick Jones, of course, been all over the media. Andrew Crothers taken some fantastic photos around the world. Shohei Akamoto, the boys tell me he's an amazing surfer. I don't think I've had the pleasure of seeing him surf before, so looking forward to seeing what he can do. Poopa, Paul Sholton, he's a powerful surfer. He's a young bloke that pops up from time to time, and at the moment he looks like he's keen and hungry. And I tell you what, if he gets a decent wave, I love watching him lay a rail. Ruben Roxburgh, the Evans Head lifeguard extraordinaire in yellow. We saw him get, definitely the best barrel of the contest so far. He got a nice clean in and out barrel yesterday. And once again, if there's a bit of a section, he loves throwing his rail into it and chucking chunks off the back of the wave. So a great heat. This one will be an exciting one to watch. Don't look away. Coming up next, of course, Jack Entwistle, Nick Farrago, William Crow, Dane Pioli. You guys should be checking in and grabbing your ashies.
All right, I think the coffee's kicked in. I've got my glasses on, so I'm ready to get the right heats. But I do have the results from men's quarterfinal heat number 1. In 4th place in white, Michael Cottier. 3rd place, Dean Bevan in the yellow. Getting through that,
Marlon Gear. Sorry, someone just heard me talking about the best barrel of the comp, and he goes, I'll get a better one. Hacks it back into the white water, looking to set up this next section. He does now. Behind him, up and riding, Nick Jones, but that's a quick up and off because that wave was shutting down a long way in front of him. Ruben Roxburgh is just milking this wave now, and this section may even reform for another nice ride section through the inside, but he's out of there. Great opening wave there for Ruben.
Nick Jones.
Nick's got a backup wave straight behind it. S-turn at the start, set the rail, gets some momentum, looks for the nose, decides against it. Section a bit steep. Oh, just looks a little bit off tempo. He's been owning the free surfs, ripping out there, Nick, so I'm sure he's just a couple of early morning nerves. He'll get back out there and get into it again. But what a great bit of surfing, and in the first 3 minutes of this pro men's heat.
All right.
Lots of action. So sorry, mate. Sorry to interrupt, but back to those results from heat 1.
Yeah, okay. We're just on 17 minutes remaining for the second heat out in the water, but the results from first, 4th place, Michael Cottier, 3rd place, Dean Bevan, 2nd place, Martin Geo, and stamping down the authority, as we saw Taylor Jensen in red taking that one out.
And as he regularly does, I think Taylor might have just set the best heat total of the event so far.
And we do have scores coming in. Ruben Roxburgh, that you impressed the judges on that one. You impressed us, an 8.33. 8.33, Rubes. With 16 and a half minutes remaining for surfers in the water. So Ruben Roxburgh throwing down the gauntlet. Nick Jones, 3.67 and a 0.83. So feeling the water and the wax under your feet. Unfortunately, that first one of yours just closed out. But being a beach break, it's going to move around, and the guys are jockeying, and here they go. We've got some action out here. Will we see a surfer?
You saw from the way Nick was surfing, his mental mindset's where it needs to be attacking these waves. And, Paul Sholton, he likes to throw the board around, and you'll see a lot of nose going over the back of the wave. He's likes to get vertical, likes to make some spray. He's getting...
That's our Japanese competitor.
Oh, Shohei. Sorry, mate.
That's our Japanese. Schulte's a little bit blonder and a little bit bigger, so to speak.
Yes.
So, yeah, the
No, but
earning.
Shohei's did a great job there. Big, powerful surfing. And, well, that's the first time I've seen him catch a wave, and I thought he was Paul Sholton, whose surfing I really like, so I'm impressed. Shohei rips. I'm sure well, there you go. The judges straight onto that. 4.83 for the first wave, so great building block. Good way to start off a heat.
Paul Cholton, surfer in white, just laying down, waiting to lay down the cement to build the brick wall. But all surfers have had a wave so far except for Paul, and I know when Paul gets the right one, he's going to go his hardest.
Well, right now he does have the best position on the bank. The other surfers haven't paddled inside him or around him yet. Not suggesting they will, but if a wave comes right now, he's in the prime position as far as being furthest inside. The problem being, of course, when you get into that break line, then all of a sudden the sweep starts to affect you more. So it's quite easy to get into the right position, but it's quite hard to stay there sometimes. So you see these guys, they're experienced surfers, they're paddling wide around the back of that draw line off the sandbar, and therefore they're making some headway. 14.5 minutes remaining. The situation stands like this. Ruben Roxburgh with that 8.33 opening ride, including a nice little barrel to try and one-up himself from yesterday. That single wave score has you in first place, Ruben. Second place currently is that man who, well, loving the look of that first wave, Shohei Akamoto. So you are looking for well, anything better than a 3.51 will put you into first place, but remembering that that's a single wave score of Ruben's. Nick Jones, a 3.67 is your best. A 1.17 will put you into second. A 4.66 into first. And, well, as we've discussed, that man, Paul Sholton, still waiting to opening his account. 14 minutes remaining. There's plenty of time.
Yeah.
And, well, he's playing the waiting game. Let's see if it pays off. Meanwhile, in the free surf area out the front, there's some fantastic waves breaking off there as well. So the good thing is that by having the contest here, we're not ruining things for the locals and the visiting travellers, because there's great waves up and down either side of the contest area. So thanks again to all the Kingscliff locals and the surfers down here who are making a bit of space for us. If you're not aware, this is the Australian Longboard Surfing Open, and you are watching the Vault Wetsuits Pro Men's Division, which is an LQS, a longboard qualifying series event sanctioned by the World Surf League. And, well, you're watching the best surfers in the world competing on surfboards that are more than 9 foot long, or 9 foot or longer. So if you don't know what 9 foot is, tap an older looking person next to you and ask them and they'll explain to you. But longboard surfing, a combination of radical and smooth stylistic forms of surfing. And if you can't do both, you can't really win at this level.
Yeah, we just cracked 13 minutes, surfers in the water, under 13 minutes remaining. Paul Sholton only needs a 4.84 to get into second, and that's not unbecoming of Paul. Very powerful young man on the surfboard and does well. He's just waiting to find the right wave to open his account. But current heat leader, Ruben Roxburgh, with that fantastic 8.33 high-scoring ride of the day so far, and just waiting for his second one. So the boys being selective out there, as they would be being pro surfers, waiting for the right wave to give them the right manoeuvres and to impress the judges and everyone else that's watching. We do hope you're enjoying it, whether live on the beach or through the podcast with sportcast24.tv. And surfers in the water, 12 minutes remaining, 12 minutes.
Still looking forward with some anticipation to seeing Nick Jones pull off his signature manoeuvre, which according to him on his questionnaire is the bottom turn head flick. So looking forward to seeing that. He has a good fan base, Nick, around the place. There's a lot of followers on Insta Twizzle and Face Chat, all those interweb things.
All right, we've got action out the back, up and off.
Yeah, no, that's not the wave you're going to need to be advancing to the next round of the Pro Men's Division here. As the standard's been set, and right from the outset, that very first heat, Taylor Jensen's throwing down 15-point combined score totals. So the bar's been set. Now these guys know where they have to be at, and basically there's no slack heats. The names in these heats are names that are very well known within the surfing world. Coming up next, Jack Entwistle, Nick Farrago, William Crow, Dane Pioli. Star-studded cast yet again. And then we've still got a world champ and, the guy you're calling the best longboard goofy in the world in the last heat. So plenty of action coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'd love to hear from you on the webcast side of things as well. Drop us a line. Let us know if you're enjoying the look of the waves, or if the waves are better where you are, or if you wish there was some sunshine.
Guys electing to paddle further up onto the sandbar, hoping the sets come through that way. Just approaching 10 minutes, gentlemen. 10 minutes.
They are getting to be a long way to the south now. It's getting to the point where I think the surfer most to the south is probably getting a little bit outside the judging area, getting close to it.
All right, we're having a look out the back here. We have got some movement. They've gone deep on the sandbar, and it looks like it could be Paul Shelton. It is. He's opening up, trying to find some, or is that Ruben? The Morning Glare playing a bit of havoc with the Maui Gyms this morning.
No, I think that was White. He basically held onto that position and carried on up the sandbar. Paul Shelton, he was refusing to give up that spot. And, well, he's finally got that first wave under his belt. 9.5 minutes remaining, Pooper. Plenty of time, and those guys have really moved a long way to the south. So what that shows me really in that time frame is the fact that that sweep is nowhere near as bad as what it has been over the last 2 days, because they've covered an amazing amount of distance, and they're, in fact, probably just getting to the point of being outside the contestable area. These swimmers down the front just need to be aware that with a space of a couple of waves, these surfers can be on top of you. So I'm sure you're just making your way out to the southern peak, the northern peak, I should say. I'm from WA. When I look out the window and I look to the left, that's looking to the south at home.
Yeah, well, here we are live on the east coast of the legendary Pacific coast here at Kingscliff Beach.
Beautiful coast it is too.
And sunrises in your face here.
Yes. You don't get the sunsets over the ocean like we get, but I've got to say that watching the sun come up over the ocean this morning was pretty special.
It was just pretty.
It was pretty.
Surface in the water, 8 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, 8 minutes, 20 seconds. Paul Shelton, your last wave came in at a 3.83. You're still sitting in fourth place. Current heat leader, Ruben Roxburgh, one wave of an 8.33, holding down the title at the moment, waiting for his second one. In second place, Sole Akamoto, a 4.83 to 0.73, looking to improve to needing a 3.51. Nick Jones in third, a couple of throwaways, a 3.67 and a 0.83. Just waiting for the right wave to improve their scores. But as the tide changes, there's a little bit of bump happening out there, and being a typical beach break, the peak will move up and down the sandbar. The guys just sort of spread out now and praying to Huey that something comes their way with 7.5 minutes remaining. 7.5 minutes.
And look, it's kind of a really good and a really scary position for Ruben Roxburgh to be in, with that single highest wave score of the day so far, an 8.33, and well, smaller waves coming through, and Nick's decided, look, I better get something going on here. He knows he hasn't had a chance to show us his stuff yet. A couple of quick nose rides and up and over on the white water, looking for a projection that's not really there on that particular wave. But look, a great solidifier there for Nick, because with a backup of a 0.83, all he needed to do was get to his feet to improve his situation. And obviously Nick, a very, very experienced competitor. He knows that you don't need to have one incredible wave, but you need to have two decent ones. And what I started to say before that wave was that Ruben Roxburgh's in a pretty tense situation, because he has the single highest wave score. That's enough to have him in first place. But if he doesn't get a backup, then that can be a problem. So getting that second wave is important for him.
I think Ruben might be onto his backup wave right now, going for his second.
There we go.
It is Ruben Roxburgh.
Nice fading takeoff. Straight to the nose, rides that through the initial critical section, which is great news from the judging point of view. Nice top turn, straight into 5.10. Gives it a nice little pause at the nose just to let him know that he's got it under control. Close out re-entry, smooth as silk. Ruben Roxburgh, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, good to hear a nice little bit of round of applause down there as well. Some great surfing, reform on the inside, but he decides to kick out and save some energy. Excellent bit of surfing.
6 minutes remaining, 6 minutes for surfers in the water. This next wave had a bit of backwash through it as the tide's changing, but he managed to stabilise himself. We'll wait for the scores to drop in. So we're heading down towards 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, so make sure you're on board with the time. And just waiting for some scores to drop in now. Reuben Roxburgh, the judges like that. Oh, hang on.
Sorry, guys. We're getting close to the 5 minute mark, but there was just a little bit of a crossover there. That second wave there of Reuben Roxburgh, 7.5, Reuben. So an amazing backup wave with a combined heat total there of 15.83. So Reuben's solidifying his first place quite nicely with that wave. Nick Jones, your last wave of 4.03. So you still are in a combo situation, but you are in second place. 5 minute mark has come up, so the yellow light's on. Another little set out the back. So Sohei Okamoto, you're needing a 2.87. And Paul Sholton, a 3.88. So very achievable scores for these surfers. There's a paddle on. Not quite able to get onto that wave. That was Shohei, I think, having a look at that one, and that would have been a beautiful little wave.
4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes, surfers in the water. All right, so as we approach 4 minutes, the ocean's gone quiet again. The guys jockeying around. They've heard the call and know they've got to pull their finger out, so to speak.
Oh, look at this. All
What
sorts
is
of
gonna
creases and buckles on this little swell line as it approaches. It's got about 3 different swell directions all at once. And that's the recipe for either the dream wave or something that's just going to run across in front of you or shut down. And but look at the end section of that right-hander that's created out of those swells coming together. There's a beautiful little section rolling off down the end section of the sandbar. So positioning and wave selection obviously always important in surfing, and well, playing a big part here in the scoring potential that these surfers are able to achieve. We have Reuben Roxburgh in first place quite comfortably at this point. Nick Jones needing a combination score of 15 points with 3.5 minutes remaining. Shohei Okamoto chasing a 2.87 to move up into second place. Paul Sholton only at one wave locked in, but only needs a 3.8 to move into second place. So there's there's still time and there's still waves, and there's still achievable scores there. No one's really locked themselves in except for Reuben.
That's right. Second, third and fourth, the battle is on, but Reuben Roxburgh throwing down the gauntlet once again in the second heat, smashing those scores down. So with 3 minutes remaining, surfers in the water. Next heat, you guys should be paddling out. That'll be Jack Entwistle, Nick Farrago, William Crow and Dane Pioli. The boys are spreading across the bank now, hoping Huey's going to send a bomb their way, and it is changing with the tide, as we have mentioned, and so it shall all day. But a dominant display there, 8.33 and a 7.50 from Reuben Roxburgh. Virtually the rest of the field is battling for second. And will they throw a wave at, will there be a wave thrown at them?
Well, I spoke before about Taylor Jensen throwing down the gauntlet, setting the bar, highest heat total, 15.5. Reuben Roxburgh with 2.5 minutes remaining has already got a 15.83, so the highest combined heat total.
There we go, we've got Blue up and riding. Shohei Okamoto from Japan finding one in the dying minutes of this heat, trying to improve his score. It's a battle for second, third and fourth right now.
The stretch 5 there. It looks like he's got the nice centre of gravity down low, so he's able to project around that section, get another top turn. Nick Jones, meanwhile, behind him, you can almost sense well, not the frustration so much, but the desire to make sure he stays into second place at least. And obviously he knows that both surfers who are snapping at his heels have the ability to get the score they need. So 1 minute 40 remaining. Nick Jones was looking to replace a 3.67 to improve his situation. Paul Sholton, meanwhile, is yet to lock in his second wave, so I'm sure he'll be pretty keen to get one. 1 minute 20 seconds. 1 minute 20 seconds.
All right, up on the top bar, we're looking in the dying seconds of this heat, and looks like Oven riding is Poopa in the white.
Hacks straight back into the white water. Gets up to the nose.
Smaller wave with plenty of work.
Another little slash back, another tap of the 5. He really generates some some good momentum and and power with just by throwing that board back into those turns. And another little nose ride there, tap 5. And, well, I'll tell you what, for what started off as being a fairly ordinary looking wave, he's managed to really maximise the abilities, or the potential to show his abilities on that wave. So Paul Shelton, 33 seconds remaining.
All right.
And there's been a change that last wave of Shohei, a 4.73. Shohei puts you up into second place prior to that wave of Paul Shelton's. 20 seconds remaining, so it's red has been put into into third, I should say. So Akamoto's moved up into second place on the basis of that last wave of yours. Meanwhile, we'll wait for that wave of Paul Shelton, and I tell you what, he was needing a bit of a score, but that comes in as a 5.0, which would have been enough. Wow, so that score of Paul Shelton's would have been enough to move him into second place had it not been for that last wave of Shohei Akamoto, which was enough to get him up into that second place position. So the heat ends unofficially at this point, of course, but it looks like taking that one out with what ended up being an insurmountable lead. Ruben Roxburgh, second place. Shohei Akamoto.
Counting it down. Next heat in the water, we are counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're underway. Out in the water, you'll see Jack Entwistle in red, Nick Farrago in blue, William Crowe in white, and Dane Pioli in yellow. The official results are getting printed. We'll give you the official result from that last heat as soon as they come to hand. And well surfed, Paul. Paul unlucky not to get that last wave just to pitch him up, but he did quite well out of it. Here they are.
Well, to drag a 5-point ride out of that last wave, he did an amazing job, and just shows that he's got the ability. Just didn't get that second wave. So,
okay, official results. In fourth place was red, Nick Jones. Third place, white, Paul Shelton. Second place going through Shohei Akamoto, and taking it out with a 15.83 total, highest one of the event so far, I think. Ruben Roxburgh, well surfed. All of you guys surfed really well. It was very impressive up here. Just as we can see, Jason Weeks, the right wave at the right time will make the difference in a heat, and that's what competition's all about.
Well, I think Shohei Akamoto has shown that persistence. He, started off 4.83, decent ride, then got a bit of a short one, and then got the backup 4.73, and so 2 decent waves can do the job. And, well, early days of this third quarter final. Looks like going to be another great heat based on the fact we've got the Twizzle stick, Nick Farrago, William Crowe, and Dane Pioli out there. So Jack Entwistle, of course, from Byron or Manly, depending on what part of his life you're talking about. He also plays netball. Most people don't know that. There we go. The Twiz to the nose, solid 5. He's got that nice, smooth, but powerful and progressive style. Just in the right spot for the cross up on the inside there, but Blue gets an early exit from that wave, compliments of a lip to the face. Jack Entwistle, he's seen the guys previously milk these waves right the way through the inside, and he goes, yep, I can do that as well. Turning into a little left-hander reform on the inside. And, well, nice opening wave there for Jack Entwistle. Can't be upset about that. Only 2.5 minutes into this heat. And our WSL World Title number 20. Best result so far, but I reckon, well, he can be right up there in the mix with the way he's surfing. And for those who meet up with Jack on the social scene, it's worth knowing, and I'm getting this from his surfer questionnaire, it's worth knowing that he drinks non-alcoholic appletini. So always important to know if you're out and about on the social scene. So those first waves locking in, we got full white, William Crowe at 2.83. Dane Pioli is 0.4. I didn't even see that. The quick up and off for yellow. Jack Entwistle, a 5.83 is the heat leader on the basis of that first wave. Nick Farrago, a 1.5 for your first. So the early exchanges happened. The surfers have got something locked in. I don't think Dane Pioli and Nick Farrago are going to be happy to have their scores there for too long, so they'll be wanting a couple more. William Crowe much the same. And of course, Jack Entwistle, a 5.83 is a nice way to start, but I'm sure that he'll be looking to get 2 waves that both exceed that score as well. So plenty of action to come. 16 minutes to see it in the Vault Wetsuits World Surf League Pro Men's Longboard Qualifying Series 1000 event. So 1,000 rating points towards a world title aspirations, but also a handy $2,000 in the pocket of the winner of this event. So we're at the quarter-final stage. First and second go through to the semi-finals. Third and fourth bow out of the competition and out of contention for that money and those points. So a lot at stake. We've already seen a couple of great surfers drop out of the event so far this morning. And this is the thing about surfing that makes us love it so much, but also frustrates us, is that you're dealing with Mother Nature, and no 2 waves are the same. Every little lump of water has travelled across the oceans, being created by wind blowing and causing friction and all the rest of the magnetic and gravitational forces that are involved in it all. And here we are, we meet where all that energy meets the shore. And one wave's not the same as the next one, and it never will be. And that's what we love about it, but it's also what can make it frustrating at times. Seems to be, though, the best surfers on a consistent basis seem to just have the best waves come to them. We've seen a bit of that. And so it also means you can provide the upsets, because Mother Nature can go quiet. As we saw in that last heat, Paul Sholton just, well, his competitive brain kicked in, and it was very smart of him, and what he needed to do was to get that second wave, and he really, I thought when he took off on that wave, it was no better than a 1.5, and he should get out of there, and he managed to get 5 points out of it, one of the highest single wave scores this morning. So had the better wave been there, who only knows what could have happened there. So that's what we love about it, but it's also, as a competitor, it can be tough to deal with sometimes when you watch the other guys get these really nice waves that hold up and give them a lot of scoring opportunity, and then the wave you get yourself doesn't give you that same opportunity. So it's a bit of a gamble, bit of nous, a lot of watching the water and feeling out what's going on. And we see, well, straight to the nose at 5 in a clicker. This is that man Dane Pioli replacing the score as we said he would. Up and over, tail drop floater. We've seen that one a couple of times today. And here a clap and a cheer from the crowd. So there's a Team Pioli alive and well, and he's on the 5 on the white water. And Dane, again, is renowned for being able to drag a score. But this is, I don't know why I'm commentating Jack Entwistle as being Dane. So I'm excited about Dane getting a better wave. But Jack Entwistle, current heat leader with the highest single wave score, and a fantastic backup wave coming through there. See, maybe I should get glasses.
Maybe you should go and have a coffee.
Yeah.
Just over 13 minutes, guys, in the water, 13 minutes. So that score coming in for Jack, your last wave came in at a 6.33. You are in front of this heat, a 6.33 and a 5.83 holding down first place. In second place, William Crowe, a 2.83. Third place, Nick Farrago, a 1.50, and Dane, a throwaway, 0.40. So there's still plenty of time in this heat, and these guys, being professionals, will know the waves they need. They're just waiting for Huey to throw them at them. And all these guys, very good competitors. Dane Pioli, 3-time winner of this event. And that surfer in white is William Crowe, backing out of the end of that one. Just adding to his building blocks of scores. So the ocean's going quiet at the moment, changing with the tide, as we have mentioned. 12 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water, 12 minutes. Weeksy's gone to take a breath, so to speak. All right. Boys jockeying around. We've got a little peek in front. Who is this man? Looks like that's Dane Pioli, surfer in yellow. Trying to bust as much as he can out of this wave to improve his scores at the moment. That will be an improvement on his last wave. Plenty of work on a very small wave from Dane Pioli. We'll see what the judges think. 11 minutes, Dane, as you paddle back out. And for the rest of the gentlemen in the water, 11 minutes. Next heat, former two-time world champion, multiple Australian champion Harley Ingleby in red. We've got Shane Morton, another prince waiting to pounce. He'll be in blue. Declan Winton will be out there in white. And one of the strongest goofy footers on a longboard anywhere in the world, Jared Neal. Love watching Jared surf. Backhand attack. As we watch Nick Farrago winding one up, and that one just dying for him, but a couple of little turns out there. Dane, your last wave came in at a 4.67. You do have a throwaway for your first, so you need to improve on that. There has been waiting for Nick's wave to come in. It was a short wave at 2.87, so it hasn't changed the positions of the heat at the moment. Mr. Crow, your last wave of 3.17 has improved on a 2.83, currently holding second place. But Jack Entwistle, surfer in red, with a 6.33 and a 5.83, holding down position first at the moment. And there's Jack, just a nice little wave on the inside, having a bit of fun, showing us the variety of repertoire required in longboard surfing. Plenty of turns and nose rides there on a very small wave. So 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Surfers in the water, 9 minutes 40. We're halfway through this heat. Anything can happen. As long as the waves come through, these guys will pounce on them and make the best out of it. Don't forget, if you're hungry down there at the Cabarita Youth Services tent, do the right thing and support the local youth. They're doing breakfast down there, bacon and egg rolls. They tell me they cracked a few eggs, so there might be a scrambled egg roll down there. But doing a great job helping us in the event. Also, the merchandise tent is open. Please make sure you've had your registration done. You picked up your goodie bag. And thanks to Jackie and all the team down there. Andrew, the site manager, doing a great job setting this event up every morning and pulling it down every night. Hope you enjoyed the movie last night, those people that were on the beach in the park. 9 minutes, surfers in the water, 9 minutes. Yeah, it was a nice vibe down there last night watching the movie in the park and having a couple of cool ones. Not bad on a great Friday. Good Friday yesterday, turned out to be a great Friday. This afternoon's entertainment, we've got some bands on, so make sure you are down there this afternoon. We'll have a band in the park. Bit of fun till about 9 p.m. The bar will open at 4.
So situation stands, Jack Entwistle in first place. White chasing a 9.03 to move into the red jersey position. Looks like a paddle on out the back. Dane Pioli chasing a 1.33, so a small score move him into second place.
All right, up and riding. Nick Farrago going to the 5, and another one looking to line this wave up and over the top. He's really growing up, Nick Farrago. I knew him when he was a grommet, but he's nearly 6 foot tall now and surfs quite well and has a lot of master in him for a young man.
He rips, and he's a style lord as well, in and out of the water, and got a lot of time for young Nick. 8 minutes remaining. Nick Farrago, a great wave there. You can see he's been a bit skunked on a couple of his waves. Dane Pioli up and riding out the back, straight to the nose, and that's the critical part of the wave, and he looks for the cover up. Oh, he gets the rinse at the end as well. Great little barrel to rinse for Pioli, pops it up through the top, and even decides for the sake of variation, he'll do a slightly different tail drop float at that time, and came down a bit more parallel. And, well, Dane Pioli, we've seen him take out a national title in the dying seconds by doing a couple of nose heli 360 combos. And you never know what he's going to do, but I think we've just seen a wave that's going to bust into that excellent range. And why wouldn't it? A great bit of surfing there for Dane Pioli. Critical part of the wave, he got the nose right in, saw the barrel section, got himself in there, came out smoothly, and then carried on down the line and closed out with a controlled floater. And, well, we watched that last score of Nick Farrago's, looks like being his best as well. So as the scores drop in, I'm excited to tell you that Nick Farrago, a 6.27, has moved you up in a second place temporarily while we wait for Dane Pioli's score to lock in. A 6.27 for Nick Farrago, but Dane Pioli's just locked in an 8.67. So Pioli into first, Entwistle down into second. Farrago now in third place, needing a 6.73. William Crow, a 9.03 will get you back into progression situation.
And here goes William now, grinding along the top of that one, floating it up out of the back. Hooking around the curl again, a nice little turn. And, oh, unfortunately, coming off the back.
Unlucky to come
Right
unstuck
behind
at the
him,
back. Blue.
Jack
Red
Entwistle,
mid-mile.
thinking I'm going to pay Dane back, but that wave not going to be the one.
Current heat leader, unfortunately, that's not going to improve his situation. But, sorry, the current heat leader has been overtaken. Dane Pioli at 8.67, so judges love that last wave of his. And, well, that's reversed his situation really rapidly.
So as you can see, Jason Weeks the right wave at the right time, with these guys showing their full potential and variety of repertoire, impressing us and the judges, and obviously a 8.67 for Dane Pioli's last wave. And watch it on the recording. It's very well worth watching. So a situation change as it stands at the moment. Moving into first place, Dane Pioli with an 8.67 and a 4.67. Jack Entwistle back down to second, but only needing a 6.68 to get back into first. He currently has a 6.67 and a 6.33. That last wave, Jack, not improving your two highest waves. Third place, Nick Farrago, a 6.27 and a 2.87. Holding down third at the moment, but chasing him on his heels, Will Crow with a 3.17 and 3.37. Surfers in the water, we are fast approaching the furious 5-minute mark. The light will go to yellow. That means there is 5 minutes to go. So the next heat, Harley Ingleby, Shane Morton, Declan Winton and Jared Neal. If you haven't done so, please check in with Uncle Owen and make your way out for quarterfinal 4.
Interesting scenario now where Dane Pioli, an excellent range score and a mid-range score. Jack Entwistle with two in the very good sort of area. Nick Farrago's got the one very good, so even though he needs a 6.73 to go in a second, but a 7.07, Nick, will move you straight into first. William Crow, meanwhile, a 9.63 to move into second, a 9.97 to move into first. So one single wave can have the fourth place surfer into first place instantly. So the guys who are leading can't relax. The guys who are doing the chasing at this point in time shouldn't get despondent. A 6.673, I should say, well within Nick Farrago's range, because he's already got one in that range. So,
all right, on the inside, up and riding.
There he goes.
William Crow bouncing one off the top there, tries to throw the tail out of it. So looking for the inside line and trying to keep the board alive through the fat section there. Decides, no, that's not going to work.
Yeah, I think maybe he's succumbing to a bit of frustration there. He's heard the scores. He knows what he needs to get. And, well, 2 mid-range scores will get you there as well, William.
Right.
You don't need to be getting 10s, so hang in there, buddy. 3.5 minutes remaining.
Dane Pioli up and riding. Drops the nose of that board down out of it. Nice little drop wallet cut back for Dane. Going for the alley-oop and doesn't get it with any power after that. And Nick Farrago thinking, well, I've got to chase now. I've got to smack something out of it. And he does smack him hard. Nick Farrago, competent surfer. Is it enough to change the positions?
Done the right thing there. 3 minutes remaining. So he's managed to pull out and be a little bit inside Dane Pioli even. I know from surfing a few times with Dane at Snapper that he's a paddling machine. And Nico, with his long limbs, he can cover some ground as well. So with just over 2.5 minutes remaining at this point in time, Dane Pioli doesn't need the wave as much as Nick does. But 6.73 for Nick Farrago would put him into second, a 7.07 into first. So we may see an increase in Dane Pioli's combined total, though, with that last wave of his, may be able to exceed a 4.67. 2.5 minutes to go.
All right. Just waiting for a score to drop at the moment, and we'll give you an update on the heat as it stands. Dane, your last wave has improved your score. You have an 8.67 and a 4.77 holding first place at the moment. Nick, Jack Entwistle, no improvement on your 6.67 and 6.33, still holding second. Nick, your last wave, a 5.07 along with a 6.27. You do need a 6.73 to move into second place. William Crow, a 4.27 for your last, has improved. You have a 3.37 and that 4.27. You are still holding fourth, but you need an 8.73 out the back. Jack, the Twiz, hooking it off the backhand there. Nice cut back into the foam ball, looking for the little 5 tap. Just keeping the board alive to impress the judges. Another nice 5. Look at the backwash hitting it with the change of tide there, Jason Weeks. So,
yeah, great bit of control there to control the board through that section and get another nose ride in. And Jack will look now to ride this one to the beach at 1 minute 20 remaining. And, well, he's done the early work. He's had the lead there for quite a while. A score similar to these current highest wave score will get him back in the lead. So Dane Pioli, although he's got that single highest wave score, he hasn't really nailed the coffin shut. 1 minute remaining. Look at the Twiz. He's back out there.
Yeah, a lot of work on that wave for as far as it would go, and he just milked it for all it was worth. And with under a minute, he's thinking, I'm young, I'm fit, I'm going.
Well, I think his fitness comes from his netball career, which runs parallel with his surfing career. Not many people are aware of that. And look, the non-alcoholic appletinis are obviously a good fitness program. But looks like from those 2 out of 3 scores dropped, it looks like, Twiz, you're going to improve your situation. Is it enough to get you in the first place? We're about to find out. There it certainly is. A 7.5, Jack Entwistle, a 7.5 for that last wave has moved you into first place with just under 20 seconds remaining. Dane Pioli, we've got to, well, Dane needs a 5.5 to go back into first. We're hit the 10-second mark. We'll count you out now, guys. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This last wave will count. Surfer was up and riding before the first decibel.
And
but
that one not going to make a difference to the finish of that heat. We'll get the official results. The screen's blank. We're ready to go. Press the button, Jason Weeks. We're counting this one in for the 4th quarter final. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we are underway with quarterfinal number 4 here in the World Surf League Vault Wetsuits Pro for the men. We've got Harley Ingleby out there in red, Shane Morton in the blue, Declan Winton in the white, and Jared Neal. We've got one surfer up and down over the back there. I can't tell who it was, but he's gone. So yeah, very great heat to watch that last one. And they're the 2 boys down there, Jack Entwistle and Dane Pioli. Dane with a late start and got the highest scoring wave of the heat, but Jack, being the consummate surfer and professional, managed to score another high scoring wave at the end of that heat just to take him out.
Official results are through. 4th place in white, William Crow. In 3rd place in blue, Nick Farrago was left needing a 7.18. That last exchange between Dane Pioli and Jack Entwistle, of course, pushing the scores right through the roof. Dane Pioli finishing up in 2nd place with a 13.44. Jack Entwistle taking it out, a combined heat total of 14.17. So finishing off with a 7.5, and that was that's what made the difference. So a fantastic quarterfinal, and obviously one to go, and it's going to be a great one too.
Yeah, great exchange. That last heat between Jack and Dane, it was a matter of a 0.50 difference roughly between 1st and 2nd. So professional surfing at its best with the 2 young men getting an interview down on the beach right now. And obviously Dane Pioli with that 8.67, one of the highest scoring rides of the event, and no slouching, a 7.50 and a 6.67 for Jack. So we're into it though with quarterfinal number 4 in the water right now, with just approaching the 18-minute mark. So 2 minutes of this heat gone. And Declan Winton, you've had a 1.17 and 0.97. That's 2 waves scored, so you're holding first place at the moment. Shane, a 0.80, just feeling the water out there, and the other 2 boys waiting for that right wave to come in to show us their variety of repertoire with power, commitment, speed and flow to impress the judges and get points on the board. So bit of funk happening out in the water right now with the change of tide, but we do have a surfer up and riding, and it looks like our surfer in white, Declan Winton, doing a lot of work on a small wave here, but improving his current 2-wave score and milking it, a little 5-10 click there. So and that wave just dying out on the inside gutter. We'll wait for the judges to knock that one down and see what we can give you. All right, out the back, up and riding. Jared Neal on the backhand, trying to get some speed and pace out. That one just eating him. And behind him, oh, who was that? That's Jared there. It was Shane Morton, unfortunately, in blue, and Jared behind him. So, yep, funky looking waves out there with the change of tide right now. It is on its way in, unfortunately. So there will be a change of bank and a change of wave. Let's just hope that the northerly stays away. Another beautiful day here at Kingscliff Beach on the legendary Pacific coast of New South Wales. Welcome, everybody. We do work on daylight saving time, so if you're from Queensland and over the border, welcome to the future. Official time on the surf clock is 8:38. We are on time. Surfing as per program today. The programs are available at the merchandise tent. Make sure you get there and find out when you're surfing, when you're not surfing, or who you'd like to watch. And we are in the water right now with the World Surf League Vault Wetsuit Pro Division for the men. 1,000 points up for grabs for their world title contention. Following will be the Cancer Institute of New South Wales Women's Pro. And we'd like to thank Vault Wetsuits and Cancer Institute of New South Wales for sponsoring the pro divisions. We do have to run the constant commentary to keep the pro surfers up to date with their wave scores. Declan Winton, your last wave came in at a 4.67, along with a 1.17. You are holding first place right now. Shane Morton, a 1.07, mate. You're still holding second. That's a throwaway for you. Jared Neal, a 1.37. The guys are just feeling the waters. They're not going to count for their totals as long as the right waves come through for them. These guys can do magic on some of these waves and wait for it to happen. We are coming down towards the 15-minute mark. Harley Ingleby still waiting to open the account, but 2 times former world champion, multiple champion of this event and Australian champion, he knows that the right wave will come. He's out there wishing for it right now, and he knows what to do. So another exciting heat as long as Huey throws the waves at us, and we'll see what happens. Paddling on the inside, looking for this one to line through. It looks like it's Shane Morton, the goofy footer, stamps it on the stamps it on the nose, and the tail just popped. So not finding the rhythm at the moment, getting a little frustrated there. 14.5 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water, 14.5 minutes. All right, now let's see. There's a lump and there's a bit of action happening. Let's see who's grabbing what. It looks like paddling into this surfer in red, Harley Ingleby. And yeah, that one's shutting down, so. So it looks like one heat on, one heat off as far as waves go, and then every now and then the set pops up, but it's not consistent. And if you look over to the southern bank there, you can see where the funk's happening as the waves come out of the reef from the back and then hit with the inside tidal change. So, all right, on the inside, Shane Morton up again, stamping down the 5 on the takeoff, looking to wind up and get around this section. On his backhand, looking for some speed and flow, and decides, no, that one's pulling out. A little rail grab there from Jared Neal, hooking it back. Nice big S-turn there. Nice little snap. So that'll improve Jared's current wave scores at the moment, no doubt. We'll let the judges decide and put down the scores and keep you updated as they come to hand.
These pro surfers are a competitive bunch, and I think what's happened is Ruben Roxburgh's got that barrel early, and all the other boys have seen it, and they're like, well, I'm getting a barrel as well. And we saw Jared Neal there throw the arm in the wall into the pig dog stance and got the little cover-up rinse. And certainly as the tide drops off, this bank gets a lot more likely to barrel down the line. Oh, it's a 3-0. Little tail 360 there. Nice little clap of appreciation from the crowd. And we'll see if a few of the guys making the shortboard, longboard crossover have got that attacking style. Go looking for that vertical section.
All right, coming down towards 12 minutes. Excuse me for interrupting, Jason. Coming down towards 12 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water. So we've got heats, got waves dropping in. We're just waiting for them to get finished across the board there. Jared Neal, your last wave came in at a 5.17, has improved your position at the moment, along with a 1.37, currently holding second. Declan Winton, your last wave of 4.90 along with a 4.67 has moved you into first place. Shane Morton, a 2.50 and a 1.07. You're in third, and Harley Ingleby throwaway on that first one. Harley, you know you're just waiting for the right time, the right wave at the right place, and let's hope Huey throws them at you, boys. 11.5 minutes remaining. Next heat in the water will be the World Surf League Women's Cancer Institute New South Wales Pro Division, and we'll be looking quarterfinal number 1. Current world champ Rachel Tilley. Nava Young will be out there surfing in the blue. Rachel in red, Nava in blue. Rosie Locke in white, and Natsumi Tiako, or Tiaka, in yellow. Ladies, go down and make sure you do check in with Uncle Owen, our beach marshal. Give him a kiss and rub his belly for luck. You'll be out there. Quarterfinal number 1 of the Women's Cancer Institute of New South Wales Women's Pro. Thanks for sponsoring it. Under 11 minutes, guys, just under 11 minutes. And frustrating in a heat when the waves aren't playing the game. But we do have a surfer up and riding. It looks like Mordo. And just slowing down behind that, got the nose right in, and then the wave beat him. So the guys building the blocks at the moment. So average waves coming through, but current heat leader Declan Winton with a 4.90 and a 4.67. Second place Jared Neal, a 5.17 and a throwaway of a 1.37. He knows he can improve that. We are halfway through the heat, guys. 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes. Heats can be won and lost on 2 waves, and 10 minutes is plenty of time for these professionals to get 2 bombs if they come through. Let's hope Huey does provide. We're right in the middle of the tide change, obviously, at the moment, and it's funking up the bank a little. But there's Mordo. Look at that. Nice hang 5 off the top. Swings it around. Bang. Gets that one almost vertical. It was about 11 o'clock re-entry there. 9 minutes, 20 seconds. So we'll see what the judges think about Shane's last wave, and has that improved his position. Currently sitting in third. Harley Ingleby still with a throwaway of 0.6760. And we do have a surfer paddling. It is Harley Ingleby up and riding straight to the nose on that one. Gets the speed set, drives around it, floats and smashes a tail drop on that over-the-top re-entry, and decides I'm not going to muck around with going into the inside section and dribbling. I'm going to get back out there and smash one again.
Well,
so here we go. We do have a...
might as well wait for that last score of Harley's to drop in before we update anything there. That might change a couple of things. The 8.5 minute mark, Harley only out 0.6 on the board. It's something you don't see very often. But one of those competitors who regularly will drop a couple of 8 and 9 point waves out of the middle of nowhere. Jared McNeil, meanwhile, is has a look, decides against that right-hander. And so a flurry of waves. But I think what's happened is the guys have been affected by the earlier heats as well. There's no building house and take it easy. They're sort of having to go for it straight away. 6.07, that last wave of Harley Ingleby's a 6.07's moved you up into third. You need a 2.26 for second or a 3.5 for first. Nice gouging rail turn cutback. I love to see the guys really lay down and turn those boards over. And well, the competitors paddling out get to see you when you do that as well, which is always a good thing. That Declan, I think, is good to get one of those in front of your competitors. Unfortunately, there's a couple of slightly bigger ones behind it, and he's going to wear a couple on the head, and that's going to really tax his energy bank, and he'll be kicking himself. Oh, if I had waited an extra couple of minutes, I could have been on one of these bombs. But there's a scramble to paddle on to get to the position.
And it looks like surfer in yellow, Jared Neal.
Up and over it, he says. Maintains the speed down the line. This next section is setting up nicely for him. Gets the top turn in. Looks to milk off a little bit of speed so he can get a bit more vertical on that turn. And you see he's getting more critical down the line, and he's up and over. And oh, can he hang on to it? Auto, little foam climb floater, and well, that was a great wave of Jared Neal. Would have loved to have seen him just ride cleanly out of that floater. He's well known for his closeout manoeuvres. And I half expected to see him come popping out of the white water, but a great wave. He's covered a lot of distance down the line. And, well, 6 minutes 45 remaining. Let's see what the judges have to say. But Jared Neal will be paddling out with a bit of an adrenaline rush. He knows he's got a good one under his belt now. He's back in the mix. No one's really dominating this so far. I mean, Declan, on the basis of that 4.9 backup wave, is in first place prior to that exchange. Shane Morton in blue in second, but...
all right, action aplenty out the front.
Coming.
Harley Ingleby, surfer in red, up and riding straight to the nose. Winding it up, getting a shoot down the line there. Keeping the speed and flow going, and bang, just floats it back off the top of there.
Well, nice looking wave, a lot of power, but didn't really offer much in the way of scoring opportunities. Harley spent a lot of that wave getting around it, so Mordo behind him, doesn't have the same problem. That one just axing him on the ankles, and the lip on that inside rail is enough to throw him off. Jared Neal gets a sniff of the inside positioning, and with the sweep moving down the line, there's not much to it, and you'll see from the flotsam floating around out the back that once you go out deep enough, the current actually goes in the reverse direction, helping you get back up there where you need to be. 5.5 minutes remaining. Still waiting for some waves to lock in, I think. All right, so wave rolls through, and don't even want to talk about that. Declan won't be real happy, but he's gone from first to fourth real quick, because Harley Ingleby's locked in a 5.73, Jared Neal a 4.73. So as it stands, Red's in first by a margin of 1.8. Shane Morton a 4.17. That last wave has moved you straight up into second place. A 5.9 will put you in first. Jared Neal, you now need a 4.84 for second, a 6.63 for first. Declan, who was in first a minute ago, is now in fourth, chasing a 5.11 to go back into second place. A 6.9 Declan will have you in first. So we're not in the early stages. We're inside the 5 minute mark. There's 4.5 minutes remaining, and at this point, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, just under 4.5 minutes on the clock, and what an exciting flurry it is for the last 10 minutes of this heat, with waves being caught. The backwash playing a bit of havoc in there, that morning funk, so to speak, as the tide does drop out over this sandbar at Kingscliff. So once again, we'd like to thank the Coochin Head Surf Club for allowing us to use these fantastic facilities. We have got a bird's eye view of the whole ocean up here.
Let's take this opportunity in the quarter final to say a big thanks to Volt Wetsuits as well.
Yep.
The Ant-Man's just arrived, the West Australian wild card from the sponsor, but Volt Wetsuits really throwing their weight behind longboard surfing. I think they're sponsoring the Whalebone later in the year, which is the other WSL LQS event in Australia. We've got a time check of 3 minutes 44. Red first, blue second, yellow third, white fourth. White needs a 5.11, yellow needs a 4.84. Shane Morton in second needs a 5.98 to move into first. Harley, anything better than a 5.73 will improve your situation. Declan, a 6.9 will move you into first. A 6.63 will move Jared into first.
All right.
3 minutes 20 remaining. The ocean's gone a little bit quiet on us during this period, and you see a flotilla of paddle skis from the surf club making their way into shore. 3 minutes now, surfers, 3 minutes. Red, blue, yellow, white. All right, so with 2 minutes 45 remaining, we haven't seen a lull that long, so we know there's going to be waves in that time period. The guys have made their way probably to the furthest south they've been since the very start of the heat. A couple of little ripples appear on the horizon. 2.5 minutes remaining. Harley Ingleby's trying to improve his lead. Mordo's snapping at his heels. This man, Jared Neal, looking for a wave well within his scoring capabilities to move himself back into the mix. That last wave, he spent a lot of time going straight down the line and didn't do much in the way of rail work. This one, he's rectified that problem. Nice little 5 into a little foam climb to finish off the wave, and then steps off at the end there. So 2 minutes remaining. Jared Neal was only chasing a small range score, so he'll be right there in the mix. And because of his position in the lineup, he's able to get back out there and get another wave as well. So with 2 minutes remaining, Jared will give you that score as soon as it locks in, mate. Again, no one's stamped their domination on this heat like we've seen in the previous three. There's pretty much been one winner and 3 followers up. This one, it's any man's game, and Harley Ingleby a 6.02, the heat high, 6.07, the heat high score. Jared Neal a 5.1. You're in second. Sorry, he's just in the middle of duck diving. Jared Neal, you are now in second, mate. A 5.10 has moved you into second. Shane Morton, a 4.44 is what you need.
All right.
Declan needs a 5.37. That's all they need to know. 1 minute 10 remaining. Yellow in second, so it's red, yellow, blue, white. Blue needs 4.44, white needs 5.37. We're at the 1 minute mark, the mad minute, folks, and they know what they need. Is the ocean going to give them a chance? Jared Neal frantically paddling. He's had 2 waves in the last 2 minutes. And I tell you what, it's not over yet, folks. 50 seconds remaining. There's a paddle on. Talk us through it, PSO. Declan's chasing a 5.37.
Look at the sidewash on that one, but he's managed to get a big bump out of the top, out the back. It looks like Shane Morton taking one on the inside, and no, that's not working for him. 30 seconds remaining. Surfers in the water, 30 seconds.
Well,
so
Declan's got another little foam climb in, and he's looking for this reform, and he's put himself in just the right spot to get back out onto the green face, but I think that's going to disappear in the trench. Jared Neal, meanwhile, little cross step, pops a floater up, not much in that. And certainly won't trouble his existing scores. 13 seconds now. Final roll of the dice. Count you out in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wait for it.
He's
There's
up.
a surfer up and riding. That was before the siren, Harley Ingleby. Couple of pumps into the little floater to finish off. Well, that was a scoring wave, but I don't think it's going to affect his 2-wave total. We're going to roll straight into the next heat, guys. So, yeah, we are. 10-second countdown. Wait for the siren. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the competition. That's the Vault Wetsuits LQS men's out the way, and we straight into the World Surf League Women's. Cancer Institute New South Wales Pro. 1,000 QS points and some pretty tidy prize money up for grabs. Heat 1 we'll see, quarterfinal 1, it's actually current world champion, youngest world surfing champion ever, Rachel Tilley in red from the USA, Nava Young in blue from Australia, Rosie Locke, former Aussie champ, in the white, and there it was Natsumi Taoka in the yellow, in the yellow, yeah, from Japan. So quarterfinals underway, but we should have the quarterfinal 4 official results. Mr. Ian Pearson.
Official results in for quarterfinal number 4. In 4th place was Declan Winton. Well surfed, good boys. Shane Morton in blue came 3rd. Climbing out of the doldrums, and managing 2nd spot was Jared Neal, and taking that one out with a very frustrating last 10 minutes, but managed to do it, Harley Ingleby. So congratulations, Harley Ingleby and Jared Neal. Commiserations to Shane Morton and Declan Winton. That's competition. Boys surfed their best on what was provided. But right now we're into the first quarterfinal of the Cancer Institute of New South Wales Women's Pro Division. And welcome to the commentary, Miss Bellin, to do some remarks over the women.
Good morning. What a beautiful day here on the Tweed Coast. Waves are out, sun is shining.
Got to be happy with that.
Ah,
Some of the best women's surfers in the world are in the water. Everyone knows that surfing longboard's harder than surfing a shortboard, so these girls are world champs in the hardest women's surfing, so they must be the best. Is that how it works?
everyone has their own opinion about that one. I try to stay away from that.
Very
comment.
diplomatic, Belinda, very diplomatic indeed.
I just think, I don't know, like I said yesterday, just women on longboard are just so graceful. They just put a whole different game to it, I think. It's just quite beautiful to watch. But there are a couple very beautiful male surfers that I absolutely adore watching. I love watching Harley surf. He's awesome. Yeah, there's a couple. Yeah, we put a different game to it, I think.
Yeah, I think that over 40s is what you need to watch. That's where it's all at. But so look at this heat in the water because it's quarter-final time. Rachel Tilley from the USA, she's just won the world longboard title for women last year, making her the youngest ever world champion. Ha ha, eat that, Kelly Slater. Rachel Tilley is in the house. Nava Young, you know Nava, she's a lovely lady.
Yeah.
Surfer in blue, partner of course, Taylor Jensen, who we've already seen surf today.
Yeah, that bloodline right there just runs so thick. Like, yeah, I'm really excited to see what their child's gonna do.
Yeah, I think as far as children with expectations, you think Jagger's going to not surprise anyone if amazing things happen there. But something about Nava that you wouldn't guess from looking at you. She's put, I was at uni for 7 years. I think you look very intelligent myself, Nava. I would suggest that. Yep, I'd pick Nava as a uni student.
Yeah, she is. Excuse me. Yeah, she's quite intelligent. She actually came out with a cookbook a long time ago, which was awesome. You know, she had.
And a very clever idea too, a collaboration with some of the best names in surfing.
Yep, and when you have access to, you know, when your father is who he is, and you have access to all the elite athletes, and you know, now it's turned to so many athletes are so conscious of what they eat and their health and, you know, physical activity, not just surfing and partying anymore. You know, it's so cool. To be able to access that for especially people like Kelly Slater, who is super involved in healthy living as well. So good on her for that.
And the epitome of healthy living herself, Nava is a walking advertisement for healthy living.
Yes.
There's been a couple of waves locking in at the early stages here, and the first wave for our visitor from Japan, obviously a 0.67, was just a quick up and off. Oh, out the back, a late takeoff.
Oh, how is that?
That's oof. Aussie champ in the past, Rosie Locke, New South Wales champ a couple of times.
She does not hold back, that
Queensland.
girl. Does not hold. Lives in Brisbane at the moment.
Yep, Queensland. I said New South Wales.
Oh, that's okay. Lawyer.
She'll sue me.
Yeah, like I said, she's a WA girl, right? And for a long time. And not scared to hold back, as you just saw in that last attempt to bank off that.
I think Rosie wants to be West Australian. So,
it's a beautiful part of the world, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right.
Is this that Nava Young lady, meanwhile?
Yes, that beautiful Nava Young lady just come in. That little section right there seemed to have knocked a bunch of the girls out. Just right there. We'll see. Oh, look at this one. Beautiful takeoff, nice nose right there. I think that is the young grommet. I still can call her grommet. Rachel Tilley. She has a great film right now that was oh, look at this beautiful wave on the back there. Is this our Japanese competitor?
Yeah, Natsumi.
Natsumi, yep. Really nice style here. Nice little nose rides and beautiful cutbacks, trying to make it back into this little inside section, see if it's going to reform for her. Obviously, the girls have decided to move back up the point here.
We'll ask those swimmers out.
Right now, man.
No.
The head's in the water. Hey, non-competitors, when these swimmers go past you, can you please ask them just to move a little bit north if you get a chance? I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. So some nice waves dropping in here for the girls. As soon as this last wave of yellow drops in, I'll give you guys an update. But again, that last wave of yellow, just really nice, dainty, beautiful, you know, trim. Nice nose rides.
It's, I think, from my experience with Japanese surfers I've met here on the coast and watching them surf, some really great waves, obviously, at various point breaks around the place. Snapper around the corner being a great example. The whole stylistic aspect of surfing seems to be a bit more important than within the Japanese surfing fraternity than perhaps in some other groups, and I love that. The aesthetic, you know.
Yeah, they study. Like, they really do study everything. I remember I used to go to Japan a lot. I had a Japanese sponsor a long time ago. And every time we'd go there, man, they'd sit there and they'd ask so many questions about how you do this and do that. And it was just beautiful. They watch, they study the films, they break it down. Like, they are so, style is so important to them. And, you know, you're on a longboard, it should be. But as well, just the technical maneuvers as well. It's so cool. Like, I've never seen another culture so immersed in a culture that's still so new to them. You know, surfing is still fairly new to Japan. I know that, you know, they've been going there for a long time, but
I
for
just
the
love the
competitive side of it.
vibe, you know, and even in the choice of surfboards. And, well, as it works at this point, Natsumi currently holding down first place. Your second wave, a 4.67. So a 4.33 and a 4.67 has our surfer in yellow from Japan in first place. In second at the moment, Rosie Locke in white, a 2.5 and a 1.4. So Rosie finding herself in a situation needing a 6.5 to move into first place. World champ Rachel Tilley, your first wave coming in as a 3.17, so only a small score of a 0.73 required to move you up into second, a 5.03 into first. Nava Young, meanwhile, a couple of quick throwaways, a 0.83 and a 1.13. Nava, a 2.77 will move you into a second, and a 7.87 will move you into first. 14 and a half minutes remaining, Belinda. There's already some opening scores there, but certainly not the sort of numbers we'd expect to see by the end of the heat from these ladies.
You know, it's still pretty early morning here, especially the girls coming from Queensland. They're still, you know, trying to pump in some coffee into their veins to get going here. So
Yeah, Rosie's on WA time, so it's still 6 a.m.
Yeah,
right?
it's still like 3 o'clock in the morning there. But no, you know, give these girls the right waves, and you know, I'm sure there might be a couple little bumps coming in the horizon here that these girls will show you what they got, and they're definitely not scared to turn up the heat.
It's hard, isn't it, when you see those little ripples, and we're not allowed to tell them.
No, you're not allowed to tell them that there's waves coming. That's for sure.
We certainly would never say there's waves coming when there's waves coming.
No, and we're not allowed to actually give our opinion on what their the score should be. I remember, yeah, people doing that, and it's a big no-no.
It's very naughty.
But a couple little waves here. Still tides coming up for another hour and a bit. And our beautiful surfer here, Nava Young, very graceful. She's looking at bettering her her 1.13 and her 0.03, and I'm sure she's going to do it on this one here.
It's actually a great looking wave Nava's got.
Beautiful wave.
Constant scoring opportunity the whole way through, and she's just positioned herself perfectly to totally maximise this. And surfers and heats coming up will be looking at that going, oh, please give me one of those.
Yep.
Out the back, is that Rosie?
I think that was Rosie. Beautiful. Oof. How was that nose ride? Amazing. Huge off the top there. Very committed. This girl's not scared to throw it up there, that's for sure. And I guess, you know, that's what the judges are looking for.
We're going to ask these swimmers to, at the very least, keep your eyes on the surface so you can get out the way. There she goes again.
Yep. That was a really, really well...
Natsumi Taoka just holds on a nice little nose ride through the middle there, and she says, well, I can do the big powerful stuff too, throws it up and over the lip. Unfortunately coming unstuck there, but wow, she's certainly keeping the wave count up. We're only just inside the halfway mark, 9.5 minutes remaining.
And some good waves getting dropped for the girls out here. So again, swimmers and non-competitive surfers, can you please move north? We really appreciate it. Last thing you want to do is get in the way of one of these girls surfing. Not only could you interfere with their scoring, but you can get hit. And the last thing you want to do is mess with one of these girls right now. So
this is a quarterfinal of a world qualifying series for longboard, WSL sanctioned event. And thanks to the Cancer Institute of New South Wales for sponsoring this year's Women's Pro Open or Pro event. And I'll tell you what, you'd be happy to have your name attached to this bunch of surfers. They're a great bunch of human beings as well as being great athletes. And, well, some scores dropping in now. Belinda, talk us through it because, well, maybe wait for that last one because...
That last one's not going to make a difference.
Natsumi's not going to count.
Okay,
Rightio.
So situation right now in fourth, red, you have a 3.17 and a 1. You are looking for a 5.83 to get you out of fourth position. In third, blue, Nava Young in third. You have a 5.83 and a 1.13. You're looking at a 3.17 to get you out of third position. And yellow, second position with a 4.67 and a 4.33. Looking at a 4.84 to take the lead, and our current heat leader in white, Rosie Locke, with a 7.0 on that last wave. Again, Rosie, your last wave came in as a 7.0. And a 2.5 with just under 8 minutes, ladies. Again, just under 8 minutes. And speaking of Rosie Locke, you just see those shovels start digging when she heard that score of a 7 drop in. That current right here is, it gives a snapper and Rocky Point a run for the money sometimes.
Yeah, look, just... So we've seen, well, early exchange, some great waves being ridden, and this is
Rachel Tilley.
another great wave here. Rachel Tilley's sort of started off a little bit slow, but tell you what, as soon as she's given the opportunity, doesn't she just go to town on these waves? A lighter frame as well, and really taking advantage of that on this smaller inside section, Belinda.
Yeah, she's she's really quick off the takeoff, straight to the nose. You know, some people kind of stall taking off, going straight to either 5 or 10, and she's got that fire under her butt, just quickly straight off.
Another
Beautiful
set
10.
approaching. Is this Nava?
This is our only goofy foot in this heat, Nava Young, on a beautiful smoker here.
Nice bottom turn, top turn combination. When she finds herself out in the face, she's got a great little wrapping S-turn cutback that puts her straight back in the play zone.
Yeah, unfortunately, this wave right here is not really giving her the wall that she's looking for to give her more than, you know, just the kind of banking back into the white water. So
Belinda, for the sake of the people watching along at wherever they are around the world and those on the beach, we've seen the highest single wave score drop so far. That last wave of Rosie Locks was a 7.0 prior to that exchange of Rachel and Navas. What is it about that wave that stood out for the judges?
So that last wave of Rosie Lock that came in at a 7.0 earlier, it was just really strong, committed nose rides in the highest part of the wave, which is, you know, other than a barrel, some people would say, you know, different maneuvers, but it's a critical maneuver, steepest part of a wave, committed, and then as well her banking off the white water. Bigger wave, and that's what the judges are looking for.
There you go. Great bit of insight there. Thanks for that, Belinda.
All right.
But in the meantime, though, we saw a great wave from Rachel Tilley. Scores have dropped in. Come on, tell the crowd. What do they want to know?
All right. So, Red, your last wave came in as an 8.33. Again, Rachel Tilley, your last wave came in as an 8.33. You are currently in first now with an 8.33 and a 3.17. Second, Nava, your last wave came in as a 5.50. So you have a 5.50 and a 5.83. You're looking at a 5.68 to take first position. And in third, White. Again, White, you are in third. Looking for a 4.33. You have a 7.0 and a 2.5. And Yellow, you have a 4.67 and a 4.33. Looking at a 6.6 to get out of fourth position. With just under 5 minutes, ladies, just under 5 minutes.
Oh, and the waves keep coming here at Kingscliff. Beautiful day. We've got quarterfinal number 2 getting underway next. We'll see Hiroka Yoshikawa, hopefully I got that right, in red from Japan. Georgia Young, no relation to Nava, from Western Australia in the blue. Mason Schremer, part of the Surfing Schremer family, in white. And Soleil Eriko in yellow from USA. So we've got a Hawaiian and a mainland American and Australian and a resident of Japan taking part in the next quarterfinal, which will be getting underway in just on 4 minutes' time. As it stands, red, blue, white, yellow. So, Belinda, we've got a situation where, again, a couple of high scores, but no one's got 2 high scores. So no one's really got it on lockdown. The difference between first and second, by the merest of margins, 0.17. So still up in the air. We haven't really seen any shutdown maneuvers just yet.
No. So currently, our heat leader, Red, she's got an 8.3, but her backup is a 3. So, and in Nava, she's got, you know, a 5.5 and a 5.83. So she's sitting pretty. If she can better that 5.83, she's looking at solid, right? But then you have Rosie, who's got a 7, but her backup is a 2.5.
So any mid-range score, she leads.
Yeah, any mid-range wave will throw all that out, you know. So again, as they were saying yesterday, the last 10 seconds can really change this whole game. And the girls right now, if you see, they're hearing the scores, you know, time's coming down. 3 minutes, ladies, 3 minutes. They're pushing themselves up the point. You know, they're all like, geez, you know, it's only within.
It's not tea and scones out there. I don't think they're out. No. You know, these girls want to win this, and they've come from all around the world to compete and all around Australia.
Tea and scones.
Yep. So it's not just a little.
Not coffee and pancakes.
It's not a knitting club meeting, right? So you see the girls are very friendly in and out of the water, but I think in this situation we see Rosie Locke, and she's a small little girl, but she's got some fight in her, and she's not going to lay down. And so yellow now up and riding and straight to the nose.
So she's looking at replacing a 4.33, which is her lowest score. Very committed, beautiful nose right off the takeoff on that one. And look at this little inside section here for her.
Faded back at the perfect time just to get that next little nose right in. Taps off 5 out. And great show.
2 minutes, ladies, 2 minutes.
Great show of reading the waves and tenacity there. And we might even see a last little 5 on the inside section. Getting a reform now as meanwhile right out the back, current world longboard champion Rachel Tilley. She'll be in the Guinness Book of Records as the youngest world champion in pro surfing history. Oh, and quite good at one-footed surfing as it turns out.
I hate when that happens.
You're going, but you can't do anything about it.
You come off a turn and you go to take a step and you just put way too
Oh,
much
look at
weight on that
this.
back foot. Oh.
Out the back, folks. There's a couple of goofy footers in this heat.
Young, beautiful.
Oh, she
Beautiful
stays in the
wave.
pocket so well, but unfortunately just the lip line just grabbed a hold of that back ankle and just went, nah, you're coming with me.
Same thing again, that back foot. So, okay, 1 minute, ladies, 1 minute, and I will give you an update on some of those scores that are just getting dropped right now. I don't think they're going to make a difference. Oh, actually, I'm lying. For one person, it's going to solidify her lead right now. So it just goes to show that, you know, a lot of people have this concept that, you know, if you fall on a wave, you're going to get a really low score. But that's not necessarily true. If you
Depends
start
what
off,
you did before that.
it does. You know, it could be quick and short committed, and then you fall at the end, but you've done those amazing maneuvers. You can still drop a score like what's getting dropped for Rachel Tilley right now.
So, I mean...
30 seconds, ladies, 30 seconds.
It's going to be red first, blue second, white third, yellow fourth. Only small scores required, 15 seconds remaining.
All right, girls. Rachel, your last came in as a 4.93. You are in first. Second is Nava at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow. All right, girls. Girls in the next heat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Great surfing to the girls in the first heat of the Women's Cancer Institute Longboard qualifying series. Beautiful style, Grace. Nice to see the girls surfing as beautiful as they did. We'll give you a official update on that first heat, please. So in this heat right now, as we said, we've got a great international bunch of girls out there. We got Hawaii, Australia, the US of A, and Japan. So, all right, here we go. In fourth position.
Is official results for quarterfinal number 1.
Official results. We have yellow with a 9.50. In third position, Rosie Locke, unfortunately not quite making it through with a 10.80. In second was blue, Nava Young. And winning that heat was red, Rachel Tilley. So congratulations, girls. And great surfing to everybody. Nice to see that camaraderie down there. Girls giving each other high five. As we have the surfers out the back, just giving a little test there. See, yep, is that going to be yummy? Nope, I don't want that wave. So.
One of my favourite surfers on the World Longboard Tour, Miss Georgia Young from my hometown of Perth.
Ah, she's a legend, isn't she?
She's a champ and surfs really well. Had some great results on the some of the European competitions and some good world results. Yeah. And, well, Georgia from the lovely city proximity beach of Cottesloe in Western Australia. And she's been a great ambassador for the sport in WA. A lot of the younger girls, like we've seen Michaela Ross, who's getting around the site. Georgia obviously had Claire Finnecane as her mentor, and then she's passed on the mantle, and now Georgia's the sort of the elder stateswoman of surfing and longboarding in WA, which seems weird because she's so young.
Yeah, Claire, she works over at surfing, what is it?
Claire's actually a firefighter.
Oh, are thought she
She's now
worked
a
over-
superintendent, I think, is her rank. She's a big boss firefighter lady now.
Big boss lady.
Yes, boss lady number one.
Awesome. Okay, so just some small scores dropped in here, but we have quick little nose right there for Surfer in white.
That's Soleil Erico.
Oh, that is yellow. Sorry, with the glare here, it is a little bit difficult to see. So again, that was Soleil Erico.
Oh, these swimmers are really
You're gonna get
about
scalped.
to have an effect.
All right,
Those
swimmers, can we please have you move out of the line? Please move north. You're going to be hit by a fin, unfortunately. So
out the back. This is our surfer in white. This is Mason Schremer. The Schremer family have been quite visible around around the contest site.
little towheads.
Yeah, little blondies
Little
having fun.
blondies.
You're about to get run over by an international competitor. How bad would you feel? Because she'd smile and say sorry or something. She's such a little sweetheart. Saw her out the surf the other day, almost ran me over.
This little girl is 15 years old. And that was such a beautiful little nose right there on the inside section. Right, look at her throwing a board around, banking
Nice
up
little
the top.
top turn to finish off. She's
all
still going.
the way down. She's going camping. She's up at the caravan park.
If everyone approached surfing like the Schremer family does, the world would be a better place, I reckon.
They're a happy little family, aren't they?
They are. You've got a bit of background on Mason. They're also good enough to provide us with a bit of info up here so we know what we're talking about.
And that is important. It is important for them to make sure they get us all their information. So she's the current NSSA longboard champion for the 18 and under women.
I haven't been to any surf competitions in America, but I'm guessing that's a fairly prestigious title. There must be a lot of people going for that.
It is. That's the National Scholastic Surfing Association, and it's a really great organization. It's ran throughout the mainland and through Hawaii, and you have to be in school to do it, and you need to maintain a certain GPA as well, which is your grade point average to compete in it. And then it's like I said, you've got all the different teams and everywhere, and then they meet at lowers, and they've got their titles and.
Now,
everyone's gone through that system that's come from America.
Well, and again, I mean, obviously such a massive pool of talent to draw from. That's how you know Taylor Jensen's such a champion. He's got 6 times USA champ, and it'd be a hard thing to win with that depth of talent. But not only that, am I led to believe that Mason also competes in stand-up paddleboarding?
She does. Yep, she is actually their 18 and under women's champion as well.
So slight achievement, non-issues in her world then. So she's under 18 women's NSSA national longboard champion and national SUP champion in the under 18 women's.
Yep.
My goodness me, Ian Cairns, if you're watching this morning, I'm sure he probably knows Mason because he's right up with the supping in USA, doing a bit of coaching and stuff over there these days. I'm lucky enough to keep up with Ian's exploits on FaceSpace, so I'm sure that he knows Mason and. Wow, to be a national champion in one sport is something, but in 2, that's next level. Yeah, there were several women actually like that. Longboarders. Corey Schumacher was like that back in the day. She used to compete in the NSSA and back then I think it was the Bud Light Tour, and as well she did the longboard championships as well. There was a competitor in the SUPs here a couple of years ago who also competed in the surfing. What was her name? She lives in Hawaii now. Appleby is her last name. Yes. I know her. I knew her when Sonia.
she was little.
Sophie.
She's from the Appleby family. So, all right, scores that just dropped in. Here we go. So, update. After this beautiful wave, her board pulled into the barrel. Okay.
Actually.
Okay, so girls, updates on scores. 4th position is red with a 1.83. You're looking at putting another wave on the score, but a 2.28. In 3rd, it is yellow, Soleil Erico, with a 2.73 and a 1.0. Again, yellow, you are in 3rd, looking at a 1.37 to take you out of 3rd position. And in blue, Georgia Young. Georgia, you have a 1.43 and a 2.67. You're only looking at a 2.34 to take the lead, and our current heat leader is our young 15-year-old with a 5.0, and out the back riding Beautiful nose ride, banking super hard off of that, cutting back into the whitewater here, seeing if this is going to reform for her. Just coming unstuck. That bump right now is getting a bunch of girls. There's just that little high tide bump.
It's really tricky, like the water just running off the back of the sandbar, and there's no real way of planning for that in your strategy because it changes constantly out there. I noticed this morning there was actually some sideways going from north to south or left to right across your screen. Cross chop, you could almost ride, on a 45-degree angle to the surf. That's gone away. The sweep's kind of not as bad as it has been. But I guess we're approaching the high tide mark now. Must be close to it.
I guess when you get some of the girls that used to compete that came from the west side in Hawaii, like McCall and stuff, they're used to that bump. So like any little bumpy dump comes through, like it's butter, they're fine.
That's one thing I am familiar with surfing in America is the backwash at Makaha. That's
where
it's an adventure.
A lot of the points and stuff, like snapper and rainbow and all that, you do get a little bit of a bump and stuff like that, but unless you're used to surfing a wave, where the sandbank pops up a little bit more on the shore, it gets you. So that last wave was a great wave for her. She did great combinations. Not only did she nose ride, she did beautiful cutback. She banked off the whitewater. So, again, that should drop a nice score for her, and it did. So, again, Red, your last wave came in as a 4.83, so you are in first position. Red, you had a 4.83 and a 1.83. In second is Mason Schremer. Speaking of Mason Schremer.
Great wave for Mason.
Great wave for here. Oh, there we go
curse.
again. Those knees, and that bump.
Georgia Young, meanwhile, on bright orange Clearwater surfboard. Thanks, Duncan. Oh, that was a good catch. I think she would have come pretty close to banging a chin on a board there.
All good, Georgia? All right, all good. Oh, man, nothing worse than getting a rail to your mouth.
It's not the funnest thing at all, right?
No. All right, 10 minutes, 10 and a half minutes, ladies, 10 and a half minutes. So, waiting for that last wave of
Masons.
White and blue to drop here in a minute. Thank you. Got it. All right, so, again, situation, I will start from the bottom, is fourth. Yellow, you have a 2.73. You're looking for a 3.78 to move out of fourth position. And then in third is blue, Georgia Young. And up and riding right here is our surfer in red, our Japanese surfer. Beautiful nose ride there on a nice little wave for another quick nose ride. Looking at this little section here. Is she going to do it? Yep, she does. Nice little recovery there. Trying to work this little inside section. Hopefully it'll reform for her. Quick little nose ride coming back.
Great wave for Haruoka-san.
Yep, beautiful little wave. Really working this wave all the way to the inside. And this is what, they're looking for here.
And still nice little cross step right on that last little section and tap of the nose. And you can't really complete a wave much more than that.
No, that
Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan. Great wave there in red.
Yeah, she was looking at replacing a 1.83. Her highest score at this point was a 4.83. So I'm willing to say, yes, she's going to do that on that. Okay, Red, your last wave just came in at a 7.33. That was beautifully ridden. Again, Red, you are in first position, and here she goes running up the beach. Look at that. That's not easy to do with a longboard like that. Good on you. And then out the back is yellow, Soleo Errico. Looking at replacing a 1.0 and a 2.73 with 8.5 minutes.
Oh, look at this out the back. Sorry, Blaine, I get excited when I see a nice little bit of piece of water. Looks like that. The sun shining through the back of it. It's all nice, beautiful green, semi-transparent.
Yeah.
I've been picturing myself surfing that from right up the point so far.
Oh, and look at this one right here for Mason.
Might be just a little bit deep on that first section. Unfortunately, the shoulder starting to form a little bit in front of her. What's she going to do? Smart move there. Exit the wave. There we go. Get back out and get something better.
Yeah,
8 minutes remaining. Those guys on the skis are hopefully going to just catch a wave and clear the area real quick. It's, again, a bit worst thing that could possibly happen would be one of those things come into contact with a competitor.
Do you see a couple of them on a little bit bigger days? some of the guys on the kayaks and those out. It's very scary. It's scary enough when you see a longboard coming at you, you know, let alone to see one of those things coming at you, especially out at Snapper. You know, and there's 100 people out. It gets a bit nervous.
Okay, so
All
is that
right.
last wave for Soleil? Was that the 5.43?
Yay.
So Soleil up into second position. And so that leaves us at the moment with Hiroka Yoshikawa in first place, a 7.33. The judges loving that last wave. And so our surfer in red holding the lead. That means in second place now, Soleil Eriko, a 2.73 and a 5.43. Third place, Georgia Lung, 2.67 and 2.23. Georgia, you need a 5.49 for second, a 9.49 for first. And in third place, Mason Schremer, 1.67 for that last wave. So bit of a low range score, but you have a 5 already in the bank, so you only need a 3.17 for second, or a 7.16 will move you into first. So interesting times for like Mason and Georgia. Mason with the highest of the two as far as a single wave score. Georgia Young, of course, more than capable of posting an excellent score if the excellent wave appears. But at this point in time, Hiroka Yoshikawa hanging on to a, well, it's a fairly solid situation. She has a 4.9 gap, but Belinda, with 6 minutes remaining, anything can happen, right?
Yep, again, 6 minutes, ladies, 6 minutes. Yeah, I was just reiterating what I was talking about earlier with the Japanese and, you know, the technique and how it is so important. And they are a force to be reckoned with. And I think as the time comes, you know, like you can see the transitions between maneuvers are so clean and beautiful, and then now they're like really starting to throw the tail around as well. So I definitely see them coming up as a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. I think the style's a lot harder to teach, you know. There's Georgia now, like a great bottom turn, showing her full rail and her full bottom of her board to the judging panel. Nice little cutback, keeps her in the pocket. She'll be looking to maintain this through as far as she possibly can. A little bit of foam going to sit up on the back of her board, so she says, I'll go to the nose. 5-10-5 combo. We haven't seen a bit of a click of 10 out of her yet, so Georgia, this will definitely be her best wave. And, well, nice little display there from the West Australian.
Yeah, that was beautiful. You could definitely see in Georgia's style, she likes bigger waves.
Oh, yeah.
You could see just the way she throws that bottom turn to that cutback. She's looking for a little bit bigger of a wall to throw that thing around with. And
Yep.
I've seen her surf some decent-sized waves before, and yeah,
I've seen a lot of Georgia's surfing.
Yeah,
and,
as you
well,
would.
she surfs well in all conditions, but you are right. As soon as the wave starts to put some power under her rocker, away she goes. And I tell you what, don't the judges love it as well?
Oh, yeah. So, Georgia, your last wave just came in at a 6.07. So, again, that just bumped up your point again. And, sorry, we had a little interruption there. Again, Georgia, that just moved you into second position. So, again, you have a 6.07 and a 2.67. So, you're looking to get rid of that 2.67 with 4.5 minutes, girls. So, position right now is white. You have a 1.67 and a 5.0. You're looking for a 3.75 to take you out of fourth and get you into second. Third position, Soleil, you have a 5.43 and a 2.73. You need a 3.32 again to move into second position. And blue, Georgia Young with a 6.07 and a 2.67. Looking at a 6.1 to get out of second. And our first place winner in red, heat leader, is a 7.33 and a 4.83. So not much difference, really, if you break down these heats between Georgia and Hiroka, as well as between third and fourth. Only not even a 0.02, really. So 3 minutes, ladies, 3 minutes. This is when it starts to get a little bit nervous. All right, so next heat, quarterfinal number 3, is Tori Gilkerson from America, Honoloa Bloomfield from Hawaii, and Roshin, from Australia, and Sierra from Hawaii. Another great stacked heat.
No need to apologise. It took me about 5 years to get Rashin's name right.
I just understand what it's like to have someone constantly botch your name up. So it's like, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, this is why. That's why I put on the form to. Can you spell your name phonetically for me? I get people like Nick putting Nick phonetically. So,
Yeah, Nick.
but out the back, a little bit too much pressure on the nose, unfortunately, causing a bit of a bobble there. But look, it's down to the pointy end of this quarterfinal. Just over 2 minutes remaining, and Hiroka Yoshikawa in a great position right now, but Georgia Young, a 6.07 on her last wave, and only needs a 6.1, so basically identical score will move her back into first place. So even first and seconds in contention right now. This is Soleil Errico keeping busy, and well, this is her fourth wave. And just not quite able to hang on to that section, unfortunately. It was looking really nice in front of her. Mason Stremmer, meanwhile, wow, you can just sense that she wants to improve her score, and of course she does. She's got a 5-point wave, which really puts her right in the mix. And well, what's Georgia's combined total? 8.74. So really, Mason's only really needing a 3.5.
3.75 to go into second. It's such a small score for her level
Ability,
of surfing.
yeah.
You've seen what she's doing earlier, dropping fives for her first wave. So
Minute and a half remaining. It's going to be interesting to see what happens because, well, the heat leader can also play a big part in this. But here she goes, Hiroka, straight to the nose once again. So she's committed to that early nose ride in the most critical part of the wave. And it's critical because if you fall off at that point, you waste the whole wave. So it is quite a risk to go to the nose in that steeper part. Georgia Young, unfortunately, a bit behind that wave. 3 surfers getting taken down. 50 seconds, 5-0.
what a beautiful 10. She stuck that 10 and held it there. She was like, look, this is what I'm doing, and this is how it's done.
Yeah.
Really beautifully executed there. And we got yellow here.
Soleil rolling the dice again. She's got real busy at these last closing minutes.
She's looking
30 seconds.
for a 3.32. That's all she's looking for. So hopefully, we'll see if this is going to bow out for her here in 25 seconds.
Oh, there's a paddle on out the back. Is that Mason got back out there already? See what happens when you're young and fit?
And you weigh 5 pounds?
Yeah, right. She's up and riding. She's got this way with 10 seconds left on the clock. Can it be the fairy tale finish, folks? I know there'll be a couple of blonde people down on the beach cheering for this one to set up. She's doing a great job of staying with it. Talk us through this, Belen.
She's just looking to replace it. Ooh. All right, so. All right.
Okay, surfers on the next tee, you will be on standby because Mason Stremmer is still making her way through the inside. And I tell you what, another little turn, let's see, another cross step, quick visit to the nose maybe. No, finishes off, exit cleanly. Mason Stremmer, round of applause, folks, regardless of what happens with the score. That was a great effort in the closing 10 seconds remaining. She took off on that wave.
Yep.
And rode it through till after the siren.
So girls in the next heat, we just got to give us a few seconds and we'll count you in.
All right, Jason Weeks going to have a little break. And we're waiting for some scores to drop down from that last heat. So, ladies in the water right now, you're on hold till the board gets cleared and the scores are dropped in. But
So this is a very exciting, because you and I are sitting here looking at the scores being dropped. Thank you.
all right, the screen will blank out. Those scores have been dropped.
Okay, here we go. This is very, very exciting. We're just waiting for official results. You were right yesterday when you said 10 seconds. You said 10 seconds makes a difference.
It sure does. And screen's gone blank. We're ready to start this next heat. The official results are getting printed. So, ladies in the water, listen for the countdown. Its clock has started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So heat quarterfinal number 3 in the water, ready to start. We've got Tori Gilkison from the USA in red. We've got Honolulu Bomfield from Hawaii in the blue. Roisin Carolan, Byron Bay local, just down the road from Australia in the white. And Sierra Lerbach from Hawaii in the yellow. So an international field, and here we go, taking first blood. It looks like our competitor from Honolulu, from Hawaii, from the Maui area, and behind her looking to dribble into one. This one sitting up for her, Sierra Lerbach. So the Hawaiian girls out there showing their aloha, doing their bit to impress us here at the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open live at Kingscliff Beach, both here and on the webcast at sportscast24.tv. Tune in wherever you are around the world and welcome to the event. Behind her in red is Tori Gilkinson, showing a lot of work on her backhand there. That wave just dying out on the inside section.
All right, so there was definitely a change in the last 10 seconds. So here we go. In fourth position was yellow with an 8.16. And unfortunately, just at the last 10 seconds, the situation changed. Georgia Young with an 8.74 coming in into third and just squeaking through. This is the difference between third and second. 8.74. Second was an 8.80. Mason Schirmer, our 15-year-old, took it out in that last 10 seconds. And then winning that heat is red, Hiroka Yoshikawa. So congratulations to Hiroka and Mason. You've gone on to our semifinals.
Well done, ladies. Well surfed. 18 minutes left for the ladies in the water right now. We have had an early flurry. And situation as it reads at the moment with scores being dropped in. Currently in first place is Sierra Lerbach with a 6.33 on your first ride. Second place, Tori Gilkinson, a 5.33 for you, Tori. And Honolulu Blomfield, a 2.33 for yours. So plenty of room to build the brickwork and build the house. Up and riding right now in white. Doing the soul arch stuff and trimming through is from Byron Bay, Roisin Carolan, the Australian entrant.
Oh, look at that beautiful... I jinxed her.
So we've got another heat, another quarter final coming up for the Women's Cancer Institute of New South Wales Women's Pro. And then we're straight into the nose rider event. And points awarded on the nose. This will be a spectacular one to watch. So we'll get the running sheet and find out who's who in that. 9-foot amateur women's later on today. And retro. So, oh no, I'm sorry, wrong. Loggers next. Excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong side of the board.
What a beautiful sight down here, seeing the didgeridoo play. Love to thank the Indigenous people here for allowing us to surf your beautiful waves. Thank you for being supportive of us holding the events here. Thank you for your magic of beautiful powers and playing your didge for us. Yep, it's everyone here from the Bunjalong people. A great clan here. Bunjalong means butterfly, which is a beautiful, Apani in Native American means butterfly.
Up and riding surfer in blue, Honolulu. Just ripping that one down and trying to get over the top of the foam ball, and does, looking for the inside section to wall up to get a couple of other tricks in, but looks like that wave is just backing out under her feet.
Indigenous surf titles. It was a great event we had for a few months ago. It was amazing. It was great. Yeah, it was at Fingal, so it was great to be a part of that. All right, so up and riding here is beautiful nose ride there, holding through that section. A little rail grab, soon as she can make it around. That was such a great nose ride there.
It's Roisin Carolan from Byron Bay. Come up the coast a bit to play.
Back there, making it all the way through to this inside. Great style.
Yeah, got that real Byron Bay influence there with the little sole arches and the stretch fives, but held it through under the lip of that one and bounced out with the foam, controlling it through the inside section. See how the judges go. We're just waiting for some scores to drop at the moment.
So for people that don't know about the nose right thing, there's different hanging fives. There's, a really close five. There's a stretch five, which is, your back foot stretches out further back. And when you're on the nose, you can actually adjust your weight to and fro, so keeping your foot on the nose and then, stalling and adding, momentum, go faster. And then, when you get to a 10, you just fly normally, which is done. And when it's done well, as you just seen Rosine do it, it's beautiful. You should, I've seen people actually do cutbacks off of nose riding, which is so, so talented. So.
All right, with 14 minutes to go. 14 minutes remaining, ladies in the water. We'll give you an update on the heat at the moment. In first place, Sierra Lerback, holding down a 6.33 for One Wave Ridden. Coming in at second was Honolulu Blomfield, a 3.83 for your last ride, along with the 2.33 is holding you in second place. In third place, One Wave Ridden, a 5.33, Tori Gilkinson, and Roisin, a 2.33 and a 2.23, holding down fourth. So the girls waiting to improve. Should Huey provide the right waves, and all these young ladies very capable of showing their style and prowess. Surfers bios, the surfers questionnaires. I tell you what, if you filled one out and you're still surfing, bring them up so me and Weeksy don't have to make anything up about you. We'd like a bit of background. I'm sure the people in the park would like to know a bit of background.
Yep.
There's media people want to put up photos and ask questions, so if you fill in those bio sheets and get them up to us, we can tell you what's happening.
Okay, so while the announcers are speaking, we saw Red catch a beautiful left here, just a little bit north of the judges' towers. Beautiful, nice nose rides, nice cutbacks, and she was granted a beautiful score. Red, your last wave came in as a 7.0. Again, Red, your last wave came in as a 7.0. You are currently in the lead with a 5.33. And a 7.0. So we're just waiting for scores to drop for these other two girls, and we'll be able to give you an official update. With 12 and a half minutes, ladies. Okay, so yellow, your second wave came in as a 3.17. So situation right now is white, you are in fourth with a 2.23 and a 2.33. Looking at a 7.17 to get you out of fourth to go straight into second. But again, your lowest scores are a 2.23 and a 2.33. So third, Honolulu Bloomfield, you have a 2.33 as well and a 3.83. Looking at a 5.68. Yellow, you have a 3.17 as your lowest score and a 6.33. Needing a 6.01 to take the lead, and our current heat leader in red with a 7.0 and a 5.33. So right now the difference between first and second place is only 2.83. So not big differences, and again, you still have 11 minutes on the clock, so a lot can happen. And with the incredible talent these ladies have, I'm sure it's going to be dropping all over the place.
Exactly right, Belen. Incredible talent it is. So thanks very much to the Cancer Institute of New South Wales supporting it. And just remember the sun-safe message. Please use the shade provided. Plenty of sunscreen, a hat and sunglasses whenever and wherever possible. Just to let you know, down in the park there is an exhibition of vintage boards down there. The boys have brought out some of these old dungers from under the house, gave them a wash and polish and got the cobwebs off them. Some of those boards are for sale. So don't forget, there's plenty to see and do in and out of the water. Tent City down there, we've got the registration tent. There's T-shirts from this comp and last year's comp available. Fabulous beach chairs down there, a deal at $10, so get your butt off the sand or the grass. Ask yourself, what are you sitting on? You can get a nice little Aussie flag beach chair to sit on. And a few other things happening down there. Don't forget, if you are hungry, go and support the Cabarita Youth Services tent. Cooking up a storm, some of the best bacon and eggs, and later on, if you had one of those hamburgers yesterday, I hope they're back on today. They were beautiful. Cook with love. Do your bit to support the local youth and go and help the Cabarita Youth Services by buying some food. Cold drinks are available throughout the event somewhere. I think the registration tent is selling water and Cokes. So you can give kids a sugar rush and watch them go mad on the beach. That's always fun. So we're under halfway, guys. 9 minutes 45 seconds, halfway through quarterfinal number 3 out there. And some great surfing and some great scores being awarded. So Tori Gilkinson, highest wave of the heat, a 7.00. So stamping down a bit of authority out there. Only got a 5.33, so in front at the moment and throwing down the gauntlet to the rest of the girls to play catch-up. But they can do it, and we've seen heats won and lost within the last minute or even 10 seconds during this event. The right wave at the right time, surfing all aboard with all those variety of repertoire manoeuvres that the judges will be looking for. Impress them, impress us, get the right scores, and we'll find the winner.
So speaking of community events, we have the Momentum Youth Festival happening April 9th, and it is a drug and alcohol-free event for Cabarita Beach Youth Centers hosting it. There's a skateboard competition, music, prizes, all kinds of yummy food stalls, and I think we're going to get a couple pro skaters come down as well and do some demos. Being down here, there is not a lot of things for the youth to do besides surfing and skateboarding, so these guys really do a lot for the kids here. They take them surfing, they take them to do all kinds of great skateboarding all around the coast, and you know, they have a lot of fun taking these kids everywhere just to give them something to do, you know. So it's really important that we support the local youth centers. So thank you again to Chris and his team for all your hard work and your commitment. You know, we really, truly respect you and admire all your passions for the youth. So thank you very much. So come on down there, buy some food, buy some drinks, and support your local youth center. Thank you very much.
All right, we were just watching Sierra Leeback. They're milking one on the inside, and behind her, nice little nose ride up there. Our surfer in blue, Honolulu Blomfield. Winding up on the inside, looking to finish this one out, and she does so nice and high off the top. Continues round with a thrust out of the foam ball, looking for the inside. There's another little tap 5 for her. And another one. So milking this wave to the best of her abilities and just bashing what's left out of it. So good scoring wave. We'll let the judges decide on the points as we just come under 7.5 minutes. Ladies in the water, just under 7.5 minutes remaining in this heat as we look outside. Roisin Carolan from Byron Bay gliding. This one's got a beater, unfortunately. And behind her, looking to catch onto this bomb. Which way is it going to go? She's up and she's riding. Tori Gilkinson, current high-scoring ride in this heat. The goofy footer swings at her back and thinks, nope.
That was a smart call for Tori. You know, she's out in front of the pack right now. Be able to get back out, get out there, and hopefully get another set if they come through. Currently, our heat leader with a 7.0, lowest score being a 5.33. That's a, you know, that's the wave she's trying to replace. And we'll see what these next few scores drop in for these girls. Again, I think tide's about ready to peak here in about 40 minutes or so. Yep. So again, like to thank everybody for supporting this event in the community. We know that it is a bit difficult when, you know, you're used to having these beautiful beaches all to ourselves. But like to thank again all the shops, the shop fronts for supporting it, and for Tweetshire Council and everyone else that has supported this. It's a beautiful area we live in a beautiful caldera.
Yeah, so if you're watching around the world on sportcast24.tv, you'll notice this is a beautiful part of the legendary Pacific Coast here at Kingscliff. We're only about a 10 or 15 minute drive from the manic race of the Gold Coast. You get some really good unridden waves down here. Also like to, if you like us on Facebook, go to hashtag also or hashtag Oz Longboard Open. Send in a comment. Weeksy will answer those. We're into the 5-minute mark. Ladies in the water, there is less than 5 minutes remaining in your heat. The yellow light is up and flashing. That means we'll do the call now for the official call if you haven't done so. Quarterfinal number 4, Chloe Kalman, Shio Okazawa, Catherine Hughes, and Karina Rozonko. Brazil, Japan, Australia, and USA. Talk about the United Nations of surfing. This last quarterfinal is going to be the one.
Just like you were saying, this is such a beautiful coastal village. Not only do we offer amazing eco tours, we've got Cook Island right here, which is a marine green zone. There's no fishing. You can go out there, snorkel with the turtles. There's a great company that runs right here. It's called Water Sports Guru. He offers snorkel tours and stand-up paddling in the creek. You've got great surf school here, Into Surf, that operates right next to the rock wall. Offer beginner, intermediate, and advanced surfing coaching, as well as technique and high performance. And of course, we got the beautiful waves here. Look at this wave here. Great surfer on this beautiful wave here. Quick nose ride earlier, opting to kick out, saying, nah, this isn't going to work for me. We've got the Maldura Tea Company here. We've got a lot of beautiful farmers here, a lot of great produce in the area. We're fully self-sustainable. So yeah, people wanting to come visit a beautiful part of the world, head on down here. You will not be disappointed.
All right, coming down towards the 3-minute mark, ladies. 3 minutes and current heat standings at the moment. Tori Gilkinson holding down first place with a 7 and a 5.33. In second place, Sierra Lerbach with a 6.33 and a 5.03 for your last wave. Chasing third and fourth. Third is Honolulu Blomfield with a 6.83 and a 3.83. And in fourth, Roisin Carolan, a 3.40 and a 2.33. Anything can change in the last couple of minutes, as it has been doing, as we watch our surfer in blue, Honolulu Blomfield, just looking through the inside. Looks like we've got a change in the wind. It's puffing through us up here, so we might get a little northerly. But that wave well ridden and making the most out of it. She lines up the inside there with a little nose ride down the top and then finishing off through on the inside, pulling out nice and neat.
Yep.
As you pedal back out, less than 2.5 minutes.
Her lowest score was a 3.83, and that's what she was looking at replacing to get her out of third position. And we've got some decent scores dropping in at the moment for her. So again, blue, that wave just took you into first position. Again, blue, Honolulu, your last wave came in as a 6.60. Look at you go, girl, paddling like that now that you heard your score drop. A 6.60 and a 6.83, you are in the lead. Red, you are in second position with a 7.0 and a 5.33. And that is red up. Again, her lowest score being a 5.33, so that's what she's looking on improving. Will she do it on this wave? We will see. Opting to make it hit, work it here all the way on the inside. And then in third position is yellow with a 5.03 or a 6.01 to take you out of third. And in white, needing an 8.93, your scores are a 2.33 and a 3.4. So yellow, your last wave did not come in at the 5.3 mark, so 5.03 mark, so you're still looking at a 6.0 to take you out of third position. And red, your last wave came in a little bit higher as a 5.83. You're still in second position with almost 30 seconds to go, ladies. Scores. Fourth, white, you need a 9.43. Yellow, third, you are looking at a 6.51. Red, you are looking at a 6.43 to take the lead. And white, you are in, and blue, you are in first position. Again, that is our current heat leader right now, blue up and riding Honolulu Bloomfield from the beautiful island of Maui.
All right, ladies, we've got to count this one down. There's 10 seconds remaining, and we are on the way down. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Steam train. All right, that is the end of quarterfinal number 3. Well surfed. All the ladies in the water. We'll wait for the official results. Still some heats coming down. Quarterfinal number 4, Chloe Cameron. We are ready to go. So we are counting you down, ladies. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So quarterfinal number 4 in the water right now. From Brazil in red, Chloe Calmon. From Japan, Shiho Okazawa. In the blue, in white, Cat Dog, Catherine Hughes. And from the USA, Karina Rozonko. Karina, previous winner of this event. So the international flavour rolls on here at the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open, and the United Nations of Surfing out in the water right now.
All right. This is the nervous part. Okay, so 4th position, official results. And firstly, great surfing to all the girls. You should be very proud of yourself. Beautiful style. 4th position in white, Rosine Carolan, unfortunately not making it through. And a very narrow unmaking it through as well was a yellow Sierra Lerback. Good on you, good surfing girl, with an 11.36. And making it through that heat is red Tori Gilkerson with a 2.83. And Honaloa Bloomfield in blue winning that heat with a 13.43. So the difference between 3rd and 1st is 13.43, 12.83, and 11.36. So small. But again, girls, you surfed so good. You should be very proud of yourselves. Woohoo! Good job.
That's competition for you, the right wave at the right time. We keep saying it, but yeah, great display from the ladies from quarterfinal number 3 right now in the water, quarterfinal number 4. And there's been an account opened. We've got Cat Dog. She's opened up with a 2.33 for your first wave. So just testing the water and the wax under her feet, but up now and riding in yellow is Karina Rozonko from the USA, former winner of this event. And finding the inside glide, but that wave just backing out from under her feet.
All right, so speaking of Catherine Hughes, she's from the Sunny Coast girl. She's from Calandra. She's been surfing for 18 years. Good on her. She likes to skateboard. Awesome. Skateboarding is so fun. I do not like concrete, but good on you. Favorite types of waves are point breaks and beachies. Her best surfing buddy is her boy, Daniel. Best result is 3rd in Taiwan Open of Surfing. And this is not the first time she's come to the Tweed Coast. She likes it. Competitive highlights, she was our Queensland title champion. Something that no one would know about her is she has a hearing impairment. She can only hear out of her left ear. So she has, in her right ear, she has a hearing aid, and she's had it all her life, so she doesn't know any different. And she said to tell all of her friends and family on the webcast, she loves you. So, yeah, fun to have a little bit of bio information on the girls. Very cute.
Another bio we've got here, Karina Rozonko from the USA, nicknamed Kinney. She's from San Clemente, California. Favourite type of surf is under 1 foot. Well, okay. Best surfing buddy is Tori Gilkinson. So they've just had a great match-up, and they'll be playing sooner or later. Best result, she was number 1 here last year. So as I said, previous winner of this event. And 3rd time to the coast. She keeps loving it and keeps coming back, and we hope to see her more often. Messages for the family and friends that are watching on the webcast. It just says, sorry I haven't called. Too much fun. Love you guys so much. So she owes you a call, a couple of souvenirs would be good. She could take home the Aussie chair.
Yep. Oh, beautiful, beautiful takeoff here. Nice nose right off the back. Oh, that bump right now. High tide bump. All right. So this wind right now.
Yeah, we've got a light northerly coming down at the moment. It's under 10 knots, hopefully, so hopefully it won't get any stronger. It's putting a little bump on some of these waves on the face, but I'd like to consider it more of a launching pad. If you get the right bump, you can just ricochet off the top of it. So coming out of the foam ball on a late takeoff and getting swallowed by the foam ball, there's a commentator's curse. Again.
Yeah, this place does not like a northerly. So the girls being able to surf something like this is hard, and that's what a good surfer is. You know, a good surfer can surf anything and make it look fun. And, you know, people like the likes of Joel Tudor, Harley, and as well as some of these girls here, you know, they make it look so fun, and you can go out and go, how the heck did you make it look so good out here?
Yeah.
And that's, I think, the difference between, you know, a great surfer or a great waterman and just your average Joe Blow.
Yeah, surfing not like any other. And a set format. The waves will always be changing. You can't fight Mother Nature, and as the tide fluctuates in and out, the bank will change. Ladies in the water, 14.5 minutes to go. So obviously we're coming up to the peak towards a high tide, and with the northerly coming on, yeah, it's going to make it a bit more challenging, but that's competition. You do the best with what Huey provides for you, and impress the judges and everyone on the beach, showing us your prowess and skills with speed, commitment, control and style. That's all required in the longboard variety of repertoire maneuvers. If you have just come down to the beach or you're tuning in on sportscast24.tv, this is the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. Right now we've got quarterfinal number 4 of the women's. The international flavour continues. We've got competitors out there from Brazil, Japan, Australia and the USA. And right there from Australia in the white was Catherine Hughes, just finishing off on the inside, scrambling back out. We'll give you a point update, Bellen. How are we going with some scores?
I'll give you an update in a few seconds once that score drops for the surfer that just had that beautiful wave. But what I will tell you is that looks really fun if you get the right waves out there right now. Fun little nose ride sections. Beautiful wave here up for surfer in yellow. Karina Runzuko, or Kini, as she likes to be called. She's currently in 4th position with a 2.5, and for these girls, a 2.5 is nothing. You know, they can swipe that away so quick. So, all right, so situation is our current heat leader is white. Your last wave came in as a 4.0. Again, last wave of white, a 4.0 and a 2.33. In 3rd position is red with a 1.3 and a 2.9. And speaking of red, having a look at this one right here. Nice wave for her. This is the biggest wave of the set I've seen come through. Nice little hit under the lip there. Oh, just getting her nose stuck under the water there. And that is the interesting fact of riding a bigger board. You know, once you do go up and hit it underneath the lip like that, coming back down, making sure that nose is out of the water. So just grabbing her nose right there underwater. So 1.27, not going to make a difference for that. So again, 4.27 for the last wave of yellow, 1st position, and a 2.5. 2nd, a 4.0 and a 2.33 is white. In 3rd position is blue, a 3.5 and a 1. And 4th position is red with a 2.9 and a 1.3 with just under 12 minutes, ladies, 12 minutes. In the last quarterfinal for the Women's Cancer Institute New South Wales Longboard Qualifying Series. So the girls here that compete, winner gets seeded into the next event, and then at the end of the year they go to China to compete for the World Longboard Championships.
Yeah, 1,000 points up for grabs in this event, and financially, 1st place in this event will take home a $900. So back your favourite. Cheer them on all the way through the final, and maybe they'll shout you one. As we watch our Brazilian surfer, Chloe Calmon, nice way for her. Just winding it up on the inside with a bit of a nose ride. Out behind her, surfer in the blue, Ishihoa Okazawa. Konnichiwa to our Japan contingent. That was very pretty, that little tap 5 up there. And behind her, keeping the judges honest, is the cat dog, Catherine Hughes.
What a great exchange of girls surfing. You know, you got your goofy footer, regular footer. Everyone's just surfing beautifully. You got the Brazilian contingency that's so passionate. They are so passionate. You know, again, congratulations to Adriana de Souza winning this world title last year. First Brazilian shortboard men's champion. I'm sure you've got all of Brazil screaming and hooting for this beautiful woman right now. So, bon dia and obrigado for all your support as well. You've got, I'm sure everyone in Japan's probably awake and going crazy right now for the Japanese contingency. And I'm sure we got everybody in America just doing what we do, loud and crazy. Go, America!
Loud and proud. All right, here's the situation update at the moment, and some great scores coming in. Chloe Camon from Brazil, your last wave came in at an 8.33, highest wave of the heat so far, an 8.33, so they're out there and ready to be caught. A 2.9 is your backup, so you are in first place. In second place, Karina Razonko, a 4.27 and a 2.50. You need to improve. 6.97 will take you into first. Third place, Catherine Hughes. We're waiting for something to drop, I think, for that. You're on a 4 and a 2.33 at the moment, and there is a score coming in for Shio. So we'll wait for those scores to come down and get the official result of the heat. And obviously, when they're finally printed out, we can give you from first to fourth, as seen by our judges, all from the WSL, all accredited as international judges, under the guidance of head judge Keena Roxburgh, a man who travels the world now looking after a lot of surf comps around the place. This is the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open here live at Kingscliff Beach. Thank you very much to Coogin Head Surf Club for your support. Some of the best judging facilities I've seen and been involved with. And to all the spectators, competitors, friends and family, welcome. I do hope you're enjoying your day down here. Another beautiful day in the sun. Remember, make sure you do stay covered up and use the shade provided. Make sure you've got your sunnies and your hat and your sun cream. And a very special welcome to Sportscast 24.tv viewers around Australia and around the world. We do hope you're enjoying the coverage.
All right. Some decent scores just got dropped for the girls, and out the back and riding in yellow on a beautiful nose ride there is Karina Razunko. And then out the back as well in red was our current heat leader, Brazilian, doing a little bit of fancy footwork there. Some decent scores just got dropped, so as soon as these girls finish riding, and yellow just absolutely working it all the way to the inside as well. Red still up and riding.
Keeping our judges very honest, so we won't give you an update yet. We're still waiting for some scores to come through, but I can tell you that Chloe Calmon from Brazil, the highest scoring ride of the heat, an 8.33, so slapping it down at the moment. We'll see what else is coming in as the scores are given to us on the screen by the judges and try and keep you updated. Ladies in the water, 7.5 minutes remaining, 7.5 minutes. And ladies, just for a microphone check, if you could put your hand up sitting out the back there, can you hear us on the microphone? Throw a hand up if you can hear us on the mics. Thank you very much. We just want to make sure that it's not getting carried by the wind. Thank you.
All right, so that last, second last wave of red, one of her, she got three, you get 3 scores from 3 judges. One came in at a 9, and she got 2.8, so that balanced out to an 8.33. All right, red, your last wave came in as a 4.07, so that just moves you even higher into first place. Again, red, your last wave came in at a 4.07, and you have an 8.33. In second position is yellow. Yellow, you have a 7 and a 4.27. You're looking at a 5.41 to take the lead. And our surfer in blue up and riding, she's got a 5.27 and looking at improving on a 3.5. We'll see if this wave does it for her.
Yeah, Shiho Okazawa from Japan.
She's looking for a 6.01 to bump out of. With a 4.0 and a 4.5 at just coming on to 6 minutes. With waves out the back.
Speaking of our surfer in white, here she's Catherine Hughes, finding a nice line out the back, going straight to the tip, hooking at her back round. You see how the tide is really filling up that inside bank, giving these girls the opportunity to get a link or two. And Catherine will be using that, and unfortunately, commentator's curse just bit her. movement out the back there. We'll let the judges decide how they're going to score that one. And ladies, 5 minutes 40 seconds, so we're approaching the furious 5. 5 minutes, the yellow flag will light up. And next heat in the water will be the loggers, as far as I know. Yep, loggers event, and check the names in this loggers event. There are some traditional surfers, great surfers, world champions, Australian champions. It's going to be fantastic to watch. The big boards, the heavy loggers. Up next, Nick Jones in red, Nick Brewer in the blue, the battle of the Nicks. Kyoto Sato in white and Shane Morley in yellow. You'll be the first heat of the log division.
All right, White, your last wave came in as a 4.27. That was not enough to get you out of 4th position. You've got a 4.27 and a 4.5. And third, Blue, you have a 5.27 and a 3.5. You're looking at a 6.01. And in second, you've got a 7 and a 4.27. And this is Yellow, our second place surfer at the moment. She's looking at bettering a 4.27. Is that going to happen? We will see after that. Just surfer with an 8.33 and a 4.07. So still got a little bit of time. Again, you never know when it is done until that bell goes off. So we will see if scores are going to be dropping here. The scores that are coming in right now don't look like they're going to be enough to change the situation. So we've got White up and riding here on the bomb. Is she going to make it around that section? Not quite going. So you can see different ways people go around. You know, you can either parallel and grab your rail and go around, parallel and not grab your rail, go around, you know, wide stance. Sometimes you can make it around some of these sections, and unfortunately sometimes you can't. So girls are trying their hardest to go as far as they can on these rides, maximizing their scoring potential. So we will see if it's going to make a difference with some of these waves that are being dropped right now.
All
with
right.
3.5 minutes to go. Scores are the most important thing for these girls right now, so keep you up to date.
All right, with just under 3.5 minutes to go, that first heat, round 1, heat 1 of the loggers, you guys can paddle out. Please make sure you do stay wide of the competitors in the official surfing area. There will be a countdown on who to end the heat, and then we'll start your heat and count you in.
All right, Red, your last wave did not make a difference in your heat total. You still are in the lead with a 4.07 and an 8.33. So I will start from the bottom. 4th, you are White. You are needing a 6.78. You've got a 4.27 and a 4.5. Blue, the current, needing a 6.0. You've got a 5.27. Again, Blue, you have a 5.27 at 3.5. You're looking for a 6 with 2.5 minutes to go. In second position is our surfer in Yellow with a 7.0 and a 4.27, needing a 5.47 to take the lead. And our surfer in Red, our beautiful Brazilian, with a 8.33 and a 4.07 with 2 minutes to go, ladies. 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, and we'd once again like to thank the Cancer Institute of New South Wales for supporting the Women's Pro Division and providing the SunSafe message. So there's nothing cool about melanoma. I've been there, done that. Unfortunately, as you get older, your skin doesn't bounce back with that youthful vigour. And there is nothing funny about having melanoma and sunspots burn off. So protect yourself while you're young and protect yourself as you get older to make sure you're not becoming a victim. It's over 500 people or so a year.
All right, so just coming on to 1 minute, ladies. 1 minute. I don't think that last wave of White is going to make a difference in her campaign, trying to get out of 4th position.
Meanwhile, up and riding is Karina Rozonko, last year's winner of this event, looking to improve on her score. Currently holding second spot. That is a nice nose ride for our Karina Rizonko from the USA. So see what the judges think. It's going to improve, I think, her scores.
She was flying on that wave right there. Red up and riding, a quick little tap there. Little reverse cutback, banking off the wad. And then we've got our third place surfer up. She's looking for a 6.0 to take her out of third position. Is she going to get the 6.0? She's going to try to work this wave as much as she possibly can with 10 seconds to go, ladies. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So that completes the quarterfinal series for the Women's Cancer Institute New South Wales Pro here at the World Surf League rated Australian Longboard Surfing Open. So we'll give you some official results on that in just a moment, but there may have been a little change at the end, but we'll have to wait until the final results are in before we give those to you. And what a fantastic round of surfing. The ladies got some tricky conditions all of a sudden, kicked in with that northerly wind, and they did a great job of surfing through that.
Yeah.
And a massive thank you to Belen Kimball Fuller. Fantastic to have a bit of to the commentary team. I think I think it's a great idea to have a few different people come up and chat.
Yeah, I know we drive ourselves nuts, so what are we doing to the rest of the world listening in?
It's a worry, isn't it?
It is, but yeah, someone's got to do it, and we're trying our best to give you all the information. We're pressing the button. We're going to count this in. It's round 1, heat 1 of the loggers. So ready to go, boys, in 4, 3, 2, 1. My co-announcer giving me grief about a 1 second interval. Anyway, the loggers event, the big boards, modern mained old Mal sort of setup, 50-50 rail, single fin out there in the water, round 1, heat 1. You'll have in red, Nick Jones. In blue, Nick Brewer. In white, Kyo Sato from Japan. And in yellow, Shane Morley. So we've got the Aussies and the Japanese guy fighting it out. The battle of the Nicks. We've got Jones and Brewer. We've got Kyoto Sato out there and Shane Morley. Sit back and watch this. More traditional surfing with the loggers.
Can I ask competitors in this heat to move into the contest area, please, guys? Head judge Keenan Roxburgh has told me you are too far south, so please move north onto the competition bank. Otherwise, you won't be scored. You might get the wave of your life, and it'll be for nothing. Official results, meanwhile, are in for quarterfinal number 4 of the Women's Pro Division. And that time around in 4th place, a bit of a comeback at the end, not quite enough for Catherine Hughes. In 3rd place, Shiho Okazawa, a little last roll of the dice at the end, could have gone either way. In 2nd this time round, TV star Brazilian, nice person all round, Chloe Calmon from Brazil in 2nd place, and taking it out last year's winner, Karina Rizonko, 1st place, our surfer in yellow. So well done to Karina and Chloe. We'll see you in the semi-finals. Commiserations to Shiho and Catherine. Great to watch you guys surf, and it was a very, very close run thing.
All right, once again, the loggers, first heat of loggers, you are out of bounds. You are south of the flag. The word from Keenan Roxburgh is move north. Move north. You are in the glare, you cannot be seen, and you are deemed outside the competition area. So please move back in towards the surf club. Thank you very much.
I'm finally throwing you off with my West Coast brain. North and south all mixed up. I'll finally get there probably about the finals time tomorrow, where I'll start to work it out. But, well, a great little start there. What have we got coming up through the day? So we've got loggers now.
Yeah, we've got the loggers up and running, and then we're going into...
We're looking at the wrong
We're
page,
looking at the
though.
wrong one. Here it is, loggers, right now. And then we're to the SUPs, the
Looking
amateur
forward to seeing the
SUPs.
stand-up paddle boarders.
Amateur SUPs, we've got the women's SUP, and we over 70s final, the Grand Old Sea Dogs. There's only 3 of them in it, but they're getting out there to prove their worth. One of the legends of surfing in the over 70s is Danny Bond. Danny has won just about everything you can point a stick at, longboard and shortboard. We'll have the vault wetsuits semis 1 and 2 of the LQS men's, followed by the LQS women's. Nose rider event, that's going to be pretty to watch this afternoon as long as the wind plays the right. Finish off the day with the 9-foot amateur women's, and the last 2 heats of the day taking us through till around 4 p.m. will be the retro. The 60s, 70s, 70s, 80s inspired boards, single fin or twin fin. So out in the water, 17 minutes remaining, guys, just under 17 minutes. And once again, if you can hear me out there, you are being deemed too far south. The head judge has said you are actually out of competition area. So if you can hear my voice on the microphone, sorry and apologise to those people in the park. But move down the beach, guys. Please head north. All right, you guys in the loggers, I've just had another word from the head judge, and we're trying to help you, so help us. We cannot deem nose rides, we cannot deem manoeuvres sitting up there too far south in the glare. You're deemed out of the competition area. And here's a little reminder for all players and competitors throughout your surfing career. If the judges can't see you, they can't score you. When in doubt, sit in front of the judges' tent and you'll get to see everything. So, coming out of that morning glare, too far south, the judges cannot distinguish the manoeuvres and the nose rides. So please head further north. Thank you all very much. Red's the only one that's listening, and he's on the board at the moment, and the judges are watching his wave. And Nick Jones. Nick Jones knows what he's doing. So he knows where the judges are. He knows what the bank's like. He's been in everything, Nick Jones. And there you go. Look at this. Nice long ride. Plenty of work right through to the sand. Unfortunately, it's out of vision for our podcast. But a nice tidy finish. Remember the loggers, they're a minimum 6 kilo weight. Heavier glass, single fin, 50-50 rails. A traditional, more old style mal made in the new product. And these guys very good at surfing. And boys are finally listening to move further north, which is good for us and the judges. And there is 4 minutes and 25 seconds remaining for you guys out there. 14 minutes, sorry. 14 minutes 25. So, up and riding. I think that's white. Or is it? No, it's yellow. Shane Morley, that morning glare playing havoc up here. So, Nick, paid off, mate, sitting in front of the judges. Your last wave came in at a 7.00 along with your 1.50. You are the current heat leader. So, there's a word to the wise. As I said, if you're not sure, stay in front of the judges. If they can see you, they can score you. In second place, we've got, now on my sheet it's got Shane Morley, but I think we've got Josh Morgan in yellow. One of us is wrong, one of us is right. Second place in yellow, a 1.23, and that's going to change because here we go. These are being done. Who gives me the wrong sheets? All right. Done. All right, my bad. Nick Jones in red. Masaya Tukamakato in blue. Shane Morton in white. Josh Morgan in yellow. I can only... Anyway. So, yeah, Nick Jones has heard the call from the judges. He sat in front of the event here on the bank and got a 7 for his second ride. So, waiting for some points to drop. as the wind picks up across the judging camp. GH for white. Nick Jones on a smaller inside ride, doing the work in front of the judges. All right, there's been a couple of scores dropping in at the moment. Nick Jones holding house at the moment with a 7 of 3.17 for that last one. Nick, keeping you in the lead. Second place, Shane Morton, a 2.27 and a 2.00. Messiah, a 1.97 in the third, and Josh Morgan with a 1.23, 0.93 for your second one. You've just pushed into third, but only just. Messiah needs a 2.30 to get into second place. Shane Morton, a 7.90 will get you into first, but slamming it down early and holding house at the moment with a 7 and a 3.17 is Mr. Nick Jones out there in red. Semi-final of the loggers. I was throwing a dummy. Had all these other heats in front of me. But anyway, we're on the ball, so to speak. Falling off it quite quickly. 11 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water. 11 minutes remaining.
Okay, so Nick Jones is probably still smarting from being relegated and knocked out of the pro men's division, so he'll be looking to make amends for that. And at this stage of the game, he's doing just that, a 7-point ride, the high score so far to open up the semi-final series for the logger division. And so Nick, a backup wave of a 3.17, so anything better than that will improve his situation. Second place is our surfer in white, Shane Morton, only needing, he's only got a couple of low scores knocked in, so a 7.9 will put him in first, but he'll be replacing both of his scores before the end of the heat, no doubt about it. And well on his way to that already now. Nice little nose ride, got perfect little climb angle there, which just trims the board up the wave into the foam while he's on the nose. So that shows a great competitive, or great surfing nous to be able to put that little bit of weight on the inside foot, direct the nose towards the lip, and then use that crumbling lip line to complete the manoeuvre. So great surfing there from Mordo. And for those of you who don't know, Mordo is a pretty half decent shortboarder as well. Loves throwing airs. And great to see a man who's so much in love with his family, loves his wife and kids, and that's a great thing for us to see. There he is in yellow right now. Josh Morgan, we've seen him already surfing in other divisions as well, so a lot of these guys are competing in multiple divisions. To be a single fin. And there is no rule against using leg ropes for this particular heat, so if they're soft, they might have a leg rope on. But obviously the logger, traditionally the guys don't wear the leg rope because leg ropes weren't invented back in the 60s when these boards were all the rage. Meanwhile, up red, nice bit of projection sideways across the wave. Nick Jones on the paddle and waiting for a section to develop, and it just doesn't. So he exits out of there. All right, so big hello to the Coogin Surf Lifesaving Club. Board paddlers, how's it going, guys? Thanks for letting us share your water today. Much appreciated. We were a bit worried there at one point that competitors were going to come to grief, but you guys have obviously got great control over your surf craft. And thanks for letting us share your amazing facilities on the beach here at Kingscliff. That last wave of Nick Jones, a 4.40, does increase his lead marginally. 3.67 for Shane Morton, so again, that's throwing away your low score, mate, but a 3.67 means you now need a 7.73 to move into first. Messiah, your last wave, buddy, a 2.60. You need a 3.35 to move into second and make it through to the next round of the finals. An 8.8 will put you into first, though. And then bringing up the rear at this point, Josh Morgan, a 1.93 for your last wave, mate. A 4.01 is what you need to be appearing in the semi-finals. So with just over 7 minutes to run, it's still anybody's game. A single wave for yellow will leapfrog him from fourth to first. So no one's comboed, and there's still time for 2 more waves each. So anything could happen. A 3.67 for Shane Morton is probably put him in a much more comfortable position than what he was before that last wave. So only chasing a 7.73 to move into first, but it also puts a bit more pressure on Messiah, the lady killer, Takamoto. And struggling through the whitewater there, but a bit of a stretch 5 on the seated position. We've got a very traditional, stylish West Australian surfer called Mark Madison's, who everyone calls the Messiah. But this is Messiah Takamoto's, a pretty good name to have, especially on an Easter weekend. Coming up next, Dane Pioli will be in red, Jack the Twizzmaster Entwistle in blue, Shane Morley in white, Marlon Gio in yellow will be coming up very shortly. There's just on 6 minutes remaining, so in 60 seconds' time, you guys can commence your paddle out for the next heat. So there's the Messiah. We're still not even inside the 5-minute mark, so still plenty of time, and he's trying to just put together a mid-range score at least, just to give him that stepping stone. .97 means that only a small score will improve his possibility of getting into first or second place and through to the next round. Josh Morgan, meanwhile, he's a couple of scores under the 2-point range, so only needs a 4.01 to move into second place and through to the next round. So Josh Morgan, 5 minutes remaining, is still plenty of time for him to change his fortunes. But of course, you have to remember that Nick Jones and Shane Morton will both be endeavouring to improve their score as well, making it harder for the 3rd and 4th place holders to move up into that semi-final, into the final position. Just like to say a big thank you as well to Volley, who have come on board. A new range of Volley shoes coming out, and for people of my generation, that's a great thing, because they've made a very important part of my early years. I know many plasterers, painters and roofing carpenters who like the Volleys to wear to work because of the soft design, where there's form fits around brick walls and timber beams that you have to walk across. As we mentioned yesterday, Yvonne Goolagong won Wimbledon wearing Volleys, so excited to see their new range. We're now down to 4 minutes, guys, 4 minutes. And the situation remains red, white, blue, yellow. Everyone needs to improve their position. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, very tight heat out there at the moment, Jason Weeks, and one wave can do it, but as you can see, the Novellies come in and hit the beach, although there is still some good waves out there. Not as clean as it was earlier this morning, but scoring potential. The right wave at the right time. And these loggers, being a heavier board, glide through the chop very well. Coming up next, we'll have the second semi, as Jason has mentioned, of the loggers. Some great talent in that. We've got up and riding right now our surfer in white, Shane Morton, up and off. Didn't like the end of that one. So just jockeying around with fast approaching 3 minutes remaining. We've got a couple of choppy bumps happening. Red, Nick Jones up and riding. He's current heat leader at the moment with a high score of the heat 7. There's a nice 10 drifting through as that wave closed out. That was very pretty to watch. A lot of grace and style on that one. After the loggers, we'll be into the SUPs, the ocean sweepers, the boards and the paddles. SUP boards are getting smaller and smaller every year, and these guys love their SUPs and be out there in the chop, dragging and gouging the paddles into what's left of any wave out there to big wave rider. He's going to come up and do some guest commentary and tell us all things SUP, SUPs. And waves come in. Nick, your last one. Boys didn't muck around with that up here in the judging tower. A 6.67 along with your 7. You've stamped yourself in authority as the first place in this heat. Second place, Shane Morton. Throwaways, Nick, you're still sitting on a 3.67 and 2.27, holding second, but snapping at your heels, only needing a 2.68 to get into second is Messiah with a 3.27 and 2.60, and Josh 1.93 and 1.53. You need to smack your authority down on anything that presents to you and impress the judges with your repertoire of manoeuvres. Up and riding, here we go. Shane Morton in the white on the goofy footer on his backhand. Morto looking for this wave to connect, to get some speed. The big log just glides through the dead water. There he goes, a little stamping and purling out behind him in blue from Japan, Messiah. Getting some speed out of the log. Not much of a wall on it, but will it connect? No, it won't. As per WSL rules, all heats are 20 minutes. Best two waves will count for your final result. And as we get into the mad minute right now, 1 minute remaining, this is it. The mad minute. See it, catch it, belt it. Nick Jones is going to avoid the embarrassment of paddling in. He's found a little inside wall and just hooks around straight up to the nose. A little 5-10 combo there. A smaller wave, but plenty of work from young Nick. And look at that, just holding the glide through on the inside. So guys in the next heat, might be something to look at using the inside bank. Morto looking to improve at the moment. It's currently sitting in second. I don't know if that's enough, but a couple of scores dropping in. We're counting this one down with 20 seconds remaining, boys, 20 seconds. So the official results will get read out as they do come to us, but I can tell you right now, a dominating display by surfer in red, Nick Jones, a 7 and a 6.67. Comfortably holding first. He's come in and said, catch me as you can, boys, with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Can I also please ask Rachel Tilley and Dean Bevan if you could please make your way up to the media room. Nick Jones, Rachel Tilley, Dean Bevan, please, to the media room.
Two, one. All right, semi-final number 2 of the Loggers is up and running out in the water. You're watching Dane Pioli in red, Jack Entwistle in blue, Shane Morley in white, and Marlon Gio in the yellow. There's a bomb hitting the outside bank, and who's there? What's happening, Weeksy?
Jack Entwistle, the Twizmaster, is opening his account nice and early. A couple of big turns on the outside section. He's looking now for length of ride, and unfortunately, a little cross chop grabs a hold of his nose, and the submarine mode ensues. And bit of the ocean input rather than the surfer mistake on that one. Official results are in.
So official results, and as I told you, heats can be won and lost in the last minute or so of any of these heats today, and taking that one out was Nick Jones, but let me go through it. In 4th place in yellow was Josh Morgan. Just pipped at the post by 0.37. Shane Morton, you got relegated to 3rd, Shane, and jumping into 2nd place, Tukamoto Messiah, a 7.37, got you home and hosed into 2nd, and Nick Jones, a dominant display, 13.67 for you, taking out 1st place. So congratulations to Nick and Tukamoto. Commiserations to Shane and Josh, but well surfed in very trying conditions, boys, with the northerly on it. And I mean, if it's hard enough on those heavy logs, it's going to be hard enough for anyone else. But well surfed and a great display of logger riding. We'll see another display right now as we're underway with just over 18 minutes remaining of semi-final number 2 in the water. The account's been opened. Jack, the giant killer, Entwistle, your first wave came in at a 3, so the building block's been set at the moment. You're looking to improve on that, but 1 wave ridden for the heat, holding first. Waves happening. What's coming on? We got a paddler out the back. dropping into it, and a little hook turn. It looks like the unmistakable style of Dane Pioli. Look at that, a 5-10. Good straight 10 hood ornament over the top of that wave by Dane Pioli on virtually nothing of a wave. But Dane said, watch me, catch me, here I come. And just keeping the board alive right through the inside chop. So we'll wait for the judges to drop those scores in. We'll keep you updated as they do come to hand, but you are watching semi-final 2 of the Loggers at the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. Welcome everybody on the beach, on the grass and around the world with our live podcast on sportscast24.tv. Also on Facebook, like us on hashtag also or hashtag OzLopen, Oz Longboard Open. All right, Dane Pioli, your first wave dropped in at a 6.17, Dane, 6.17. You're currently the heat leader. Jack Entwistle, one wave ridden, a 3. 16.5 minutes remaining, 16.5 minutes. Don't forget, while you're down the park, check out the old Mals. Some of the old boards, as we've got a surfer up and riding. Out of the glare, I think that is the surfer in white. Shane Morley looking for the inside wave to wall up for him to show us what he's got. There it is, a nice little 5 grab rail. Trying to pop the tail out, holding it steady. Will he spin it? No power left in that wave to throw it back around. Nice attempt though. All right, there's a line outside. What's happening here? Someone's paddling into it. I can't tell the colour for you. Is that Marlon, I think? Is the yellow shirt Marlon Gio? Yes, it is. So Marlon trying to utilise the length of ride here and throw a few manoeuvres in to impress the judges. A couple of tap 5s along the wall there. Hooks it back around and tries to use the inside shore break. See if it's going to line up. No, just coming off the back. All right. For your second, it is register a 3 and a 0.83. We have had a situation change though. Marlon Gio, your last wave, a 4.83, your first wave. 4.83 has moved you into second. You need a 2.18 to take the lead. Jack back down into third, only needing a 1.84, a very small score. And Shane Morley just testing the water, 1.67, waiting for another wave to be ridden, a result to be posted. So time is the enemy right now, a 20-minute heat. It's only the best 2 waves do count for your total. So it's not a wave catching competition, but being a bit fickle out there now with the tide changing and the wind up, the wave selection is going to be the big priority here. So just under 14 minutes. All right, we've got no. Up and off for blue, I think, was Jack. Didn't like it. There's not much to like out there, but you got to make the opportunity work for you when it does arrive, and these guys are just jockeying around and hoping the tide settles and the waves come through. What a difference the day makes. This morning was beautiful. We had offshore glassy conditions with a light westerly on it. Went northwest, and now it's come in northeast-east, which is unfortunate for the bank here at Kingscliff. Predominantly sand bottom, so it will change as it does all day with the tide. Dane Pioli hooking one out of the glare. Turn, nice little drop knee cut back there from Dane. Looking to improve on his position right now, currently holding first place. So utilising this wave to the best of his abilities. Look at that. That wave is hardly even breaking. And he's just popped a nose ride on there and said, cop this, judges. I can do anything, anytime, anywhere. One of the most dynamic free surfers you'll see up at Snapper Rocks on the big board anytime, Dane Pioli. The Prince waiting to pounce. Won the event here 3 years in a row. Is vying back for a world title attack and just showing everyone what he can do. Out the back, meanwhile, in white, Shane Morley finding the glide. Remember, these logger boards are quite heavier compared to a modern 9-foot board. They are made in a traditional style like the old Mals of yesteryear. They are all single fin, 50-50 rails, and more traditional surfing. You won't see the big manoeuvres and the snaps and stuff. They can do them, but the more traditional glide of the old log. And look at that one, Shane Morley getting that one right into the sand, thinking that's good enough for me. Will I paddle out or will I run around? The choice is going to be his. Out. So waiting for waves to come in. They don't have to be the biggest wave. They just have to be ridden really well and showing that they can ride anything really well. That last wave of Dane Pioli stamped in at a 7, Dane, a 7 along with a 6.17. You are a comfortable heat leader at the moment, the surfer in red. Waiting for some scores to drop in now. It looks like Martin Gow, you'll be holding second. You've got a 4.83. Or it could be wrong. Still waiting on some scores to drop, but Dane Pioli in red, a 7 for that last wave. As I said, it doesn't have to be the biggest wave in the world, but you've just got to burn them. And he burnt that one really well for a 7-point ride. All right, situation change at the moment. Shane Morley, your last wave of 5.67 along with the 1.67 has put you into second, Shane. Jack back down into fourth and Martin Gow third. We're waiting for a score for you. So Dane Pioli, the heir apparent, with a combined total of 13.17 so far in this heat, laying down smack down to the rest of the fellas, saying, catch me if you can. Fast approaching the halfway mark, just over 10 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water, just over 10 minutes. So at the moment, first Dane Pioli, second Shane Morley, third place Martin Gow, and in fourth Jack Entwistle. All right, 9 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water, 9 minutes. The next heat in the water will be the first of the SUP amateurs. We'll have Ray Gleave in red, Charlie Holland in blue, Wayne Johnston in white, and Jack Harcourt in the yellow. Gentlemen, you can get ready and get your oars and paddles and whatever else you have to do to get ready for supping. Check in with Uncle Owen, get your ashies. You'll be paddling out at the 5-minute mark. And we've got a guest commentator for the SUPs, which is Mr. Justin Holland, very proficient SUP rider and big wave master. He's going to come up here and tell us all things SUP, tell us what the judges will be looking for and how the surfing goes. So the SUP boards, the Ocean Sweepers, clean up on aisle 7. They'll be up there next. Bit of a flurry happening out there. The waves are starting to come in. The boys are trying to catch whatever they can do to make their points better. And we'll wait for some scores to drop in. But current heat leader, Dane Pioli, with a dominant 7 and 6.17, two highest scoring rides of the heat, laying down the gauntlet and saying, catch me if you can. So just under 8 minutes, 8 minutes. Up and riding out the back, Dane Pioli. There's that beautiful 5-10 combination of Dane straight off for the takeoff. Hooks it back around with a nice little whip, and that's not hard on these big boards. I mean, it is hard on these big boards. But Dane just, dancing up a storm. Just a little disco from Pioli. He's doing the old, it's the Kevin Connolly magic feet display out there. He's just gone the magic feet. And a little foot paddle just to get him inside for another run around. He's actually heading south. Oh, does it again and steps off. Yeah, put your hands together, folks. That was really well done on a very ordinary wave here at Kingscliff, but belted the snot out of it, so to speak. And the judges are all up here in awe of his dancing disco prowess. So well done, Dane Pioli. I didn't think the music was that loud, but Dane's just loving it, having some fun in the sun. And the judges loved it too, mate. An 8.50, Dane. 8.50, along with a 7. You've replaced the 6.17, so, you know, how good is Dane Pioli? An 8.50 and a 7, stamping the authority, virtually leaving the other guys in his wake as we speak. Shane Morley holding second spot at the moment, a 5.67 and a 1.67. Third place, Martin Gao, a 4.83, your last wave, a 2. And Jack Entwistle was the heat leader, is relegated to fourth, a 3 and a 1.37. Jack can't find the spot. But anything can happen, as we've seen in just about every heat through this event in the last 5 minutes. 6 minutes remaining, so we are heading down towards 5 minutes, the Furious 5. Marlon coming in, it will improve your position, no doubt. Well, let's hope it does. I used to be a judge, now I'm a commentator, but my maths isn't that good, but let me tell you, we'll have a situation change. And we do. Martin Gow, your last wave, a 5.23 along with a 4.83 has pushed you into second. Shane Morley relegated back to third now, and Jack Entwistle jagging the chain in fourth. But Dane Pioli, 8.5 for that last wave. I think that is the highest score of the heat so far. It's up there with the best of them. Along with a 7.0, Zero has dominated the second heat or second semi of the loggers. All right, the yellow light is just about on, and there it goes. We are into the Furious 5 minutes, the last 5 minutes to start frothing and catch whatever's possible to improve the scores at the moment, chasing Dane Pioli down, the current heat leader. Well surfed. Doesn't have to be the biggest wave, as I said, but he did a lot of work, and obviously the judges were impressed by it. No sponsor for the loggers. So if you're hearing this live over sportscast24.tv or viewing it from the beach and thinking you own a business or a company and would like a mile of free plugs while Jason Weeks and I do the commentary, we can advertise anything. We're good for barbecues, weddings, bar mitzvahs, engagements or divorce parties. Just let us know if you want someone to commentate, and we'll be happy to oblige. We'll travel the world at your expense. We have fun while we're doing it. Great to see Heckle and Jekyll back on the mic, they tell me. Please announce. Okay, we need Nick. Okay, Rachel Tilley and Dean Bevan, come to the media room, please. Rachel Tilley and Dean Bevan need to come to the media room. That's upstairs here where the judges sit. And Nick Jones, no doubt, will come up later. All right. 3.5 minutes, surfers in the water, 3.5 minutes. There's just an action in the water and action up here in the media judging tower. People asking and firing questions everywhere, wanting to know this and wanting to know that. Don't forget, if you did want to know what's happening, there is the official 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open program available at the merchandise tent, along with a plethora of shirts from this event and the last events. All at great prices. Take home a souvenir and say, yeah, I was part of it. I was down there at Kingy watching some of the best longboarders in the world surfing at the Australian Longboard Surfing Open. We need a bit more promotion, a bit more sponsorship. So once again, if you're a business and like what you see, full family vibe down here. We've got mothers, daughters, grandchildren, boys and girls, uncles and aunts, even the grandfathers, the over 70s are coming up. So they'll be having a dig. The SUP guys, you should be out there with 2.5 minutes remaining. And while this heat runs down, it's my pleasure to introduce a guest announcer coming up to let us know all things SUP, Mr. Justin Holland. How are you, mate? And besides that, how's the titanium leg?
Yeah, thanks, mate. No, it's sorry, mate. Yeah, no, it's all good, mate. It's still attached, so
So's the leg.
yeah, but hey, there's waves out there.
There is waves to be seen as we watch our surfer in white, Shane Worley, finding one. And is he pushing through? He's gone the double knee paddle. He's choking everything out of this to get into the inside, and he sure does. We're out of vision. To Sportscast 24. There's a brick wall in front of us. But yeah, he surfed that one right to the beach, a little heel kick. So yeah, Juzzy, welcome to the commentary panel, mate, to give us all the insight about everything SUP.
Yeah, no problem. It's going to be fun, actually. I've been surfing this bank for the last 2 weeks, and you know, it's been really fun, so it should be exciting.
Testing, 1, 2. Test.
Sorry about that, guys.
Amateurs.
Amateurs,
what can you do? Turn it on. As we watch our surfer in yellow, that's Marlon Gao getting a last throw at the dice, virtually with just over a minute remaining. Currently holding second at the moment, chasing the big scores of Dane Pioli, an 8.5 and a 7.0. And just while we won this heat out, Juzzy, we'll do a bit of talking in a minute as we watch Dane just say, no, that's no good. I've already proved myself out there. So, yeah, into the mad minute. And while they're jockeying out there, Justin, SUP surfing, what a dynamic sport, and how far has it come in such a short time when you think about it?
Yeah, it's definitely like, you know, you just got to look at the boards that those guys in Hawaii started with, and then the progression to like what the pro guys are riding is
getting
ridiculous.
Smaller and smaller every year.
Yeah, well, I'm down to a 7.0 now, so by 24, about 70 litres. So if you put that in perspective with a short board or a long board in volume, it's getting down there, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, when these things first started out, they were about 70 feet long, weren't they?
Yeah.
And now they're 7.
The QE2, you know.
Yeah, the boats.
Yeah, but we've got the local legend Ray Gleave out there, and my son's actually in the next heat, so it should be quite interesting, the little frother.
Oh, well, we'll sit here and keep an eye on you, so you're not backing him up too much, mate. All's fair in competition. All right, that was the end of semi-final 2 of the Loggers, and what a great event it was. And the Style Master, Dane Pioli, Disco Fever, with an 8.50, dominating the heat along with a 7.0. We'll give you the official results as they come to hand, but I won't let them go now as we watch Dane wind up on the inside. We just wait for the scores to come in, the board to clear, and then we're starting the SUPs. Once again, the SUP paddlers, you are too far south. You are heading down into no man's land. That is outside the competition area. Suppers, the SUP guys, please head further north. We are out of the glare. It's very hard to see. There's not that much happening up that part of the bank anyway. So we'd like to keep it tight. When in doubt, stay in front of the judges. If they can see you, they can score you. So the screen's been cleared. We're ready to go. Keenan, judge has given us a nod. Press the button there on the green one, mate, very gently. We're counting this one in. It is the SUP amateur event. And plenty of control here in 3, 2, 1. So underway with the SUP amateurs, and out there in the water you'll have Ray Gleave in red. Justin's little boy Charlie's out there in blue, Wayne Johnston in the white, and Jack Harcourt in the yellow. 20 minutes, best 2 waves will count. And Justin, give us a rundown on what's required in an SUP event.
Yeah, mate. Well, it's although there's my little fella actually just getting a little one on outside, but and it looks like green there through the inside. But you know, I suppose the use of the paddle is pretty critical. You can use it for leverage on your backside and also on your front side. So you know, these days we've kind of gone a little bit away from longboard surfing and more to the sort of progressive style of shortboard. But you know, we all like to see the walk up the nose kind of style still.
Yeah, I've noticed it has become a lot more progressive with a lot more shortboard manoeuvres. That's because the boards have dropped so much and they've become so much lighter, right?
Yeah, that's it. Definitely the technology in some of these boards. A lot of the main you know, board brands, Fanatic, Starboard, Nash, JP, a lot of their founders were windsurfers, so the technology has come through that kind of craft into the subs.
Yeah, innovation through the surfing world, you know, it's come full circle from the old dungers from the 50s and 60s into the shortboard era with, you know, single twin fin and then the thruster, thanks to Simon Anderson. Biggest world innovation. Didn't copyright it. But, yeah, thrusters and now SUPs, as I said, started off as like QET models,
Yep.
QE2 models, and now they're down to 7 foot.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I mean, you know, now it's coming more back into, there's a lot of good shortboard shapers starting to shape subs. So it's even getting better with the technology, you know, the lightweight technology, and then the guys that have had all the experience shaping longboard, shortboards, they're now putting their brains to sup. And here we see the local legend Ray Gleave on the inside just trimming. Look at this little thing start to open up. And he's going to get another little slash in. And
so obviously the use of the paddle, very important in SUPs to give you those hacks through the inside pockets and, of course, progress your speed along the flat sections. No batten twirling, though. We don't want to see any of the fancy stuff. It's hacking in with the paddle, isn't it?
yeah, definitely hacking, no batten twirling. So Ray was just behind him. So we've got the other guys just out on probably the best part of the bank right there. Like you just said earlier, going out that to the south is a little bit too far. So just sitting on the inside, that's where the better waves are when they come.
Yeah, well, we're just waiting for some scores to drop there. And Ray's had 2. His first one came in at 2.33. This second one, we're just waiting on one judge to drop it. But I could no doubt say he's a current heat leader at the moment. That was a very impressive wave on the subs. And we've got a bit of jockeying out there. This one looks like it's going to hit someone in the head, but they're going to go late.
Oh, here we go. It's my little fella,
It's
actually.
your little
Charlie
bloke.
Holland on his little 7-1. Oh, nice little carve. And he's hanging on.
He's only a little fella. How old is he?
He's 13. He's little for his age, but he's got a big heart. So, and out the back, looks like white trimming across. Just hanging on there. Good work, buddy. But, yeah, it's very tricky out there today as well with that little bit of wind now.
Yeah,
you know?
I bet the wind affects you a bit like a sail, doesn't it? It's topped it over a bit if you're unbalanced.
It totally does. You actually, it can be good. There's a part of the sport called downwinding, which is where you ride a really long sup and you actually go out wide, and whatever which way the wind's blowing, you have that at your back, and it actually, your body is like a sail, so you actually surf down all the runs. It's pretty popular in Hawaii and starting to grow around the world, but today it's actually challenging with the wind.
All right, just while we're waiting for the boys jockeying out there, I'll give you the official results of Logger, semi number 2 in 4th place in blue, Jack Entwistle. 3rd place in white, Shane Morley. Sneaking into 2nd and did it quite well in yellow, Martin Gio, and dominance right through the event with those big scores of an 8.50 and a 7. Dane Pioli in red. So it's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, wow. Well, it's a great weekend down here at Kingscliff. I mean, what a good venue, hey, to have a surf event and a festival. I drove down last night and just caught the back end of the one of the Longboard movies. So, you know, you can sit there on the beach and sort of relax and get that sort of have that full day of surfing and then relax and watch some good you know, good movies after it.
All right. Ooh, what's going on here? We're just organising the points across the board from our judges, dropping in some scores. We'll see how it's going to turn out.
You can see there too. It's you can see where the guys are, and they're all paddling up the beach towards the rock wall. But you can see the current. The current actually has only just started in the last week. It wasn't there 2 weeks ago.
And no doubt with the change of tide too, it'll probably be mucking things up a bit more than usual now that the northerly's on it.
You can see green just down the beach. I actually got a couple of waves there the other night. There's a few rocks exposed, but you know, you only got to sort of wait for the sets for those ones. And out the back, I think, is that Gleavy way out wide? I think it is. And there's a bomb coming through for the local master.
Yeah, the unofficial mayor.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and he's let it go. Ooh.
Probably a little bit of out of position there. Didn't decide to go late. I don't know if he's wearing his leggy or not. But Ray being the consummate competitor and in his backyard, and he's tuned in with you. He knows what's going on. He'll wait for another one.
And it looks like looks like yellow, white, and blue are having a little paddle battle. You can see there. That's quite. It's one of the interesting things in the sport. Trying to get back out to the lineup. You know, obviously surfing, we have paddle battles. Well, on a sup with the paddle, you can see them all digging hard, trying to get back out to the lineup first to get that inside position.
Yeah, and obviously being that high out of the water, you guys get to see the sets before we do, in most cases.
Yeah, that is one really good feature. You also get to see some of the wildlife underneath you that you may not see.
That's something I don't want to know. Just over 13 minutes remaining in the ocean for the first heat of the SUP amateurs. So the second heat will be Anthony Smith, David Stork, Wayne Johnson, Kip Harcourt and Mick Jackson. I tell you what, some of these names, they've been surfing in the other events too, both in the amateurs, the 9-foot divisions. Some of them, no doubt, in the retros, but getting their money's worth down here at Kingies. Watch Ray Gleave glide into this one and
that was a
drag the paddle behind him to the line and keep steady through the cutback.
That was a beautiful little turn. You see how he actually threw the paddle behind him. He actually controlled the roundhouse. Was just sort of leaning on the paddle, and that was a nice first arc there. Used the, straight off the bottom turn, threw it into a nice carve. So great work there from Ray Gleave, and now he's going to paddle back out.
You can't give you a situation update at the moment. The technical difficulties. Judges are whacking down their scores. We're just waiting to come through on my visual screen. But 12 minutes remaining as you paddle back out, Ray, and for the rest of the gentlemen in the water, 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we've got those guys who are having a little paddle battle out in the main sort of part of the bank right now. So I can see my little fella Charlie, and we've got Green on the inside paddling, just sort of off the back of the last one. But these guys will be now looking for a nice little runner to come through and get a couple of turns in, while Red and Green are down the bank and going to have a bit of a battle back out as well. I suppose one thing that's interesting to point out with the SUPs as well, it's you can't just spin around quick like you do on a shortboard or a longboard as such. You sort of use your body, but you've got to actually catch a wave on a sup. You've kind of got to be thinking a couple of seconds ahead of sort of when you're surfing. So to get your board around, obviously because they're bigger, and obviously because you're standing. So that's something that a lot of people overlook. Actually, just catching a wave on an SUP is actually quite hard. So hats off to these guys that are coming down and going in this event and having a go in tricky conditions like this, as we see Green on the inside, Chris on his BIC board. He's got a nice little bank off the top. See there, he just threw the paddle to the inside. He's trying to get as much as he can out of this wave, and but definitely showing us a little bit of paddle use, and he's milking this one all the way.
Yeah, using that paddle to keep the speed up over the top of that one, and decides to face plant out of it. We do have Gleave, a 7.67 and a 6.33. So the local knowledge coming out from Peter Pan, the unofficial mayor of Kingscliff, Ray Gleave, showing a bit of dominance right now. In a second place, we've got, is that Mick Jackson? We've got a green. My sheet's wrong. I'd say that's Mick Jackson by the looks of it.
Mick Jackson in second.
Another local shredder. He's a 2.93 and a 2.67. In third place, young Charlie Holland. He's got a 3.10 and a 1. He'll improve on that. Young Charlie, being the little bloke, he'll just scramble into these. Be nearly overhead for him on some. Fourth place is Wayne Johnston, a 2.33. He only needs a 3.37 to progress. In fifth place, 1.57. Jake Harcourt. So
I actually think Green might be Chris Carter. I think Mick Jackson's in the next heat.
Yeah.
So this is Chris on the inside.
He's
just got a wave, and
apologies to you, Mick.
I think Jacko's probably on the beach, ready to go out in the next heat. So
if not, he's thinking, am I supposed to be out there now? Someone's got my green rushy.
Yeah. Chris has got the green on. So sorry about that, Mick and Chris, getting a bit confused there on the screen. But Chris, it looks like Green, you're sitting in second. So.
Thank God you're here, mate. You know who they are.
Mate, I've been watching Bells early. I was up on the computer watching a couple of heats, so you're always commentating at home.
How's Bells looking?
Bells looked all right. Definitely, I think with Bells, you know, it's a pretty hard wave to surf, so it looked a little hard this morning for the boys. So
I heard on the news last night Mick had a very good first round, apparently. Mick Fanning?
Yeah, he's looking sharp. Always stays in pace with the wave, that guy, because Bells, you really got to stay at the same speed as the wave. A lot of guys find that hard. So obviously Mick Fanning's got it dialed, but back to the subs, and Chris is. We've got a massive spread here from Chris on the inside down to the north in green, and it's my little fella Charlie Holland out the back on his 7-1 starboard, just been a little patient waiting for a bomb, and then the rest of the boys are spread through the inside. So
is that part of the father-son coaching, mate? Just be patient.
Yeah, maybe.
He's a kid. He's never going to be patient.
I know. He's probably like me a little bit. He overfroths when he gets out there. I told him just to catch don't catch, one or two, get a couple, but...
don't catch one or two, get a couple.
Yeah, definitely, because he, at the moment, has only got one. But look at this. As we speak, the gods have given him a right. Now he just has to catch it. See, he's trying to turn around in the chop. Here he goes. Let's see if the little fella can get it. He's got it. Looks like a nice little wave.
13-year-old Charlie Holland. Oh,
he's
commentator's curse. He's going to give him the big rap, and I've just burnt him.
Oh, well.
All right, 7.5 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water, 17.5 minutes of the first heat of the SUP amateurs. So getting the battles ready for the second heat. Anthony Smith, Dave Stork, Wayne Johnson, Kip Harcourt and Mick Jackson. Check in with Uncle Owie. Make sure you get the right rashi. Drag your gear down the beach and get ready to go out there and froth. Clean up on aisle 7 with the SUPs.
That's it. I think sometimes when you're surfing heats, you can watch the heat before, and you've got a guy like Mick Fanning that'll sit there and only get 2 waves, and he's so confident that he'll get the 2 scores. But then you'll get another guy like Wilco, and Wilco will catch 10 waves and hope that he gets in one of those waves gets the score. But so there's always different strategies out there, but especially today, there's waves coming through, but then there's lulls. That's why I said to Charlie, don't just sit there. Make sure you get a couple of little scores on the board.
Well, as yesterday proved and this morning proved, some of these waves heats can be won and lost in the last couple of minutes. It's just that wave selection, gifting the competitor with the right wave, and that was a really tight drop out of that and unfortunately unstuck. But I like that first bit of control to get him out of danger zone.
Yeah, that was definitely a tricky little drop. As you can see, like stand-up paddle boards are obviously a lot bigger, the rail line's bigger, so on small waves you've got a big board that's got to try and fit into the curve of the wave. So you're seeing the competitor in yellow there just hanging on for grim death to get that bottom turn and pull the nose out. So well done for that, buddy. But just after that, it sort of ran away from him. So, geez, we're getting down to 5, just under 6 minutes left. So this is going to be interesting. We've got the surfer in white. Is that Wayne? Just trying to find a little connection on the inside.
I noticed that board had a very square nose.
Yeah, that's been a bit of a trend lately. They're kind of making them. So what they've done is instead of just a really big board, they've actually kept the width in them, but they've cut them right down in length. So and it sort of allows you to be able to have the stability of a big board, but be able to turn it like a small board.
Planned manoeuvre or a sore mistake by the shaper?
I don't know. It's it's popular through all the brands. And Ray Gleave up and riding again with a nice little roundhouse. And just look at this little thing kind of connecting through the inside. And hats off to him, ladies and gentlemen, because to get a couple of...
That was that dollar he lost last week. He finally saw it.
I think I put the mocker on him, but Ray is showing us how to find a wave and get your manoeuvres in really tricky conditions. So Ray really schooling some of the guys out there right now.
Yeah, local knowledge.
Yep, exactly.
So he's already got the top scoring ride of the heat, a 7.67 and a 6.33. So not quite relaxed yet, Ray. He knows he's just got to keep on.
Like that, but it's gone a little quiet. Green's paddling on the inside. This bank actually for about the last 2 weeks has just been, when the Quicksilver Pro was on, we had a couple of little sessions on this bank that were as good as Greenmount, I would say. So it was good that the whole surfing population of the world were at Snapper, and we were down here catching a couple of little waves on this bank.
Yeah, I live at Benora Point, so you know, you hit the highway 10 minutes to the crowds of Snapper Rocks, or 10 minutes down to the peace and tranquility of Kingscliff, depending on the swell. And obviously this bank, as you said, the last 2 weeks it has been pumping, so all you people caught in the crowd up there, don't come down. Don't come down.
That's right. No, we welcome everyone, and you can see Green really just milking this one and trying to see the use of the paddle there, really trying to stay with this wave. So on a longboard or even a shortboard, you probably wouldn't be near this wave, but Chris has found a little connection. I don't know whether he's going to get to hit it, but he's going to give it a good shot. And wow, fully beaching this thing. A little turn on the inside, but out the back, we can see a couple of waves coming through and no take. Oh no, here comes White. Nice sort of little carve back to the pocket, but that thing closes out. We'll see if he sticks with it. Tries to get an inside connection.
Yeah, Wayne Johnson looking to drive on the inside, and obviously if it does fill up, the paddle will help him pull across the dead water and see if he can get the inside shoreline like Chris Carter did, and throw something tricky at the judges to say, score this.
You can see there, see the difference? Wayne actually didn't paddle at all then, and you can see it was a very similar wave to Chris. He's just starting to do now. So there's the difference in boards straight up, with yellow at the back, and it looks like blue had a little one as well. So everyone's starting to froth out. Blue's still going, yellow's off.
And there's just over 2 minutes remaining, guys, just over 2 minutes. So have they called it quits, or you got to guts it out and paddle back out? 2 minutes remaining.
Oh, mate. That's it.
Extra paddle there.
Get back out there, young Charlie Holland. Don't look up here. Stand up and grind it out, son.
Yeah, words from Dad. No pocket money if you do, or you don't.
The boys are on the beach there, and you'll get a good look at Wayne's board there and Chris's board. So two different craft, but both surfing really well on each board. So sucking in the big ones to try and get back up the beach and get out there maybe. But Ray Gleave is sitting out the back, and he's looking at this one. There's a couple little lines behind it. Sometimes these waves come through at Kingscliff, and it's not the big ones you want. It's the ones that are kind of deep on the bank, and then you can see this one Ray's paddling for. See how it's starting to line up. Oh yeah, we got Ray Gleave up and riding in red. Couple of little S turns, and you can see beautiful style. Ray's longboard style transitions straight through that turn, and now getting a couple of nice little hack wiggles in.
We are into the mad minute, 1 minute, under a minute remaining as we watch Ray glide through on the inside, and he's going to avoid the embarrassment of paddling in, obviously.
That's it, and look at this, look at that wave selection. See, he still gives him that little chance to get that Rio on the inside.
Yep. Yeah, I've been noticing it, Justin. You know, you can go down the bank itself, seemed to run right through.
Yep. Definitely.
So there's a difference in position out there, being too deep or being right, and obviously people are being caught out by that.
I mean, it's funny. I was talking to Taylor Jensen the other day. We were having a free surf, and I said, you know, it's the kind of bank, and you get little Charlie Holland finishing on the inside and stepping off. I said to Taylor,
10 seconds.
Oh,
3, 2, 1.
Sorry about that, but yeah, I was just saying we might just start the heat before we get back into the convo. But you know, you could be paddling back out from a wave and actually in the heat and pick up your best wave on the inside of the bank.
All right, we're ready to go now. We're counting this next heat in, SUP 2, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the boys spread right across the bank there, and we're looking at Anthony Smith in red, according to my sheet. I could be wrong. Dave Stork out there in blue, Wayne Johnson out there in white, and Kip Harcourt in the yellow, and Mick Jackson in the green. So that's Mick down.
In green in this heat by the look of it. Yep. So that,
And up and
here we
riding.
go. Anthony Smith from Cabba already found a good little one, and nice little turn off the top. And then he's kicked out of that one, and you can see where he caught that one was sort of up the bank a little bit, but I would have stuck with that one maybe. It still kept going inside, but here...
I noticed on his big turn out there with the paddle hacking into the back of the water, that board virtually span.
Yeah.
Had a little slide through it, so he popped the fins out a little, but controlled it with the oar in the water.
Yeah, you can definitely play around with your fins on SUPs with, you know, some having wide tails, some having pin tails. I mean, guys are choosing to ride quads or thrusters, or I've seen guys with 20s as well, which you can get a bit of slide, but I generally like the more carving rail surfing with the SUPs. You know,
with anything, mate, there's nothing like a good carve.
No, that's it. It'll never die because it's just, you know, and I suppose with the SUPs, to get a bigger rail, you know, carving is a lot harder. So you've seen the likes of Ray Gleave doing a couple of beautiful carves. It isn't easy stuff at all.
No. All right, just waiting on the results, the official results to come through off the computer. But right now we've got the SUP Amateurs heat number 2 in the water. And only 2 minutes gone from the heat so far, so 18 minutes remaining. Coming up, the next heat will be the SUP Women's, and we've got the Schremer sisters, all three of them, Mason, Lola and Scarlett, along with Mel Mott, just out there to keep them honest. But the Schremer sisters, all the way from Hawaii, and beautiful girls to see surfing out there, and very talented they are too. So longboard, shortboard and SUPs, they'll be out there. And we'll have some great commentary on that. And Mel Mott just out there keeping them all honest.
Yeah, that's it. And you can see we've got them all spread out. So there's a couple of bumps starting to come through here, but you can see the swell. Up here we can see it a lot better, but these sets are coming in down the beach towards the bolo, and someone down the bolo is going to get a good wave here in a minute. But it's looking like orange is the deepest out there, and he's paddling for something. And then we've got blue on the inside, and green as well.
Oh, big drop from green on a closeout there.
Oof.
Yeah, so, yeah, the tide change on the beach is straightening out that bank down.
Wow, that was some...
I haven't got a name down for our
No,
surfer in orange.
If that was me, I'd say it looks like Tim Cyprian, but I'm not sure. But orange... looks like he's riding a Nash board. That was a nice little wave to start off. On a starboard, so he's out there having a go, the young fella. He's another youngster, you know, putting his money where his mouth is and getting in the spirit of things here at Kingscliff.
And having a go, that's the main thing. Okay, official results from SUP Amateur Heat 1. In 5th place in yellow was Jack Harcourt. In 4th place, Charlie Holland. Well surfed, Charlie. Good to see little blokes having a dig.
That's it.
3rd place was Wayne Johnson in the white. 2nd went to Mick Jackson. My sheets are all wrong, but let's work it out. I think that was Chris Carter, wasn't it?
Yeah, Chris Carter.
It was Chris Carter. So we've got a printing error. But taking it out, Peter Pan himself, Ray Gleave, well surfed Raymond.
Yep, definitely. And start of this heat was a little slow. There's 3 of the competitors down the beach here, sort of hunting on that part of the bank that does close out. So you may want to paddle up the point a bit there, guys, and you'll get one that runs a bit better. But looks like Anthony Smith looking at this one. Could be a quick little one in red.
And that's commentator's curse. It was a really nice drive off the top of that wave, and unfortunately inside chop just ate the front rail of his board and pushed him down. Heat in the water. So plenty of time for these paddlers to get out there and find something they like to impress us and the judges to get their scores. At the moment, we do have some scores on the board. And in 1st place at the moment, this will change, I suppose. Mick Jackson, a 4.50 and a 1. 2nd place, Anthony Smith, a 2.67 and a 1.23. No doubt this will change in a minute. It always does. 4th place was Storky, and then we've got a combined score. Well, there's no waves ridden for white and yellow at the moment, but this is going to change as soon as the points drop. We'll give you the official count of the heat. as it comes to hand with 14.5 minutes remaining.
Definitely in yellow just as we speak, paddling for this one. He's having a look at it. There's a little lump growing, but it looks like red's going to give him a bit of a hassle, and orange, and that thing just closing out. He might stick with it and try and, no, he's off, opted to jump off. Just directly out in front of the judges at the moment, but we've got Anthony Smith probably up there and he's lonesome, but probably at the best part of the bank. So be interesting to see what the other competitors do.
Anthony Smith just hates you now because
Yeah.
all those other guys heard it. Look at them. They're all paddling around.
Oh, Green. Yeah, that's right. Green just got a nice little turn in on the inside. If you can finish this is going to be a good little wave. So there you go. Still going.
We are calling him Mick Jackson, are we?
That is Mick Jacko Jackson.
It is Mick Jacko Jackson.
And you can see there he knows what he's doing. And yellow on the left, little Kip. He's got a nice little one as well. So
look at the size of him.
Yeah, he's about Charlie's size. Little whippersnappers, good on him. And Blue's still going. Just this reform, just milking it. Oh, that's making my leg sore. That's just the way he's bending on that front leg.
And you'd have one of the sorest legs in town.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Justin, accomplished big wave rider, mate. Tell us, WA, how was it?
Yeah.
Really? I mean, you were there under, getting belted. How was it all?
Yeah, it was an experience.
It looked like one. I don't want it.
Yeah. I got to be honest, I mean, when we were out there, I was definitely more worried about the sharks because the break is 5 kilometres out to sea, obviously off Carrinup Bay in Western Australia. So it's not the, happiest place to be with the marine wildlife. But, yeah, I mean, things went a little bit wrong. My front foot got caught in the strap on that wave. I think I'd actually tightened it just before the wave had come. So my back leg got blown out of the strap as the wave hit me, and it literally just twisted my leg off. So, yeah, it wasn't a fun experience.
And how big was that wave?
Oh, look, I don't know.
Estimated.
Estimate 60 foot. Yeah.
There you go, guys. 60 foot of the ocean's full fury.
Yeah, and that's,
And, this man knows how to ride them, but unfortunately got caught by one.
Yeah, for sure. Smithy just needs one to just hold up a bit and get some of those big man turns he does on that sup, and he'll be looking good. Orange is now cottoned on and moved up the point, but yeah, no, it just, I copped another one on the head, so straight after that, but it was really months later that I'd read an article that one of the photographers and Jamie Mitchell had said, and they were the guys that were calling the size of it. So, I mean, I was just riding it, and as you see, Anthony Smith up and riding.
Yeah, well, you're a hero in my book, mate. 60 foot of anything is big no matter which way you look at it, and standing on a surfboard, having it come down on your head and obviously resulting titanium rod in your leg is, I suppose, a battle wound that you can be proud of one way or the other, but unfortunately it did happen. But you're making a full comeback.
We've got some good waves there. As we've seen, Anthony Smith in red just got probably the best wave of the heat, and Mick Jackson behind him, so that was some good surfing. And looks like young Kip in yellow is just going to take it a little right here. He's got it. Oh, beautiful drop. Good work, Kip. Keep with it, mate. Oh. But, yeah, mate, the plan is to just keep getting stronger each month, and then, yeah, I'm ready to sort of tackle whatever the world maps throw at us.
Whatever Huey throws at you. Dane, when you finish that, mate, go away. Right, you young guys paddling out there right in front of us, the Caravan Park Bank. You guys, the 3 boys there, if they're your kids, you're responsible for those 3 fellas. You guys will have to move further north towards the Bowls Club, please, guys. There is a competition on. The SUPs are thick and heavy. We don't want anyone getting hurt. If they are your children, those 3 boys on the boards, listen to me now. Move further north. Thank you very much out of the area. Surfers in the water, 9 minutes 40 seconds remaining, 9 minutes 40. We'll give you a heat update at the moment. First, Michael Jackson, or Mick Jackson we'll call him, in a 5.27 to 4.50. Right behind him, snapping at the heels, Mr. Smith, Big Anthony Smith, on a 5.40 and a 2.67. In third place, Storky, 2.93 and a 1.93. Fourth place, Mr. Cyprian, 3.50 and a 1.17, looking for a 4.58 to jump. We've got in fifth place, Mr. Harcourt, a pair of 1.43 and a 1.20. And Wayne Johnson, just one wave, not ridden. Is Wayne out there?
I think Wayne was the last heat, but...
oh, well, see, my programming's wrong. Someone set me up.
Someone set you up for the fall. The commentator's curse. Blue just got probably his best wave of the heat, and looked like Tim up the bank there, just a couple of nice turns, but came unstuck. So interesting, just at the moment. Probably going to eat my words here, but with the tide coming in, it's definitely shifted a little bit down the beach. So very interesting to see where all the guys are sitting. But Smithy did get the probably, I think, we'll wait for the scores to come through. It looked like the best wave of the heat before, and it was more in towards the beach, and it ran along the bank with the high tide. So
yeah,
we'll wait and see what that score drops.
He has got the high scoring wave of the heat, a 5.40, but his other wave was a 2.67. Not enough. Just a reminder, the young guys out there on the fiberglass surfboards and any family members that are on the beach, those three kids are right in the middle of a competition area. Certified by the Tweed Shire Council, it is the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. These guys are vying for final positions. They will not stop, and if the kids are in the way, we don't want to see anyone hurt, so please ask them to leave the water and head further north. Thank you very much. A couple of frantic mums on the beach doing a wave. But yeah, we're here all day. Try the tent, try the beef. Get down to the Cabarita Youth Services tent and get some lunch. As we see that hack, what a nice hack there from Tim Cyprian.
Yeah,
Unfortunately
sure.
incomplete, but geez, didn't he slide the board? Out behind him, current heat leader Mick Jackson, gliding up and down off the foam. Watch out, kids. He's going to slash and burn you.
Gave him a shower there.
You don't want to be there.
The Jacko hack over that. Always love coming down. Obviously live at Kingscliff, but coming down, all the event organisers, Sean and all you guys, just a good festival feeling, you know, and that's what I think I love about surf contests, you know, travelling around the world surfing them. When you get that festival feel and you get to meet all the local people and different people from around the world, it's definitely it just adds to the experience, you know. Yeah,
I like to think of this event as a family festival event. I mean, as I said, there's brothers, sisters, kids, dogs, grandfathers, aunts and uncles. And the egos have been left somewhere up around the border. There's no egos down here. You know, there's guys that surf. We're all surfers. We're all having fun and we're all mates. And it's really good to catch up with people that you might not see for 12 months until they come back to this event. And they keep coming back, making it what it is. So thank you all very much for being part of the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. Whether from around the world or around Australia, we're glad to have you here at beautiful Kingscliff Beach.
Yeah, for sure. The Tweed Coast is a beautiful part of the world, and there's always plenty of places to stay, cafes along the beach to eat, and obviously here at the event we've got food stalls and plenty for people to do to keep busy throughout the day, you know, and usually some great surfing going on. We have the best in the world come here with the longboard, and you know, it's just a bloody good weekend.
Exactly right. So all you people watching live around the world on Sportscast24.tv, think about coming to Kingscliff this time next year and make this your annual holiday. The Schremer sisters from Hawaii, been back a couple of years, they love it here. And they'll be up next. So calling the next heat, which will be the SUP Women's, if you haven't done so already, ladies. Mason Schremer in the red, Lola Schremer in the blue, Mel Mott keeping the Schremer sisters honest. She'll be in white, and Scarlett, the youngest 9-year-old Scarlett, she'll be in the yellow. You girls
these girls are frothers. I love seeing the girls every year.
All right, up and riding on the inside, our surfer in blue. The Stork come off the back of that. Commentator's curse, but right behind him, Anthony Smith. And been relegated to third at the moment, so something's been happening. Mick Jackson still dominating with a 5.27 to 4.50. Moving up into second place, Tim Seppian, a 5.20 and a 3.50. They liked your attack. Anthony Smith down to third now, looking to improve on his score. That one I don't think will be enough to get him out of third place. Fourth is Stork, and fifth place, Mr. Harcourt. So with 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, 4 minutes and 40 seconds. As I said, Justin, these heats both yesterday and today have been won and lost in the last 4 or 5 minutes of this heat. Just waiting for Huey to present the waves to them to show us their variety of repertoire and skill to impress the judges.
Definitely, and the boys will be pretty gassed out there at the moment too. They're down to sort of 4 minutes 20 to go, so they've been out there battling the wind and the chop. And like you said, this in a lot of surfing events, you know I train for the last 2 minutes, because in the last 2 minutes, if you're out there and you need to score, it's pretty much you're fatigued, your body's tired. You need to be, you need to be at your best in the last 2 minutes.
All right, those two swimmers out there, do you need assistance? Are you caught in a rip, and would you like someone to come out and save you? Because you should be saved. You've drifted right into the middle of a competition area. So put your hand up if you need some help, or are you okay?
It looks like he's okay. I think he's just teaching his son to surf. As Jacko down the beach on a nice running right.
Timmy Cyprian straight off the back, the backhand attack. Look at him hacking. How big is that board, Justin? That's tiny.
Yeah, it could be around the 7.0 range, or maybe the 7.4 from Nash, 7.2 maybe. But Tim's really getting busy on this thing, and little hair flick there. He's going to come through the inside and hopefully finish it off nice for the judges.
Yeah, meanwhile, Mick Jackson's ended up down the other end of Kingscliff. Probably needs to catch a bus back from where he is. 3 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water. 3 minutes.
And Timmy on the shore break there just saying, thanks for coming, judges. Have a look at that. That was like 50 metres from the judge's eyes. So well done, Tim. And Mick's like halfway to Coolangatta. He's finished walking up the beach. So with 2 minutes 40 remaining, we've got young Kip in yellow looking at this little right, and red, Anthony Smith. And Kip.
Let me tell you, Tim Cyprian, your last wave, the judges loved your enthusiasm, mate. Came in at a 7. Wow. So you've just jumped into the lead right now. Tim Cyprian on a 7 at 5.20. Second place, still hitchhiking back from Fingal somewhere, Mick Jackson with a 5.27 and a 4.50.
And Blue with his probably best wave. Some nice little weaves and still going there on his Nash, just using the paddle to stay at the same pace as the wave, and he's going to come in and hopefully smack another little Rio just to say to the judges, that was my best wave, guys. And yeah, nice little S-turn.
So as I told you, Justin Holland, just under 2 minutes remaining, and a flurry of waves continue out here with the SUPs, keeping the judges honest, and anything can happen in the last minutes, and as it has done all weekend. So we'll go to a media blackout as such till we get the official results, and as you watch the guys just drift in with a minute 30 to go, I think they're burnt. As you said, the training's finished. Their legs and arms are scorching right now, and they're thinking, I'm not going back out there with a minute to go.
No,
they'll just drift in. So we'll let the heat run down. We are on the automatic clock, and the judges will finalise this. Ladies in the water, we will be having, it's too early yet, Tim Cyprian. Energy.
He's back out there.
He's got the energy. He's paddling back out.
He's on my program. He's on the 2 minute program. He's got a minute and 6 seconds. So and I'll nearly put my hat that he'll get another wave in that time.
So the spanner.
Yeah.
We'll call him Tim Spanner, not Tim Cyprian.
Yeah, that's it.
I thought we were going to have an easy run in for the girls SUP, but no, Tim's gone out there and said, no, I've got plenty of time. Watch me catch another 3.
Yeah.
With 50 seconds, can he do it?
Yeah, I reckon he's looking. He's definitely keen, and he's already probably 30 metres away from where he needs to be. So
yeah, highest ride of the heat so far, a 7.00. Comes Mick Jackson.
Yeah.
Coming up the beach. Mick, do you need a drink, a packed lunch, mate? Board caddy? Must be a long walk.
Here we go, Tim Cyprian out the back. Just
under 30 seconds, he thought now's the time.
Yep. Going to pick a little
bang. And he's gone for the loop and just, nah.
Going for a little backhand reverse there, but I think he's pretty safe in this heat.
Yeah, he's getting his money's worth. 15 seconds, mate. How many do you want?
We've seen some
10 seconds. We're counting this heat out in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh! That's called snaveling, and he blew it. All right, well done. Ready to go, Keenan. All right, we're ready. Press the green button. The SUP women's are underway in 7, 8, no, 6, 5, 4.
3, 2, 1.
Got to go backwards, don't you? Here we go. So here we go. The SUP Women's underway. We've got all three Schremer sisters, Mason, Lola and Scarlett. Mason in red, Lola in blue, Scarlett in yellow, and in white, Mel Mott. No slouch on the SUPs, Mel Mott, and she's out there keeping the girls honest. And here she goes, saying, age will not weary me. I'm going first. So she's into it. And
wow.
No dispersion for Mel's age.
It's a couple of little calves there too to start off, just to get the blood flowing, and see Smithy walking up the beach there. We're going to wait for results of that in a couple of minutes. We've got the ladies out there at the moment, and it's one of the Schwemmers paddling for this one. Here we go. It's a nice little right, this one.
It looks like in the red Mason Schwemmer.
Oh, wow. Nice little snap from Mason. She's going to get a little finish turn here too. Banks it up off the foam and out the back. Yellow.
That's Scarlett, 9-year-old Scarlett. So Schwemmer sisters are from Hawaii.
Yep.
And great visitors to this event. We love having them back. They're all full of froth and bubble, and they're always smiling and always having fun under the guidance and tutelage of their mother, who does the professional golf circuit, I'm told.
Yeah, no, they're a great family, and they ride all different type of craft too. So, and then White on the inside here, just milking away that right. So the girls are off to a pretty good start, every one of them. So Scarlett's just digging hard to get back out the back now.
Yeah, apparently 9 years old, our youngest competitor, but had to go on everything. So welcome very much. And Mel Mott, that was a nice long ride by Mel.
I tell you what, mate, you get to look at some Scarlett's board, and you have a look at the size of that sup. I think it's about 6'5" by gosh, I don't even know, but it's tiny.
My shortboard's 6'3".
There you go.
There's hope for me yet.
Yeah.
18 minutes remaining, ladies. 18 minutes. Official results still to come in, but let me tell you, we've got some scores on the board. And in first place so far in red, Mason, your first wave came in at a 7.67. You impressed the judges up here. Second place in white, two waves caught, 3.83 and a 2.17 for Mel. And little Scarlett, a 1.33. Getting smashed on that one.
She was charging on that thing
She
too.
was having a dig.
Yeah, that
and
thing.
Lola just being selective, just drifting out the back there, cruising up and down the lineup, waiting for the right wave to come in to show us her style and grace in the SUP Women's event here at the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open.
Yeah, we can see three different little personalities there with the Schwemmers too. We'd seen a good start by Mason on that right, and then Scarlett just charging on that last wave that's kind of closed out. And then Lola just out the back, just playing the waiting game, trying to position herself for a good little right-hander. So, very interesting three little personalities, and great to have them here from Hawaii.
Okay, Justin, official results from the heat before the SUP Amateur Men's. Must be heat number 2. It was. In 6th place, Wayne Johnson, I don't think he was there. 5th place went to Kip Harcourt. 4th place, David Stork. 3rd place, that was a tough battle all round, wasn't it? Anthony Smith came in 3rd in red. And sneaking through in 2nd place in green, Mick Jackson. And the man at the moment, Tim the Spanicipian, with a violent attack there on his backhand in 1st place. So well done, boys. Check the official board downstairs when the results are posted and look for your next progression.
Yeah,
well
good
done.
surfing, guys. And well done to Kip for getting out there, mate. That was some good stuff. Good to see the young guys stepping up and entering these events, just like the ladies out there at the moment. So the tide's fully come right in here at Kingscliff, and you got that nice little gutter in the inside there that's filled right up. But the girls come sort of just out to the end of the surf club now to try and find one of these long-running rights. So we're just waiting for a couple of sets to come through to get the girls on their second round of waves. And we have Lola, by the look of it, in blue, paddling for this one. This looks like a kind of a good wave. She can just get over the end of it, but just goes under her. And she's just missed it, unfortunately.
Right. I'm going to have a quick break. Justin, I'll leave you in the very comfortable voice-over of Mr. Jason Weeks as we finish up the SUP Women's. Quick note to the next heat will be the over 70s final. These gentlemen all over 70 years old, the granddaddies of the sea. Danny Bond, Trevor Brady, Bob McElwain and Colin Small. Little Colin, go down, see Uncle Owie and register up. You'll be in the water next with just under 15 minutes remaining. Have some fun in the sun.
That was a great little wave there from Scarlett. She just actually showing us the use of the paddle there too, swapping the paddle to different sides and trimming down the line there on her backhand. So a great little wave there for yellow. While the other girls are still out the back, waiting for another good wave. Like I said earlier, you could be paddling back out after a good one like Scarlett just got, and another wave will pop up on this high tide on the inside and it'll trim through. So interesting to see where Scarlett picked that one up, and it looks like White has the inside spot here at Kingscliff at the moment. Oh, so it's a beautiful day down here at Kingscliff. We've got the sups in the water. We've got more action coming up a bit later on with the longboard. So stick around down here at Kingscliff. Plenty to do, plenty to see. The water temperature is amazing. You can be out there in your board shorts or your cosy, and it's like a bath. So really enjoying the water as we have the ladies on the SUP out there and three sisters in this 4 women heat. We've got White. Mel looks like she's having a look, but it might be Mason who's going to get, oh, they've just missed that one. That one sort of came through and it's coming right into this inside bank before it even breaks. So the high tide is starting to show its true colours. And coming with this bank, there's you probably can't see it from the beach, but there's a little bit of a sweep. And what that is, here we go, it looks like White taken off. This could be a nice little wave that's going to reform. Stands up on the bank, did well to get around that little section. Just staying low just to make herself stable. Nice little carve, using the paddle, getting back on the front foot. So now chasing the power of the wave, trying to stick to the power source and getting a couple of nice little turns from Mel there. So that's a great little wave, and out the back it looks like Mason's going to just get over the top of this one. Mason Schwemmer in red with a nice little hack. She's going to have to stay in the power pocket of this wave to actually continue down the line, and she throws the paddle to the inside, which isn't easy to do. And she's just trimming, milking this wave, trying to get maximum points out of this wave. So that one ends for Mason, and Mel's back on the inside with her best wave of the heat. Scarlett and Lola are out the back waiting for another good one. As you can see, little Scarlett there at the moment in yellow, she's opted to just lay down and throw the paddle under her chest just to give herself a bit of momentum before she stands back up to get out the back. So obviously with SUPs, you've got a paddle, and sometimes, you know, it's not like surfing a longboard or a shortboard. You've got this paddle, and you've only got 2 arms, so you can either hold onto the paddle and paddle with one arm, or you can actually do what young Scarlett's doing there, throw it under your chest, let it stick out the front of your board, and that allows you to lay down. And you can see her little legs kicking there. She's going to make her way back out the back a little bit quicker, which it kind of just allows you, I suppose, if there's a lot of waves coming through and the foam's hitting you, when you're actually standing on a stand-up, it can be quite hard to get over the breaking waves. So Scarlett's doing her best. You can see she's battling against the current, and there we go. She's just stood back up now, and she'll grab a paddle, and she's in position to get another good ride. So we're down to about 11 minutes remaining, and the girls have already got some good ones. Lola's out the back, playing the waiting game, waiting for a good one. So
yeah, so at the moment we've got Mason Schwemmer with a 7.67 and 3.67 holding first place. Second place Mel Mott, 5.67 and 3.83, best 2 rides. Young Scarlett, we've got a 5.17 and 1.33, and Lola being selective, thinking, it's plenty of time. There's just over 10 minutes remaining. Heats have been won and lost in the last 5 minutes of this event, so I've got heaps of time. And calling up the next heat will be the Granddaddies. And just to prove that surfing is a fountain of youth, these guys all over 70 years old, surfing in the over 70s final here at the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. I hope I'm surfing when I'm that age. Danny Bond, who's just about won everything long and short throughout Australia. Trevor Brady, very accomplished surfer from Noosa. Bob McElwain and Colin Small, little Colin, they'll be out there. They'll have all the families, the whole people on the beach cheering for him.
Wow.
Over 70s. I hope I'm still doing
That's
it.
amazing. I hope my titanium rod's still going when I'm 70. I hope it hasn't rusted to the rest of my body. But White Mel Mott is way down the north, just trying to get back to the main pack of swimmers who've got control of the Kingscliff lineup here at the moment in the SUPs. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when Mel gets back out here. All the girls will be bunched together and looking for the next best wave to come through. So must be interesting. The three sisters out there jostling for waves, mate.
Yeah, I wonder how they're going to go if one snakes the other or drops in. I mean, Mum, is there plenty of arguing and fights going on? No, they're all beautiful girls. They're very well mannered, and it's lovely to see these young ladies holding style and grace out there in the water. A beautiful family, and welcome once again back here to Kingscliff.
For sure, and as we watched, like I said before, the tide's really filling up this bank at the moment, so the girls are doing their best to find a nice little right reform. As we can see, Mason in red, looking, this could be a good little wave actually. She's paddling hard. She's going to just deny that section. She might stick with it here. This thing could, oh no.
Yeah, a
just
bit of
come
junk
off.
in that one. Just while we're waiting for scores to come down, as ladies out in the water, just over 8 minutes remaining for this heat. We just had Chris come up from the Cabarita Youth Services tent. The bacon's back, and the guys are down there cooking up a storm, so bacon and egg rolls are still back on. We've got the sausages, and of course, if you didn't try one yesterday, get 2 into your guts today. The beautiful hamburgers, made with love, helping the youth around the area, the Cabarita Youth Services tent, the barbecue. Get down there and support them.
Yeah, well, I'm a big bacon lover, but yeah, just after that we had little Scarlet fully charging onto a right, just sort of got hung up in the lip there and went over the falls, but well done, Scarlet, because that was going to be a good wave. So good wave selection. But looked like 7 minutes 20 remaining, girls. So Lola, if you're out there, it's time to get a wiggle on and show us what you got. Down to 7 minutes and 10 seconds. So still plenty of time to get a wave. And as I speak, here we go. Lola's looking at one right now. This looks like a good little right. Oh, come on. Beautiful. I'll put the commentator's curse on her again, mate.
Bit of bumpy cross chop getting under the board there and giving her the Bronco buck. But 6 minutes 40 seconds, ladies in the water. 6 minutes 40 seconds. Current heat leader Mason Schremer. Sisters out there doing it for themselves, and Mel Mott keeping them honest, holding second place right now. So young Scarlett holding third, and Lola looking to improve her score. Currently sitting in fourth.
Yeah, little Scarlett, she just needs one to hold up, a little right, and she's going to have probably, and stick with it, she's probably going to have 2 good little scores. So it'll be interesting to see here. She's nearly got the inside. Mel's just looking at one now, and as you can see, Scarlett's paddled just on the inside of her, and she's going to take off on this little one. And this one's a grower. You can see it reforming on the inside of this bank. So she's just good wave selection. Nice little crouch. Look at that for style. Throwing the paddle to the inside, just waiting this thing.
Oh. Cross chop. She's only
Yeah,
about
bit of
3
chop.
pound.
But good wave selection there, and that's going to be another little score anyway to add to her collection. So you still got 5 minutes 40 there, Scarlett. So you get back out there. It's plenty of time. And out the back, it looks like Mason. This is a great looking wave. Trimming along the front here now, looking for this section to come up. She's just going to get round this. Nice little snap in the lip there. Now she's going to chase the power. You can see her using a paddle, bouncing on the front of a board, and she's going to get the connection to the inside. And she's going to probably try for another little carve on the inside and really milk this wave. And this is one of stuck, but full points for commitment. And as we look at the back, White, this looks like the biggest wave I've seen in the last 40 minutes come through. Mel Mott is paddling frantically for this thing, and it's lining up. This thing's going to reform through to the inside, and oh, did well to hold on. She's just got caught behind it and comes unstuck.
Tipped out of it. 4.5 minutes remaining, ladies. 4.5 minutes. How's the fitness? How do you feel?
Wow, yeah, well, little Scarlett's running. She's going to try and get back out there. She's going to be sucking in the big ones. Mum's down there giving her a bit of advice. And here's Mason doing the run around as well. Still 4 minutes 10 remaining, Mason, so do the sprint. And out the back, Lola's looking at a little inside right. This thing looks, this is what I'm talking about earlier. See how this wave's come on the inside, but she's just going to miss it. But that one could have been a good one. Just hit the bank, and it's running along the bank, allowing the surfer to be able to get a couple of turns in, but she just missed it.
The over 70 competitors, old Sea Dogs, you guys can start paddling out now. Just avoid the competition area. Be a hooter to finish this heat and a hooter to start yours. So Danny Bond in red, Trevor Brady in blue, Bob McElwain in white, and Colin Small in yellow. You can make your way across the bank if you wish. So just over 3 minutes remaining, and still holding first place is Mason Schremer. Mel Mott keeping the girls honest and separating them up in second. Scarlett sitting in third, and Lola. This will improve Lola's standing right now. That's a nice way for her. She's done plenty of work on that, using the paddle to drive over the fat section. And this one, Justin Holland growing on the inside for her.
Oh, wow. Look at this. Little beautiful wave selection. She just comes off on the inside. Mate, the heat's just begun. It's time to get out there, Lola. And Mel Mott is out there on her own at the moment, just stroking up the points. Mason decided to pretty much paddle straight out, and it could pay off. And little Scarlett is further to the south, so it'd be interesting to see in the last 2 minutes whether both of the swimmers get another wave. I think Mel's going to get a definite shot at it, and if Lola paddles hard, she may get a shot too at it. So, as you can see, a couple of little runners coming across the bank here at Kingscliff. Look at that one. I'm just mind surfing that thing right now. Bang, into the lip. Just a nice little roundhouse, and then I'm looking for the inside section to double up.
Now it's on. Lola, your last wave of 2.80. You're still holding fourth. Let's hope you do get out there for another crack at it. 1.5 minutes remaining, 1.5. So I suppose as we approach the mad minute, it is time to start digging deep, so to speak.
That's it.
Mel Mott holding prize position out here at the moment. Is she going to turn into this one? Decides, no, I'll wait and go over it. Young Scarlett battling.
Hopefully Scarlett stays. She's going to get out just after this one. She just needs to dig hard, get over this next little one.
I think this one's going to eat her.
Oh, she can just hold it over this one.
She's going to go sideways.
That can be the most frustrating thing when you're tired on a sup and you're nearly out and then another wave hits you. Oh, it can be
It's tiring on any board, no matter what.
Yeah, it can be so frustrating. You can see the currents cranking. So this isn't easy for people on the beach having a sup, trying to get back out against this current. Although it's not big Kingscliff and it's not big waves, the current out there is doing major damage. So
all right,
out the back.
We're in 40 seconds remaining, and Mel Mott decides she's heard the call. Am I scraping into this? No, she's not. There is another one building behind her. She's digging down the line, hopefully getting on to the right section of this. Will it hit her, or will she go for it? She's going to go late. It looks like it's a late start for Mel Mott, and she decided to, pearl dive.
Oh.
20 seconds remaining. Will the girls get out there? 20 seconds, girls. It's just turn around and catch whatever.
Yeah, for sure.
We have to count this one down. So with 10 seconds remaining in 9, 8, and that was tough going, getting back out there, looking at them, but
well
unfortunately
done.
time's the enemy. In 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, well surfed in trying conditions from the SUP women's and the Schremer sisters holding court out there, and Mel Mott keeping them honest. Here comes the two girls sharing at the end.
Well, look at that. That's beautiful.
So
Girls just sharing one on
they're
the
into
inside.
it. We're just waiting for scores to drop. Over 70s final is next. So the grand old men of the sea, the over 70s gentlemen, fathers and grandfathers out there playing the game, keeping us young.
For sure, and the girls just having fun on the inside. And my one of my son there just on the inside. Boys, make sure you go a little bit north towards the bolo.
All right, we're in. Here we go, boys, gentlemen outside in 3, 2, 1. The surfing thing. I'd like to thank Justin Holland very much coming up and giving us all the information and background about SUP surfing. Good luck with the training, mate, and the healing.
Thank you, mate.
And I know you're going to go harder still, and let's hope all good things happen to you. Thanks very much for being here.
My pleasure.
So official results for the SUP amateur heat. We've got 6th place in white. We had Surfer Johnston, 5th place. I've already read these through. So 4 surfers in the water, combined age of in excess of 280 years. Daniel Bond in red, Trevor Brady in blue, Bob McElwain in white, and Colin Small from, well, former West Australian. He's sort of semi-retired over here these days, in yellow. So I'd ask, obviously, free surfers to continue maintaining their distance from our competition area, which has been a very good job of doing the right thing so far this weekend, and it's very much appreciated by all competitors, contest organisers and paramedics who would otherwise have to stitch you up. And some tricky conditions there through the SUP heats, and I'd almost go on the record as saying there's been another little change. Maybe it's just the lower tide really having a bit of a kick in now, but seems to have tidied up the contest area just a little. That may just be my optimism, but sort of this is a bit of the feel at the moment. And I just heard Nick Jones being interviewed by his media fans, and he was saying it was quite tricky out there. I think we need to acknowledge the fact that PSO's turned 55 today. So happy birthday, PSO. If you see him, give him a big hug. But we're almost 4 minutes into this final. This is an over 70s final. And 16 minutes remaining. And none of these surfers yet to open their account, but I think that might be about to change. Little ripple here, looks like white and yellow both thinking about it, but first to commit, no. bit of cat and mouse going on out there in the lineup. These guys are over 70 years of age, so I guess it makes sense that they conserve their energy. Only catch the 2 waves that they really need to catch. Oh, Colin Small, head down and paddling. You wouldn't think he was over 70 if you met him, folks. Big smile, big spring in his step. And once again, they eye each other off down the barrel of the longboards and decide, no, I'm not going. Looks like Blues entered the lineup. Red, we would ask that any free surfers do not get involved in proceedings. So this is Mr. Bond. 70 years of age. Free surfer in the contest zone. You really need to. This is the over 70s final, so these guys have been surfing before you were born. Probably not a great idea to get in the way and ruin their chances of winning the Australian Longboard Surfing Open final. Not a way to endear yourself to the longboarding community. Mate, free surfer, if you can just chuck a left, mate, and paddle towards the north, that'd be much appreciated. So in keeping with the age division, it's been a slow start to this heat. A few anti-inflammatories maybe yet to kick in. But the over 70 men giving us a great, well, it's giving me some optimism for the future anyway. If I keep longboarding, hopefully I'll still be fit as a fiddle like these fellas, if I'm lucky enough to make it to 70 years of age. If I keep having these smoothies from across the road, the Surf Shack straight across the road, banana smoothie, I've pretty much been living on them so far this weekend. And extra shot of honey in the bottom. Well, Colin Small is having a look. Thought he might lose the nose on that takeoff and kind of keeps the nose out, but unfortunately flicked off the board. But 12 and a half minutes remaining. We're almost looking down the barrel of a restart, but Colin locking in a quick up and off, so that's a .83 for you, Colin, but you are the heat leader as the only wave scored so far for this final. That guy going out with a yellow board, please don't go into anywhere through the area where our surfers might surf. This is, of course, a sanctioned event, both with the World Surfing League and the New South Wales Tourism Commission. And you don't want to mess with the guys from Volt Wetsuits either. It's one of the major sponsors. Mick Corbs, oh, eat you for breakfast. Paddle on out the back, but again, they're being very fussy out here, these guys. Colin Small not being so fussy, but he's not really getting the result either. Submarine takeoff, that won't score as a wave. His hands never left the rails. He didn't get to his feet. I must urge non-competitors to be nowhere near being involved with this break. Don't catch a wave that will take you through the flagged off area. So it still remains with 11 minutes on the clock. Colin Small in the lead with a 0.83. So anyone wanting to move into first place would basically need to stand up and do a bottom turn. I'd also like to say a big thanks for their support this year from Volley. Their new range of shoes looking pretty cool. They're still doing the old school ones as well. Plain white with the green and gold. But I know there's been a few people waiting for the final results from the women's sup. So back on the microphone after a well-earned break. You called the heat, so do you want to call the results as well?
Yeah, official results from the SUP women's event, and was well surfed by the girls out there in difficult conditions. In fourth place with blue, Lola Schremer. In third place, Scarlett Schremer in the yellow. Keeping them honest all the way through in the white was Mel Mott, and taking that one out, Mason Schremer. Mason getting the highest wave score of the heat, a 7.67. And no slouching with a 6.17 behind it. So well done, Mason Schremer. And lovely to see you all here again, the wonderful family from Hawaii. Right now with 9 minutes remaining out there, this is the over 70s final.
And it looks like we're about to get some action. It's been a long time between drinks or waves in this particular case. But Blue takes off a wave straight over the shoulder. Good enough to hang on to it in the prone position. On his feet now, waiting for some scoring opportunities to present themselves. And Trevor Brady, well, as with all the other competitors in the water at the moment, they're all over 70 years of age. So congratulations just for being out there and making it out through the waves. And
Trevor acknowledging the wrap there, or his cramp in the arm.
Oh, bit of a layback for Trevor at the end there.
I've known doctor service as well. Still a qualified pilot, although retired from the airline business. Does assist with angel care and the flying doctor service when required, flying sick people around the country. And one of nature's true gentlemen.
For being such a nice bloke, there goes the score, 4.33. Rockets you straight into the lead, Trevor Brady. And in second place now in the other qualifying position. Well, this is a final, so in second, Cole Small. And, well, you now need a 3.51 if you want to get back into the red jersey.
See, they age shall not weary them. They all started a bit late out there. We had two surfers on the bill, and obviously now it's gone to the four are out there. So there must have been a delay in the traffic somewhere or oxygen tents.
Hang on. Bit of action now, Danny Bond. Got a bit of Bondcrete. Tipped in his shoes on that one. Look at the rig on this bloke here. How old are you now, Ray Gleaves? I reckon it must be that stand-up paddleboarding. Look at he's got rig. You got abs. No wonder all the ladies love him. And half the blokes by the sound of things. Colin Small out the back. A little bit of a nosedive with the running theme for this heat so far. Bob McElwain. He knows it's finals time. He knows it's time to get some waves locked in. There's only 5.5 minutes to go, so that's a good 4-3. This heat high score so far with Trevor Brady is a 4.33. So you could throw a very small blanket across these scores. This is the final of the over 70 men, so we weren't expecting to see these guys catching 10 waves, but Cole Small, you're actually drifting out of the contest area if you're not careful, mate. That current really starting to have an effect now that it wasn't there earlier. And as we see a set approaching out the back, and well, current heat leader Trevor Brady decides to go on the first one. Unfortunately, that's a bad call. Nose disappearing under the water, and that's all she wrote. This wave behind it, great first section, but it looks like the competitor in question, Bondi's probably just a little bit underneath it there, and a good idea not to take that one from where he was. Colin Small is on the wide right. He's up and riding, Cole. He's kept the nose out of the water this time and looking to project through the inside. Working those bandy legs. Nice late takeoff behind him. Bondi elicits a few groans of enjoyment. Colin Small's surfing through the middle of the caravan park. Only 4 minutes remaining in the heat. 4 minutes, guys, 4 minutes, and I would suggest you're outside the scoring area now. If you were to take another wave, it wouldn't be scored from there. A flurry of scores for the judges to work their way through. 3 surfers rode 2 waves. Always good to have the honour of a visit from Kingscliff royalty.
Nearly walked away with my glasses. There's nothing royal about him. He still needs them like me.
Royal
right, guys,
rat bag.
3.5 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water, 3.5 minutes. The over 70s final.
Danny Bond's locked in at 5.67. That's now new the heat high score. That's bumped, well, Cole Small down into 4th place, but then he got a 3.5 locked in. So Trevor Brady, the early heat lead, he's now in 2nd place, but he only has 1 wave locked in. But
and here he goes, Trevor
trying
Brady.
to change that.
Captain, my captain. He's finding a nice little glide on the inside to suit him. He's surfs around the Noosa area quite often.
Old school cruisy cool style there. Nice slack knees and well, again you get the sense that if the wave presents for these guys, they're going to be out and into it. Go on, Colin, 2 minutes 40, mate. You can get back out there. Nice wax job, by the way, mate. Very nice parallel lines. Good to see a bit of effort going into someone's wax job. I think it's a good sign of the preparation. Cole, you need a 2.61 to move into 2nd, a 2.90 to move into 1st, mate. So if you can get back out there in the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds, that's very achievable scores for you. Both of those scores lower than the 3.5 you already have locked in, so you know you can do it. That is, of course, assuming these guys out the back don't do anything in the meantime. Danny Bond has a bit of a look and doesn't go. Colin Small is on that little edge of that shallow bit of sand. He might just have time. 2 minutes and 4 seconds. I think I actually did that yesterday, but the tide was a bit lower, so I won't expect Cole to be able to go jogging out across that sandbank quite so easily.
Next
Paddle
heat,
on at the north end.
next heat in the water will be the nose rider. So Dame Pioli, Chloe
Danny Bond.
Cowan, Soleil Erica, and Jared Neal should be checking in with Uncle Owen and walking across the bar, ready to paddle out. The
Danny
bomb comes
Bond
in
on
out the
the
back,
right.
unridden.
Look at this. There's only 1.5 minutes remaining, 1.5 minutes. I'd suggest it'd be a good time to get another one under your belt. Only 2 scores locked in over the 4 mark, so a half decent wave can change things dramatically. There we go. It's a good heat, from our early heat leader, Trev.
Trevor Brady in the blue there, lining it up for the inside. Looking to improve his score and knock Danny Bond off his perch.
I'll tell you what. Do a little cross step.
Bob McElwain.
Flicking out now, clean. Oh, is that Bob McElwain behind him?
All right, we are on 40 seconds. Jason Weeks, 40 seconds. This is a flurry at the end, as usual.
Well, a 3.27 as a backup wave for Danny Bond. That's his 1st place position, so anything better than that is an improvement. 30 seconds remaining now, 30 seconds. Colin Small needs a 2.91. He's just bashing his way through the whitewater. 19 seconds now, Cole.
Turn around and catch anything.
Tell you what, we're approaching the 10-second mark, and there it is, the final 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He's up. All right, so he's up and riding before the siren. Colin Small. Look for this section of barrel on the inside. Looks like it might be a grower. That coal might also be shrinking.
Little Colin.
Nice bit of footwork. No, he's doing a good job maintaining momentum with that. And he flicks out before the heavy closeout section at the end. So nice effort there, Cole Small.
Yep, Nose Rider up next. Out the water should be Dane Pioli, Chloe Calmon, Sole Erico and Jared Neal. They are out there as far as I know. Nose Rider event, Heat 1 and Heat 2. Baja 9-foot women's, and then 2 heats of the We're ready to go. Judges. All right, there's been a someone shuffled the paperwork. What do we got? I'm only reading what's in front of me. All right, it's the LQS men's. I'm sorry about that, gentleman out in the water. LQS men's is in the water. Going. No. All right, we're waiting for an update. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, there has been a change in program, or it hasn't been confirmed. The Vault Wetsuits LQS men's should be up next. There's no sheets here. Cancer Institute women's next, then Nose Rider, amateur women's and retro. So I'm only reading what's been presented in front of me. My apologies. We're on hold. Gentlemen out the water, we're on hold. We're just verifying the event. Communication breakdown.
All right, so just to recap, this is the LQS Men Vault Wetsuits Division, the Pro Men's, and we'll be looking at some of the best longboard surfers in the world. All right, so looking forward to the Vault Wetsuit semi-finals. The crowd's getting excited. I can hear them slapping their feet and fingers and toes out in the balcony area. Semi-final number 1, Taylor Jensen, all the way from the USA, although he spends most of his time in Australia now. 2 times world champ. Get Marlon Gio in blue from Australia, flying the flag for the local boys. Ruben Roxburgh from Evans Head. He's fronting up in white, and Shohei Akimoto in yellow, all the way from Japan. The judges are ready. We're going to get you guys underway in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're underway, and Vault Wetsuits, of course, a great sponsor of this event, and $2,000 up for grabs for the winner of this division, along with the all-important 1,000 ratings points towards their Longboard qualifying series to determine world title aspirations and Australian team membership and so forth. There's a paddle on nice and early. This is Marlon Gio, the big fish. I'll call him that. That's Marlon, again, up and off.
Yeah, once again, apologies, ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear us, and here and at home, the sheets weren't presented in front of us, so we're out of running order at the moment. No results on the over 70s final. Let's not make them wait. It was a final, so we'll keep that for the presentation. We've got Blue up and riding outside, and our blue surfer Marlon Gio finding one across the bank. How much? 20-minute semi we're into right now. 18:45 left on the clock, and Martin Gio finding a nice wave there. Something to score on. It's coming in around the 2 mark. We'll give you an update as the last wave, as it last drops. But early days, and as we've been saying, heats can be won and lost in the last 5 minutes of this event. So 2.33 Marlon for your last one, along with a 1. I don't know if they can hear me out in the water very muchly with the northerly blowing. I know in the park it's just the band's firing up and then there's nothing happening in the park. So we're just doing commentary for the podcast at home.
Well, Marlon Gio has said hi, Mum and Courtney, on his entry form, as he'd like us to say. So hi, Mum and Courtney. And currently your boy Marlon is leading the heat. He's got a combined score of 3.33, so obviously 2 low scores that he'll be looking to improve on. But if everything was to stop now and the ocean was to go flat, Marlon is the outright winner. But, of course, there's 17 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, and I'd be very, very surprised if those scores remain at Marlon's 2 best. A paddle on behind, it looks like Ruben now, Ruben Roxburgh, the lifeguard all the way from Evans Head, just down the road really. Nice nose ride early off, and then up into a foam climb floater, and, well, a base from which to commence his campaign towards the final of this pro men's event. Of course, Taylor Jensen has won this event 3 times before. And so if he was to win this year, and then he'd have the bragging rights over Dame Pioli, who's also got 3 also trophies. But loving partner of Nava and father of Jagger. He says, hi, Grammy Lolly, we love you. So Grammy's getting some love because Nava said the same thing during her heat. A 2.77 for Ruben Roxburgh, so that is the highest single wave score. A 0.56 would put you in the lead, but even discussing those numbers is pretty irrelevant at this point because we all know that you're going to replace those numbers. And we see paddling now. This is Shohei. Belts it up and over the lip. We saw in Japan. And that nice attack at the lip has now put him into the position where he has the single highest wave score, 3.17. But on the back of 2 waves combined, it's still Marlon Gio in the lead by the narrowest of margins, 3.33, versus Shohei Akamoto's 3.17. Ruben Roxburgh, a single wave score of 2.77, now needs a 0.41 for second, a 0.56 to move into first. Taylor Jensen yet to trouble the scorers, but Taylor and Harley Jensen seem to share that same gene where they all... having seen them surf dozens of times now in a competitive environment, the number of times I've seen them not get 2 good waves is, well, nil. What we'd like you to do if you're down at the contest, folks, is to go along to the Australian Longboard Surfing Open page, have a look at the photos, tag your friends who are in them, and click some likes and stuff. As we see Marlon Gio, current heat leader, and he'll be looking at replacing his scores with this one. Behind him, the man I was just talking about, Taylor Jensen, puts 10 up there, banks it back and throws some spray for, is that a swimmer or a photographer in the lineup? So it's 3rd nose ride, 2nd 10 there for Taylor Jensen, belts up over the end section. Shohei's belting the daylights out of that wave as well. So keeping the judges and the cameraman extremely busy. These guys exchanging 3 waves there in the space of seconds. And can't wait to see those scores as they drop in for us. 14 minutes remaining, 14. Taylor Jensen just put on a bit of a clinic there as far as a combination of radical plus traditional, nose riding plus lip belting. A nice looking set wave approaching from the southern end of the contest zone. I'll give you some updated scores as they come in, guys. They're not locked in yet. We're up and riding in white. This is that man, Ruben Roxburgh. Lifeguard down in his hometown, and a bit of an all-round waterman. Rides a sup, rides a jet ski, rides a longboard clearly, but unfortunately just putting that nose in the drink. Part of the Roxburgh Waterman family. Their old man, of course, this heat is actually the head judge of the event. So the Roxburghs, a fixture on the longboarding circuit, and Ruben's still holding down what I reckon is the best barrel of the comp so far. I think there's a prize for that. Interesting to see if there's any upgrades over the course of the next day and a half. But 12 minutes 43 remaining. Ruben, your second wave, a 6.5 to go with your 2.77, has you in the lead. Taylor Jensen, your first and only wave, a 9.00, ladies and gentlemen, a 9 for that first wave. All 3 judges, same score, 9.0, 9.0, 9.0. So Taylor Jensen has the highest single wave score, but he's not in the lead. Ruben Roxburgh has that position. Now that means Shohei Akamoto, you need to score a 5.11 to move into second place, a 5.37 to move into first. That's how close it is. Marlon Gio, meanwhile, your third wave, a 4.67, leaves you needing 4.34 for second, 4.60 for first. Very, very tight. A 4.6 will move the fourth place surfer into first place. Just under 12 minutes remaining. Plenty of action. There'll be a lot of back and forth on this leaderboard, I think, Ian Pearson.
I tell you what, mate, when the cream does rise to the top, here's the cream looking to cement themselves in and build that foundation. But as you said, a 9-point ride from Taylor Jensen, highest wave score of the event so far, I gather. But not slouching behind him. 6.50, Ruben Roxburgh, along with a 2.77. He knows he has to improve on that. That'll keep him in first place right now. Taylor's only 1 wave ridden. The boys are jockeying back out there for position. And let's hope the waves supply to show us their style and grace. Power and flow on these waves here at Kingscliff Beach. Semi-finals of the World Surf League Vault Wetsuits Pro Division. Thank you very much to Vault Wetsuits for coming on board. Semi-final number 1. You're watching Taylor Jensen out there in red, Marlon Gio in blue, and Ruben Roxburgh in white. Shohei Akamoto in yellow. So Shohei Akamoto, a 3.9 to 3.17, holding first at the moment. Marlon, a 4.67 to 2.33. A 1 was just his throwaway, testing the water, the first one. So tight, very tight, as it should be in a semi-final. Wave selection will be the decider out here because all these guys know what they're doing. As we watch scratching into one outside, Taylor Jensen, the big man on the big board, drops down, goes a little nose tap, swings it back round and slides the tail round. Look at that. Constant manoeuvring, rail-to-rail surfing from former 2 times world champion, multiple US champion Taylor Jensen, and obviously a champion of this event over the years. So 10 minutes remaining, surfers in the water, 10 minutes. I hope you can hear me out there with the wind. I know they can't hear a thing in the web. I hope you're enjoying the forecast, the podcast rather. Is that our Japanese surfer, the man in yellow? So thank you very much to Vault Wetsuits again for sponsoring the Pro Division here. Bringing some of their fine wetsuits over to help give to our competitors. Now, just remember too, we're going again tomorrow, finals day, all day tomorrow. And if you'd like us on Facebook, you can go to Instagram, hashtag also, or hashtag Oz Longboard Open. All the W's Longboard Open, I suppose it says there. 9 minutes, surfers in the water, 9 minutes remaining. All right, we'd like to thank Adrian supplying the sound system for the event once again this year, and he knows what's going on. He knows his equipment's working, and you can hear us out in the water. And apparently we're back on air in the park, and of course live on the podcast. So coming down towards 8 minutes, the ocean's slowing down up out there with the current movement of the tide across the sand bottom. But let me tell you, Taylor Jensen, your last wave came in at a 5.00 along with your 9.00. You're currently holding first place. Ruben Rocks, 6.50 and a 2.77 holding second. In third place, no improvement on your previous two scores. Mr. Akamoto, a 3.90 and a 3.17 holding third. And in fourth place, Marlon Guillot, big start for you, but no improvement yet, a 4.67, a 2.33, still in fourth position. As we watch Taylor Jensen wind up again on the inside, and hearing the call, Marlon Guillot decided I better get something cracking, and that one didn't do it for him. But there he is again, the big man Taylor Jensen, milking a 6-inch wave to the best of his abilities, and hasn't he got some? Minutes remaining, holding a comfortable lead with a 9 and a 5.0, waiting for the scores to come in for that last one. It has increased your score, mate, an 8.17 for your last wave, 8.17 along with your 9. You are putting the fist down, so to speak, and punching this heat in first place. Ruben Roxburgh, you are comboed. You need to replace a 2.67. You actually need a combination score to get into first, currently holding second, but snapping at your heels, requiring a 5.38 in third, is Shohei Akamoto from Japan, and Marlon Guillot, you only need a 4.61. Your last wave of 1.17, no improvement. And up and riding, Ruben Rocks in the white, gliding over some rough water there and just getting a nice carve. And unfortunately, the wobble under his fins there just pushed him off the back of that one. Nice big turn on a mushy wave out there from Ruben Roxburgh. Currently holding second spot. Remaining in the heat. That being semi-final number 2, Jack Entwistle will be in red, Dane Pioli in blue, Harley Ingleby in white, and Jared Neal will be in the yellow. You guys can check in with Uncle Owie. I know you have done so. And you can make your way across the bank and paddle out. Please stay wide of the competitors in the water. And another great heat coming up, as it should be in a semi-final of the Pro Division. From Vault Wetsuits, Jack Entwistle, Dane Pioli, Harley Ingleby, and Jared Neal. Get your autograph books out and get the cameras ready. Another exciting heat in very marginal conditions, we'll call them, with the northerly coming in here at Kingscliff, upsetting the waves themselves, but these guys being consummate pro surfers make it look easy. Time 5 minutes, just under 5 minutes remaining, just under 5 minutes. Ruben, you have a 6.50 and a 4.343. You need a combination score to get into first. You're currently sitting in second spot. Chole Akamoto needing a 7.03 to move into second. 3.90 and a 3.17 in fourth. Marlon Gio trailing with a 4.67 and 2.33. Holding the lead with a 9 and an 8.17 is Taylor Jensen. So, Ruben, you need to improve on a 4.43. A combination will get you into first, but you are holding second at the moment with 4 minutes remaining. 4 minutes. Looking at some movement out on the bank in front of the surf club, and it looks like Marlon Gio is going straight to the tip on that one. Looking for speed down the line. Goes back up and stretches into another 5. Getting through the mush water. Trying to hook around this foam ball and see what he can line up on the inside. We'll let the judges decide on that one. 3.5 minutes remaining. 3.5 minutes. Marlon letting the board do the work and trying to push through to a cleaner wall, but improve on a 2.33, currently holding highest wave in his heat at the moment, 4.67, so looking to improve his scores. 3 minutes remaining, surfers in the water, 3 minutes. So current heat leader, Taylor Jensen, holding the fort at the moment, waiting for the others to catch up. Combination score required by second place, Ruben Roxburgh. But big battle between second, third and fourth right now. Shohei Akamoto needing a 7.3 to take second, and just waiting on a score to drop. There could be a change, and I no doubt think there will be. Yes, there has been. So moving into third spot, Marlon Gio, your last wave of 4.63 along with a 4.67 has cemented you into third, pushing Shohei Akamoto back to fourth, requiring a 7.03. Scores are being adjusted through the computers, pressing buttons feverishly down there to get all the points in. I'm reading them off the screen. And we are almost at 2 minutes. Gentlemen in the water, 2 minutes. Officially 2 minutes remaining for this heat. So red over white over blue over yellow is how it reads at the moment. The ocean's going a little quiet. Time's the enemy here. 1 minute 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute 30. So with no waves ridden, there is no change in the heat standing at the moment. Taylor Jensen holding first place in red. Ruben Roxburgh white second. And then Marlon Gio moved up to the third. The surfer in blue. And Shohei Akamoto is in fourth. Boys jockeying around and hoping something sent their way. Last minute flurry. And there it is, guys. We're in the mad minute, the last minute of semi-final number 1 of the Vault Wetsuits Pro Division. 1,000 competition points up for grabs and a $2,000 purse for the first place getter. Thank you very much to Vault Wetsuits for coming on board. Second semi-final, the boys are out there just thinking, wow, what's going on with the ocean? Jack Entwist will be in red, Dane Pioli in blue, Harley Ingleby in white, and Jared Neal in yellow. 30 seconds remaining, surfers, 30 seconds. And I can honestly tell you nothing's really happening. I'm not allowed to do that. So no waves ridden as we get ready to count this wave out. Taylor's no doubt pretty happy. Ruben's just thinking you can stay flat. Here we go. We're at the end of 9, 8, 7, 6. There's Ruben. Last throw of the dice, avoiding the embarrassment. 3, 2, 1. So great exhibition of men's pro surfing in very contestable conditions as we watch Ruben Roxburgh just glide through the inside there. He's got to get this one to the beach and not paddle in. Well surfed, the other fellas. We'll get the official results as they come to you. We'll wait for the judges to knock this score in. I'll get the green light and send off the second semi-final of the Vault Men's Pro. All right. All right, guys, second semi, we're counting you in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, don't forget at home and in the park, download the official event app, search Australian Longboard Surfing Open on the App Store. Download to watch the webcast, view the program and check out the event sponsors.
If you're on Instagram, use the hashtags also. Actually, we'll just keep an eye on what's going on at the back there first. That looks like Jared Neal on his backhand. Just opening up the account.
Right up behind him in blue, Dane Pioli snaps out of the bottom and glides straight up onto the 5-10 combo. Another nice 5 there.
Getting some nice claps and cheers from the assembled throng. Throwing some spray on that little step back slashing cuddy, and yet appreciation being shown on the balcony. And it's more than just Coronas at work. There's some great
Men's Pro in 4th place in yellow, Shohei Akamoto. 3rd place went to Marlon Gio. And in 2nd place in white, Ruben Roxburgh. Taking that one out in red, Taylor Jensen. Well surfed, gentlemen. Congratulations of making it to the final.
Jared Neal, meanwhile, has found himself another wave on the paddle out, straight to the nose on the inside section. Behind him, the Twiz, Jack Entwistle, nice little 10 there. With Jared Neal, meanwhile, clicking his heels together as well. On this one.
Yeah, 2 naturals, 2 goofies, and yeah, nice opening ride for Jack Entwistle, surfer in red. So the scores are being dropped in feverishly by our judging.
Some extra scoring potential on this wave. And it's a bit of hard work, but he's managed to get a nice little 5. Attempted to click at the heels, and maybe that was just a step too far. But nice long wave for Jack. Dane Pioli looks like he's dropping a nice score. Your first wave for Jared Neal, a 1.17, Jared, which I'm guessing is what you're expecting. Your first wave, Dane Pioli, a 7.67, and you have the lead. Jack Entwistle, 5.33, mate. So he currently has you in 3rd place because Jared has a 2-wave total of the 3.51, a 4.17 and a 1.17. Needs 3.51 to take the lead from Dane Pioli, sitting in 1st place with a 7.67 as his only wave. So Jack Entwistle's 2nd highest score, but only one score locked in. And Harley Ingleby, meanwhile, playing the waiting game, and did the same thing in the quarterfinals, and it worked out nicely for him. Only time will tell how it goes in this semi-final.
17 minutes remaining, surfers. 17 minutes, 3 minutes gone. So plenty of action still to come in semi-final number 2 of the Vault Wetsuits Men's Pro here at the Australian Longboard Surfing Open.
So, yep, Instagrammers, hashtag also, hashtag Oz Longboard Open. And if you're on Facebook, like and add yourself to the Australian Longboard Surfing Open page. Regular updates being put online by the media crew up here. And obviously, the more people that go on that Facebook page and interact and show their friends, that's the sort of thing that gets our sponsorships renewed for next year. Massive thank you to all the crew involved in Vault Wetsuits in WA and around Australia. And congratulations to the Vault team. Top 3, or 2 of the top 3 big waves ridden. The biggest paddle-in wave from Zach Haynes. Of course, Mick Corbett taking out Best Wave at the Big Wave Awards and a nice size novelty check for $20,000. The Vault Wetsuits, well, throw some business their way. If you haven't got a wetsuit sponsor and you're thinking about a new wetsuit, look after the company that's looking after your sport. Get into a Vault wetsuit or rashi. Wouldn't need much more than a long sleeve rashi on a day like today to keep the sun off.
All right, gentlemen in the water, 15.5 minutes remaining, 15.5 minutes. So, yeah, not a great deal of action happening, unfortunately, with Kingscliff.
will be having a bit of a look. Former world champion, multiple Aussie champion. Takes off. Gets that first little top turn in, which allows him to project down the line. Little re-entry off the foam into a drawn-out 5. He'll look to step up for the 10. Make sure he's safely on the tail to get down the line past that next little crisscross section. That swooping cutback that he's famous for, points the nose at the lip, runs up the front for a 5. As that wave disappears in front of him, he's still utilising his full rocker. Little kicker 10-5 combo at the dying moments of the wave, and Harley's probably scored more points in that last 50 metres of that wave than what the sort of person who liked to wager on these things. You would always expect Harley to have 2 waves in the very good to excellent range by the time his time is done.
So we'll wait for the judges to drop those scores in as you run back around. Harley, 14 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. And that's for the gentleman out in the water as well, 4 minutes, 20 seconds. And scores are dropping in. Harley, your first wave came in at a 7. So currently heat leader, one wave ridden, Dane Pioli, a 7.67. Second place, moving into opening his account, Harley Ingleby with a 7. In third place, Jared Neal with a 4.17 and a 1.17.
There goes that man right now, Jared Neal, head down and paddling hard, doesn't quite get onto that wave.
And Jack, the giant killer, Entwistle, a 5.33, only one wave ridden, but we know he's got to get a second one as we watch Dane Pioli in blue drift into this one, smacks it up off the top, keeping the nose high out of the chop. Lining up the inside, goes to the nose, drops back down, keeps the nose out of the water, come round the foam ball.
Great bit of surfing.
Crowd on the balcony hooping.
Didn't think he was going to quite be able to get into a closeout manoeuvre done, but he manufactured some drive out of the bottom of that wave and threw it up and over. And Dane's going to go for the absolute maximum point score here as well. He has the highest single wave score so far. He's just seen Harley answer back with a very close 7. So he's going to try and get these last 5s and 10s in on the inside section. Those swimmers, you got open, and these guys' boards will hurt if they accidentally come into contact with you.
So
Great
Dane
wave for Dane Pioli there.
deciding to come in and do the run around, and as you do, scores are in. Your last wave came in at a 5.60, along with your 7.67. You are current heat leader. And then Jared Neal in third, looking to increase the account with a 4.17 and 1.17. Jack Entwistle, one wave ridden, and anything can happen here with Jack the Giant Killer, a 5.33.
Meanwhile, Jared Neal looking to improve on his score. Has a bit of a look, realises that's not going to help him too much, and he's out of there.
There's not a great deal of opportunity out there at all for these surfers, Jason Weeks, but what does present, these guys will try and make the most out of it, as we have seen with Dane Pioli and Harley Ingleby, trying to bash these waves to submission as far along the ride as possible.
I'll just ask again if those 3 guys swimming out the front can just move down the beach just a little bit, fellas. As you saw on that last wave, you are in the contest area. Yes, please. Thanks, mate. Much appreciated. Good on you, fellas. Good to see. Thank you. And, well, it's 11.5 minutes to go in the Vault Men's Pro. Jared Neal and Dane Pioli locking in 1 point wides at the moment, so that will be irrelevant to them. But, sorry, Dane Pioli doing the run around. He was given a 1, but it wasn't his. So Jared a 1.03 for that last wave, mate. Your second, or your best wave a 4.17. So Jared, you need a 2.84 to move into second, because Harley only has the 1 wave, but a 9.1 is what you really need to move into first place. Trying to improve on a 4.17 to make it that task a more achievable mission. Jack Entwistle in the background, just quickly to his feet and out of that wave towards the rear.
$10 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Surfers in the water, 10 minutes 40. So no change in the heat at the moment. Blue over white over red over yellow. And no change in the standings of this heat in the moment. Currently in first place, with a 7.67 and a 5.60 is Dane Pioli. Harley Ingleby, just the one wave ridden, cemented him in second with a 7. He knows he'll get you another one before this heat's out and improve on that.
What that does mean, though, is Jack Entwistle's only chasing a 1.68 in order to leapfrog Harley. So Jack won't be happy with that score, obviously. He'll just want to go out there and get an 8 or a 9 to keep himself in the mix. Because really, even though it's a semi-final, first and second make it through to the final, but these guys want bragging rights. They want the psychological advantage. We've gone past the halfway mark. And a 1.68 for Jack, a 2.8 for Jared will change things, but they must bear in the back of their mind that Harley Ingleby only has the one scoring wave. The highest single wave score for this final is 7.67 with Dane Pioli, closely followed by Harley's 7.0. What it means is that Harley needs a 6.28 or better if he wishes to move into first place. And knowing Harley, I'm sure he wishes that very much.
Coming up after this event will be semi-final number 1 of the Women's Pro. We have the current world champion, Rachel Tilley, will be in red. Navi Young will be in blue. Hiriko Yoshikawa will be in white. And Mason Schremer will be in the yellow. You can check in with Uncle Owen at your leisure. Make sure you paddle out on the 5-minute mark and get ready for semi-final number 1 of the Cancer Institute of New South Wales Women's Pro.
All right, so Jared Neal, your last wave of 1.73 has improved your score, but hasn't changed anything, mate. You need a 2.84 for second, a 9.10 for first. 8 minutes 30. 8 minutes 30 remaining.
Very difficult conditions here now at Kingscliff. The swell's backed off, but the wind's picked up, so distinguishing between waves and chop is going to be something you really have to look deep at.
Jared Neal's rolling the dice. No. Sorry, that was... had a bit of a look there, but realised the wave wasn't going to offer him much. Harley Ingleby, meanwhile, likes the look of this one. He's been waiting for a little while. Expect to see him go straight to the nose. A big bottom turn. A perfect roundhouse cutback that he holds, but not room for doing it there. Quick top turn off the white water, and he's out of there, so that'll be a...
It's only Harley's second wave of the heat, so one current heat leader, Dane Pioli, up and riding straight to the tip, drops it round, looking to get some speed up over the top of this section, keeping the nose out of the water. Another big bang, and crowd on the balcony likes it.
Yep,
so
nice big belt there, committed manoeuvre. High degree of difficulty and a good chance of falling off, especially with this chop. Jared Neal, meanwhile, changes of direction and then a nose ride, and then that's it. All right, so Harley Ingleby, your last wave of 4.33 is enough to take you into second place. You were momentarily overtaken there by Jared Neal. Harley, a 4.33, but you're still chasing a 6.28 to move into first. Flying down the line, trying to do just that. Uses that tall limber frame to muscle that board back into the pocket. And Harley there gets the nice clean. 7.16 is still what you need. Jack Entwistle, a 6.01 will see you in the final.
And 6.5 minutes remaining for the heat in the water, 6.5 minutes. So as we've been saying, these heats have been won and lost in the last 5 minutes or even less, Jason Weeks. So anything's possible out here in the Vault Men's Pro. The right wave at the right time, showing us the variety of repertoire, obviously will impress the judges to get those scores. So as it stands at the moment, waiting for a score to drop, I don't think there's any improvements at the moment. We'll just wait for a couple of scores to drop in. And
there's action out the back here in the meantime. Keep us occupied.
Jack the Giant Killer, surfer in red, up and riding.
Stick. What's he got for us? A little bit of a extra bit of a shove from that little inside section. It's going to reform a little bit for him here. Sort of struggling to get around it, but gives him the momentum to carry on through. This may be a little hang five opportunity coming up right now, and there he goes on the nose. Oh, the 10 clicker just to make sure of it. A little bit of a bounce to maintain velocity, but I think that wave's going to disappear in the out. What's he going to do? Might even go and have a chat with these little fellas on the inside on his way past. All right, so Jack's going to hit the beach still with 5 minutes remaining, and it only takes sort of 2 or 3 minutes to do the run around when it's a lot tides low like this. Jack's a lot fitter than I am, so let's see how he goes. So the clock is exactly 5 minutes now, 5 minutes surfers, which means competitors in the next heat can make their way into the lineup.
And a situation update at the moment. First place, the screen's just got blank. Dane's in first place. Harley, you're in second. We're just waiting for the screen to come back on.
Harley needs a 6.28.
6.28. Harley will get you into first. You currently have a 7 and a 4.33. Your last wave of 4.20. Needing a 6.28 to overtake Dane Pioli in first with a 7.67 and a 5.60. In third place, Jack, your last wave of 3.77 along with a 5.33. You're still in third place. Jared Neal, 4.17 and 2.13. You need a 7.16 to get into second.
I'll tell you what I'm seeing from that little exchange there, PSO, is that the judges are looking for very defined changes of direction. Exactly. You saw that wave of Harley's. It was a long wave. It was impressive to watch. He was flying down the line, but he was going fairly much in a straight line, and therefore not getting the score he's needing. But inside the 4 minute mark, guys, 4 minutes remaining. Jared Neal still chasing a 7.16. Jack Entwistle, you now need a 6.01. Harley needs a 6.28 to move into first. Dane needs something better than a 5.6 to make his position stronger. It's exciting times with 3 minutes 40 remaining. There's a paddle on.
All right, looking to maybe scratch into this one is Surfer in white. Harley Ingleby winds it up down the line. Going for the... No, just decides to kick out and says, let's get something better.
Oh, he's a consummate professional. You don't win a world title without having competitive nous about you. And Harley was quick to realise that wasn't going to be offering him much better than a 5.6. Better off to sit out there and put pressure on the other competitors who are snapping at his heels. And look, Jack Entwistle, a 6.01 is well within his reach, and Jared Neal can bust out a 7.16 in his sleep.
All right, competitors out in the water, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Current standing, blue over white, over red, over yellow, and we are under 3 minutes remaining. All right, situation update. Harley, you need a 6.28 to take first. You're currently holding second with a 7 and a 4.33. You need to improve on a 4.33. 6.28 will take you into first. You're currently in second.
On that
and
backup wave.
Here he goes right now, looking to improve. Goes up and down. There's a wobble in that.
Straight to nose. Held onto it nicely. A 5, a 10. And Dane, of course, surfs behind the rock at Snapper Rocks quite a bit, so he's used to a bit of a bump and a backwash. And he's doing a great job of this wave and making the scoring opportunities count. Every time they present, he's up on the nose, he's on the tail. He's changing direction from left to right across his little step back drop knee cutty. Love them. 2 minutes remaining, guys. 2 minutes. Dane Pioli's, he's eyeing off he's off the beach. He's got the parallel stance. Look for a nice clean exit just to make sure of it. And, anything better than a 5.6 improves his lead. And a beautiful dismount there from Dane Pioli. What do you reckon on the balcony there, folks? They're loving it.
Handstand over the nose finish. 1.5 minutes. Surfers in the water, 1.5 minutes.
With a minute and a half remaining, Harley Ingleby does not want to see Jack Entwistle get a 6.01 or Jared Neal get a 7.16. There's not much he can do about that. These guys have... looks like they've been sort of playing the gentleman game, which is good to see, but he knows that both of those surfers can get those scores, and I bet there's a competitive part of him saying, oh, I better get in there and stop that from happening. 1 minute remaining, PSO.
Yeah, nail biter. A nail biter. Harley Ingleby currently holding second spot, but as you said...
Dane Pioli, sorry, mate, sorry to interject. Dane, you have increased your score, mate. That last wave, the judges love that, a 5.77, so... That gives you a bit more breathing space. Harley Ingleby now needing a 6.45 to move into first place. And he's having a look at this one to see if he can
Jared
do that.
Neal.
Oh, no, it's Jared on his backhand.
Jared on his backhand looking to get out of the fourth place position right now. And this one lining up for him, requiring a 7.16.
Oh, nice nose ride.
And Jack, the giant killer.
gets it up through the lip. About 8.5 of that 9 foot of surfboard was up over the lip line there on that top turn.
20 seconds remaining, 20 seconds. Is it enough?
Don't know. Tell you what, stalls it up on that inside, but Jack Entwistle got that last roll of the dice. We'll have to wait to see what the judges had to say about that.
A nail-biting finish, and we'll wait for the official.
Closing stages. Looked like he was having fun out there as well, which is always worth points in my book.
And did Jack the Giant Killer sneak one out of the bag in the final minute of that 30 seconds of that heat?
Jared Neal had a couple of committed nose rides though, real steep high line nose rides. That last section didn't help him play, but what he did before that was very critical and very controlled in the hardest part of the wave to do it.
Yeah, Jared needing a 7.16 to move into second.
I reckon it'll be close.
It's got to be tight. And Jack Entwistle needing a 6.01, but dominating the heat. Dane Pioli with a 7.67 and a 5.677 rather. Held onto it. And just waiting for one score to drop in. And we're right to go. That's it. We'll get the official results right now. Counting this one in, guys, out in the water in the 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So last heat results, I can tell you right now that in fourth place, didn't get you through and didn't get you home. Jack Entwistle in red finished fourth. Jared Neal improved to third place. That last wave was a cracker, not enough to get you home. Coming in second place and holding on for the event, Harley Ingleby, surfer in white, and taking that one out in blue, Dane Pioli. So a nail-biting finish between all the competitors. It could have gone either way. And obviously in a decent surf anywhere else in the world, I would have been chewing down to my wrists. That was very well done. So we'll get the official results, and here they are right now. Jason Weeks.
Alrighty, so yep, as you said, taking out the win, combined heat score of 13.44, Dane Pioli. Only won by 2.11 over Harley Ingleby, who wasn't able to get that second score. The 7 standing alone in his on his score sheet as being the standout heat total for himself. Jared Neal, a 5.4 and a 4.17 in third. Tell you what, he came close at the end there to snatching it back. Didn't quite get there. Jack Entwistle, much the same. The one decent wave and not able to get the good second one to go with it. So, well done, Dane Pioli and Harley Ingleby. We'll see you tomorrow in the final. Commiserations, of course, for Jared Neal and Jack Entwistle. Surf's great, and we'll see them in other divisions coming up shortly.
And right now, the Kansas Institute of New South Wales women's semi-final has started. So out there, you're watching current world champ Rachel Tilley from the USA, Navi Young in blue from Australia, Hiroko Yoshikawa from Japan, or Hiroka, sorry, from Japan, and Mason Tremor from Hawaii out there in yellow. The girls have had a couple of waves each. We're waiting for scores to drop. We'll keep you updated. But Jason Weeks, what a fabulous second semi. Nail-biting finish.
The quality of the surfers, it's sort of, even from a commentating point of view, it's frustrating. So it must be even bad for them, like knowing these guys are capable of an 8 and a 9 point score. They just don't get the wave, you know, and I really feel for these guys. Some of these competitors come a long way to compete in this event. Yeah, not magic conditions down here at Kingscliff, but obviously professionals, you just get given what and they're all out there at the same time. So it's a level playing field in that sense. There's a little bit of luck involved, but sometimes the harder you work, the luckier you get. And one young lady who seems to work pretty hard in life is Mason Schremmer, the NSSA under-18 women's champion in both longboarding and stand-up paddleboarding. So no slouch in the water woman stakes. And there she is, having a look, deciding against it. But the first wave's locked in for our world champ, Rachel Tilley, a 2.83. Rachel, 2.83. First wave for Nava Young, a 1.17 Nava. Leaves you in second place. And that first wave for Mason Schremmer locking in as a 1.07 as we see her up and riding. And a nice little projection up into the lip line of the wave there. Not quite the belting floater we see from the pro men, but mind you, she's also not 6'4" and a Mason wave out now. Her dad's watching the webcast, I know, back home in the States. And a big hello. And she's really milking this for all it's worth and just flicking off now in front of the caravan park down the beach, outside the range of our webcast camera. Nice little second wave there for Mason. It won't score super high, but it's a bit of fun for her and gives her a feeling of the fins in the water. And that can be all it needs to settle things down. And, of course, Mason is now in the lead. Those two waves locked in. Only low scores, but she's the first surfer to have two waves locked in, and that puts her in first place in the early stages of this semi-final. Coming up next will be semi-final number 2. We'll be looking for Honolulu Blomfield, Tilry Gilkison, Karina Rizunko, and Chloe Calmone. So we've got Hawaii, USA, Brazil up next. Right now in the water is USA, Australia, Japan, and Hawaii going head-to-head in the Cancer Institute New South Wales Women's World Surf League Longboard Qualifying Series Pro event. 1,000 qualifying series points and a $900 novelty check, thanks to the people at the Cancer Institute of New South Wales for the winner of this event. And there's money right down into where we are now in the semi-finals, so they're going home with some cash. Even fourth place in the semi can expect a tap on the shoulder this afternoon on the balcony bar with $90 in their pocket. So that's not too bad for coming fourth in the semi-final. And of course, then it goes into the decent money once you make the final. $1,000, $900, $400. Proper shout the bar material. Problem being, of course, that half these competitors are underage. Rachel Tilley, the youngest world champion in surfing professional history, the 2015 Women's Open Pro Longboard winner, and also Mason Schrimmer, only 15 years of age, so neither of them will be shouting anything anywhere. I haven't actually had the pleasure of meeting Hiroka, but Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan, and well, Nava Young, I have had the pleasure of meeting many, many times in the past. Nava sitting with a 1.17, and she seems to have the same habit as her hubby of being able to find two decent waves in every heat she surfs. A bit variable on her results lately is Nava, but we all know she's got the ability. It's just a matter of having the chance to prove it. And unfortunately, that wave not cooperating with Hiroka Yoshikawa, giving her a little tap on the shoulder and making her come unstuck. Sometimes being a lighter, smaller surfer in these sort of conditions is a bit of a negative, the chop and the wind getting under the front of the nose of the longboard. And some of these ladies certainly aren't large people, but they have to ride the same boards as what you've seen the likes of Taylor Jensen, Harley Ingleby, Dane Pioli, Jared Neal. They're big, beefy men. Their boards are the same size as what these somewhat delicate, smaller framed ladies are riding. So just makes it that much more impressive that they're able to do the same sort of manoeuvres. Not quite so extreme, but I would argue that a lot more grace. Form instead of function. But they're doing a great job. They're catching good waves and looking great doing it. There she is, super mum herself, Nava Young. And while Nava's in the water, we better say good day to Grammy, because both herself and Taylor are saying hello. Hi Grammy, wherever you may be checking it out today. You're being well missed and loved by your family here in the northeast coast of Australia. I don't know whether it's American Grammy or Taylor Grammy, or... But a big loving family, the Youngs, and famous surfers as well. Meanwhile, another name that I think will become more and more famous as years go by, Miss Mason Schrimmer, ladies and gentlemen. Nice combination of top and bottom turns, but maintaining a down the line projection because she wants that end section. And tell you what, we've seen her do it multiple times so far. She's made it back onto the dance floor. The scoring opportunities opening back up again for Mason. Can she get to the nose before the wave runs out? Not quite. The future's looking bright for young Mason Schrimmer, ladies and gentlemen, no doubt about that. She was in the lead before that wave, and that's not going to change, but the gap is going to get bigger after that wave locks in. Our Japanese visitor straight to the nose is Hiroka Yoshikawa. Another lazy looking nose ride. I love the lazy style of the sort of more traditional focused Japanese surfers. And a great display at this event of that. I like the lazy hands, the effortlessness. You're a very experienced longboarder, you're dreaming. Mason Schremer, 4.33 your last wave, Mason, so that has increased your lead. You're in front of the world champ. Rachel Tilley only has one wave locked in red, and she'll be looking to get her second wave on the board very shortly. But for the meantime, we've got a 15-year-old currently in front of the world longboard champion. Nava Young, meantime, currently in third place, only chasing a small score to move into second. But again, this is all revolving around the fact that Rachel Tilley only has one wave locked in. The heat high score so far of the locked-in waves is Mason Schremer's 4.33. She is our heat leader. She's in the yellow jersey. I think she's been watching the WSL where the tour leader wins the yellow, and she's surfing like the champion. She undoubtedly is. She's got another wave yet to lock in as well, which is actually, I think what's happened is someone's put two scores in for her on the one wave, but that'll sort itself out in just a second. Hiroka's last wave, unfortunately, not helping out her situation at all. Unfortunately, a 0.3 doesn't enter into her two-wave total. The good news about that, of course, Hiroka, is that you only need a 0.83 to move into second place. Nava Young with a 1.17 and a 2.73 currently in second. But on the basis of Yoshikawa-san's 3.07, it means she only needs a 0.83 to steal second place and a spot in the final. Mason Schremer, meanwhile, she just looks like she's free surfing out there. Paddle out, catch a wave, ride it as far as you can. I bet you.
In this heat, 9.5 minutes remaining, ladies, in the water as we watch current world champ Rachel Tilley take off and drop into this one. Lining up the inside, goes to the nose. Pretty to watch. Delicate
happy smiling
styles.
face.
So a flurry of surfing out here by the women's semi-final #1 in the Cancer Institute of New South Wales Pro Women's Division.
Beautiful, precise cross-stepping there from Rachel as well. There's no hiccups. She's backwards and forwards, big stretch 5. She's able to get back off that and ride. And,
Still working it.
Stalling the tail up, looking for that last little inside section. The boys that are swimming on the inside there got bigger smiles on their faces all of a sudden. That's the women's world longboard champion going past you there, guys, so you're almost famous. That's Rachel Tilley, the youngest world surfing champion in history. And a great wave for Rachel with 8 minutes 40 remaining. And, well, she's an easygoing lass, smiling assassin, maybe she might be called, because she was wallowing down there in last place, and until that score drops in, she still is in last place. So let's let Mason Schremer enjoy that feeling of leading the world champ. But I tell you what, that last score that Rachel's locked in is going to be a doozy. You can already see she's entering into that excellent level. Just waiting on one last score to confirm it as out the back. Hirota.
Hiroka Yoshikawa, and as we give her a mention, she just come unstuck. 8 minutes remaining, Rachel, as you run around 8 minutes, waiting for one score to drop in. It is up in the very good range.
It is a big one.
So we'll keep you updated as you continue to jog along the beach and breathe.
Rachel only needed a 4.47. What she's actually gone and done, Mason has stayed in first. Yoshikawa's moved into second now. Nava Young in third while we still wait for that score of Rachel Tilley's to drop in. So we've still got the world champion fourth. But that's absolutely not going to be the case in just a moment when this last score locks in. Chasing a 4.47. One of the judges has said 7.0. One of the judges has said 8.0. And the third judge has said a 7.0, which averages out as a 7.33. Rachel Tilley, you are back in the lead as you do your run around and head back into the water. A 7.33 and a 2.83. So that second backup wave, still nothing that's going to dominate this semi-final, which means now Mason Schremer relegated to second, chasing a 5.84 to move back into first. The important thing, of course, is making it into second to make it through to the final. That job now falls onto Hiroka Yoshikawa, who needing now a 4.24 to move back into second place and avoid relegation. The 7.09, if being first is important to you. Nava Young looking for a 4.57 now to make it through to the final. A 7.43 Nava, and you'll be in front of the world champ again. So it's a bit of back and forth. Rachel Tilley played the waiting game quite nicely there. Her backup score, though, is only, well, it's about 5th on the list of scores. So that means that the other 3 surfers well and truly have the opportunity to jump back in. Speaking of jumping back in, Belinda, could you please come and sit down and do some commentating for the ladies? Because I love your work. Awesome commentary, cute little accent going on. It makes me feel like I'm on the real world tour because there's a Yank accent going on in the background. You can be my Joey Turpel. How does that sound?
Oh my God, I was over here helping identify some of the girls for some of the media people here, and I turn around, I'm like, oh my God, the girls are in the water. What?
The girls are in the water, and the girls are putting on a show. Mason Schremer holding the lead there right up until a couple of seconds ago when Rachel Tilley dropped to 7.33. So how good would that feel for being 15 years of old and being ahead of the world champ, albeit the fact that the world champ's only 2 years older than her?
Well, you know what? It just comes down to if you get the right wave at the right time. It doesn't matter world champ or not. It's about who gets the right wave, right, setting it up properly.
In all fairness, Rachel had only caught one wave, which was a 2.83.
Okay,
but
yeah.
Look, I'll tell you what, if I was 15 years old and beating the world champ, I'd be claiming it. Get a photo of that point, Mum. That's right there. That's when I was beating the world champ. And look, I would go on the record to say that Mason Schremer is going to be nudging the world champs for many years to come in stand-up paddleboarding as well as longboarding, it would seem.
All right, ladies, 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. All right, so situation at the moment is blue, you are in 4th with a 1.17 and a 2.73, looking for a 4.57. In white, you have a 1.97 and a 4.33. In second position is yellow, our youngest competitor right now, a 2.97 and a 4.33, looking for a 5.84 to take the lead with just coming on to 4 minutes, ladies.
We'll just use our quiet voices for a couple of minutes. Sean McEwen doing a television interview on the grass in front of us here.
I don't have a quiet limit.
Look, up and riding, we can't be totally quiet because we've got some great surfing going on, and I'm really starting to root for Hiroka Yoshikawa now. She keeps to get a good one because we've seen glimpses of what she can do.
All right, so 2.5 minutes, ladies, 2.5 minutes.
All right, so as it stands, Mason Schremer still needing a 7.60, but she is in second place and through to the finals at this point. The real trouble, of course, is Hiroka needing a 2.97 to be in the finals race or a 7.6 to be in first. Nava Young just needs a 4.57. A 4.57 Nava will put you back into second place, or a 9.2 will put you into first. You've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes, guys. Ladies.
So second and third place right now actually both have the same score. They both have a 4.33, and one is a 2.37, one's a 2.97. So it's such a small difference between second and third right now.
Just that 0.6.
So, yeah, coming down here to 1.5 minutes, ladies. This is when you start really scratching your toes into that wax and, you know, hoping you don't fall and hope you catch the right one.
Nava Young looks like she's prowling at the moment. She's going, come on, give me a wave. Up from Angari, of course, known for its nice little right-hander there. Actually, no, it's not. It's a nice town, but apparently there's no surf. Minute 10 seconds remaining. Nava Young, a 4.57.
And as well,
Iroka.
sorry. All right, girls in the next heat. Honoloa Bloomfield, Tori Gilkerson, Karina Hozukoa, and Chloe. Please make sure you're out in the water, getting ready to start in 40 seconds, girls. I'll just stay. Yeah, stay. Yep. Oh, here we go. All right, ladies, 30 seconds.
Oh, it's tense times. There's two surfers out there who are desperately hoping for waves to come, and there's another two surfers desperately hoping that the ocean just goes totally flat. 15 seconds now. If you're going to have a go, do it now. Nava, a 4.57.
Girls are scratching now, hoping. Here we go at
Iroka.
coming it down to
She's up.
5,
She's
4,
up.
3, 2, 1.
Oh,
So
only a small score required. She's up and riding, and she was before the end of the heat. So Hiroka giving herself the opportunity. She was straight to the nose at the start, and again, she's got nice planing speed out of this board. Sort of looks like a flatter rocket kind of a board, and pops up the little foam climb. She's still scoring points, ladies and gentlemen. She didn't need much of a score.
no.
We're going to have the next heat on hold while we wait for the judges to make a calling on that, because
Surfing that wave as best as she possibly could for the conditions right now. So
I
again,
tell you what, I feel really bad for Mason Schremer, but look what's just happened in the dying seconds there.
oh goodness. Ready?
So we're going to give you guys a countdown for the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. What a nail biter for that last heat. Oh my goodness. Girls scratching to get into that last final wave. Girls trying to hold position there. So we'll see. I think there definitely was a change in situations at that last dire minute. So
Well, Iroka went into that last wave only needing a 2.67, and she got a 3.37, so that was just enough to leapfrog. And Mason Schremer finishing up only by 0.4 of a point.
yeah.
And Nava Young, likewise, only by a small margin, a 4.97
Yeah.
was all Nava needed. So
Good
certainly well
surfing,
within her.
ladies. You should be very proud of yourself. You did really good in those conditions. And a big round of applause for our young competitor,
Phew. Well done, Mason.
Mason Schremer. Good on you. And
She's
up
still in
and-
the stand-up paddleboards as well, so we
yeah.
haven't seen the last of her yet.
Yeah, great surfing, girls.
Sorry to talk over top of you. We saw
No, that's all right.
Honolulu in the background catching a wave there.
All right, so again, in fourth place, Nava Young. And in third place with 7.30, Mason Schremer. In second place and moving on to the finals is Hiroka Yoshikawa. Congratulations with a 7.70. And winning that heat is the girl from the US of A, Rachel Tilley, with 11.93. So congratulations, ladies. We'll see you tomorrow in your finals. All right, wow.
There's our Brazilian TV star, Chloe Calmon.
Yes, beautiful wave right here for Chloe Calmon.
Maintains down the speed line quite nicely. Just that chop really is starting to come into effect.
hopefully, you know, the winds will settle down. We'll have that bank like we had this morning.
Tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, it's going to be absolutely perfect.
Oh,
There's
look
Miss
at this
Gilkison.
beautiful, quick little 5 to a 10 there. Just a little tip time. Girls
And
have opted to move down the point a little bit more north.
last year's winner, Karina Razunko, meanwhile. Straight to the nose. That's a solid 10 there.
That was beautiful.
Critical part of the wave, and then was good enough to get back to the tail of the board, keep the nose out of the water as the wave closed out. Can see why she's won here before, and I think she wants to meet Rachel in the final.
You can see that I'm sure she probably surfs, you know, T Street and all that. Surfs down by the pier, and of course, you know, you got the Sano influences and the lowers as well. So, all right. So if you guys are watching, and you take a photo down here, can you please tag us on Instagram at hashtag ALSO or hashtag AUSLONGBOARDOPEN, Oz Longboard Open Pro, please, or at Oz Longboard Open on Facebook. Like us, love us. All right, so a couple scores here for the girls. Current situation is, wow, we're waiting for one more wave to drop for white, and we will get you updated. Okay, beautiful wave for white, just dropped in at a 5.33. So that puts white in first position with a 5.33 and a 0.5. Second position is yellow with a 0.93 and a 2.67. Third position is our Hawaii surfer in red with only one wave, a 3.33. And blue, again, only sitting on one wave at a 2.6 with 15 and a half minutes in the second semifinal of the Women's Cancer Institute of New South Wales Longboard Qualifying Series on the beautiful beach of Kingscliff on the yummy border of New South Wales and Queensland. Love to thank Tweetshire Council for being a strong supporter of surfing in our coast, and as well for all the locals and the surf club for supporting this event as well. And as well to the residents of Kingscliff. Thank you for sharing your beach to us.
So we're inside the 15-minute mark, but only just. And there's Chloe Calmone having a bit of a look. And she's a bubbling personality as well. Rachel Tilley down in front of us getting squirted in the face by a shrimmer. It's too late. She's already won the heat.
So
great job out there, Rachel. Well done, mate.
Rachel Tilley, if anyone has not seen all over Instagram and Facebook, some really great video of her and Victoria surfing up at the points up at Rainbow. Great video drone footage that was shot by an amazing photographer named Fran Miller. So if anyone's interested in following a great photographer, check out Fran Miller's artwork and photography. She's great. Does a lot of stuff with the girls. It's nice to see. So, yeah. So just coming up on to 14 minutes again, girls, 14 minutes.
Chloe Calmone, your second wave is 0.93. Not enough to move you into first place, but what it does mean is that Honolulu Blomfield now chasing a 0.27 as a second wave to move into second place, or a 2.5 for first. Oops, meanwhile out the back.
Tori Gilkerson, sorry.
Sorry about that, Tori. I was looking down when I should have been watching that surfing.
That's all right. Just quick up and down for Tori. Looking at improving at a 1.67. At a 1.67. Ooh. At 13 and a half minutes, we have our amateur women's coming up in a few heats. Really excited to see that. Haven't seen these girls surfing yet.
So there's no nose ride today, huh?
All right, on a beautiful wave here is our surfer in yellow. Beautiful little drop knee bottom turn there. Chloe, quick, nice little 5 there. Hoping to kind of link this inside section back up. Oh, how's that little switch stance bottom turn? Little cutback. She's got a little, kinds of little magic up her sleeve right now, doesn't she? The beach. And meanwhile, out the back on a bomb with this beautiful wave here at Surfer in Red. Nice little cut back there, trying to set herself up for another maneuver before this section closes out on her. That is our Hawaiian surfer, Honolua, named after the beautiful wave.
What a great place to be named after, huh?
Oh, it's a magic wave. Have you ever surfed that wave?
I haven't.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yep.
Mostly around the Makaha area, mostly west side I've been surfing over there. Got a few good friends on the west side.
Yeah, the west side's magic. I have a very special place on the west side for me.
Well, being from Perth, of course, my understanding is the west coast is the best coast. So
I'm originally from the west coast. I'm
there you
California
go, straight
girl,
up. There you
so,
go, boom, knuckle it.
But now I've been imported. I live here, so I'm an East Coast girl now.
But you're on the southern hemisphere, so it's sort of upside down and everything anyway, right?
Yeah, it's weird. The toids do go the other way here. So, all right, wave dropping in for yellow on that last wave was a 5.50. So you are currently in first position with blue up and riding right now. Tori looking at improving a 1.67 and a 2.60. Is this going to happen for her? And yellow opting to run up the beach, see if she can jump into that little bit of a rip and suck her back out. Situation at this moment is fourth position is blue with a 2.77 and a 2.60. Third position is white with a 5.33 and a 0.5. Second position is our Hawaiian surfer, 4.33 and a 3.33. Looking at a 3.85 to get out of second position into the first place, and first place yellow with a 5.5 and a 2.67. With 10.5 minutes, ladies. Again, 10.5 minutes. So Chloe deciding to do the runaround. Now she's sitting out a fair bit further than the other girls.
And so we've had a report back from Rachel Tilley that the competitors can't hear a word we're saying out there in the water.
Okay, well, it's great to hear. Okay.
That wind's gotten stronger, so...
All right. Chloe, can you hear me? Can you raise your hands up if you can hear me all right? All right. Can competitors raise their hands if they can hear the announcers, please? Someone throw me a hand.
Put your hand up if you can't
you
hear us.
Put your hand up if you can't hear us.
No, so they're all fine. Excellent. We can keep on dribbling.
Okay, so they can't hear us out
No.
there. Oh, that's so
Nine
hard.
and a half minutes. 9.5 minutes. Surfers, obviously, they have to keep their eye open for when the flashing light turns orange.
Yep.
When it gets to the 5-minute mark.
All right, thanks for telling us that information earlier. Okay, so yellow up and riding on a beautiful wave here.
Nice drop knee on the that bottom turn.
Grab and rail, seeing if she can make it around this section. Is that going to happen? A little reform right here for her, maybe?
Well, Chloe Calmone, her hometown of Rio de Janeiro, is renowned for the beach breaks, so she'll be used to having to negotiate her way through a sandbar. Probably be more comfortable if we put about 30,000 people in small swimmers in front of her.
Beautiful, nice little nose right there too. Yeah, Rio's amazing. All the beaches down there are beautiful. You got Baja de Tijuca, Rio, Niterói up the boat. You got that.
Tori Gilkison keeps getting these waves while we're looking the other direction. Another great wave there, and just pops it off the top there to finish off. And look, Tori's in not a bad spot, even though she's down in fourth. The back with 8.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, what she's looking at getting to is actually, not quite off of what the girls' top scores are. You know, the girls' top scores are only like 5s, 5.0. So she definitely can throw those heats out. You know, she had one of the highest scores earlier. So we'll see if that's possible with 8 minutes, ladies. Again, 8 minutes later. So we've got, again, Chloe here opting to paddle up the inside, maybe run up the point again. See if that's going to work for her. Well, we've got Red here having a look and seeing if she's going to be able to get into this section or not. So, all right. So, Chloe, your last wave just came in at a 5.17. You've got a 5.17 and a 5.50. You are in first place. Second place is, hold on one second. All right. And White up and riding, quick little 10 there. White's looking at improving on a 2.33. See if this wave will do it for her. Yeah. All right, up and riding here is our surfer in red. Honoloa again on a quick little nose ride. Nice little bank off the top. Little floater. All right, and red opting to keep going on this inside. All right, ladies, 6.5 minutes. Again, 6.5 minutes. So apparently, yeah, reading here is Karina saying her best surfing buddy is Tori. So one of the girls are out there going, come on, what are you doing? You know, let's do this. Just waiting for, all right, so up and riding here is Blue, quick little 10, quick little 5, walking back, another little 5. Again, she's trying to up the ante here, get rid of it, trying to get rid of a 2-point fourth position. And White doing a little reverse drop knee, little 5, up to a 10, holding it. Oh, girls are absolutely milking.
That was definitely the first one so far.
Yeah. It's fun to see.
So the girls are not just doing the same stuff as the guys, they're actually raising the bar as well.
It's nice. I remember one, a couple years, must be a long time ago now, all of the girls were out at Tea Trees, and Ray Gleave was out there. And it was like Cassia, Jen Smith, you know, and all of them. And so the girls were saying, okay, Ray, you do something, and then we'll do it. And so Ray decided to go up and hang heels. And none of the girls had hung heels at that time. And so, like, Jen and Cassia nailed it, like, first couple goes. And it was really fun watching, you know, the boys go, okay, well, we did this, you do this now. So definitely up the antes. All right, 4.5 minutes, ladies. Okay, situation is going to change right about now with the scores just getting dropped. Blue, your last wave just came in at a 5.87. You are in second place now. So situation is White, you are in fourth position with a 5.33 and a 2.9. Again, White, you need a 4.45. Third position is Red. Red, you have a 4.07 and a 4.33. You need a 5.45 to get into second position. Again, Red, you're looking for a 5.45. Second is Blue. Your last wave came in again at a 5.87. You got a 3.90. You're looking for a 4.8 to take the lead. And Yellow, you are in first position with a 5.5 and a 5.17 with 3.5 minutes, ladies. 3.5 minutes in this amazing contest. Oh, my goodness. The Women's Cancer Institute, thank you for supporting us. Not only do we not want the big C, but we don't want wrinkles. You know, you still get brown putting sunscreen on, so come on. We don't need to be looking like crocodiles when we're 20. So sunscreen everywhere, girls, please. You don't want cancer, and you don't want all the nasties that come with it.
Even better, find yourself a spot in the shade.
Yeah, But you know what? Your bones do need the vitamins. Like, the sun is amazing, but you don't need a year's worth of vitamin
No.
in an hour laying in oil.
That first 5 degrees, they reckon, as the sun very first comes up over the horizon, that first 5 degrees of sunlight, you can stare straight at the sun and it's really good for you, apparently. Someone healthy told me. I know one of those people.
All right, 2.5 minutes, ladies. 2.5 minutes.
Bit of a lull. They've made their way away out of the tractor beam and they're into that corner part where the current sort of allows them to cover some distance, and the girls are making their way back to the northern southern end of the contest area.
And that's what happens when you got a West Coaster over here.
Straight up. Over and over and over again, as it turns out. So they're moving towards the south.
Towards the south, yes.
There's just on 2 minutes remaining, ladies. 2 minutes. So red and white need to do something. Yellow and blue want things to stay much the same way as they are. But, of course, the best thing that Chloe Calmone can do, not only stop the other competitors from getting away, but change her own score as well, is to get one. And that's exactly what she's done. Talk us through it, Belle.
Beautiful wave there. Just kind of closing out our seeing if the beginning of that wave is going to open up something else for her. Not deciding to kick out. She's like, nah, this isn't going to do it for me. I'm not going to bet her a 5.5 on that. I'm out.
Was that a Hawaiian exit?
What?
Honolulu. Was that a Hawaiian exit that she just did?
Hawaiian, I don't know. There's a bunch of different kind of Hawaiian exits you see.
Well, she exited the wave and she is Hawaiian, so I thought I'd get away with it.
Maybe. All right, 1.5 minutes, girls. 1.5 minutes.
I think the time when you'd start getting concerned, Bellin, is when my humour starts making sense. That's when you should seek professional help. At this point, though, seeking some help from Uncle Huey, she is again a Honolulu. Blomfield had a look and decided against it. That's almost Blomfield. That's sort of a Nordic-sounding derivation name. Sounds like a Denmark or a Norway or somewhere kind of a name.
Okay, girls, I know you're going to be kind of losing it now. So 50 seconds in fourth place, white. You need a 4.45. In third place, you need a 5.45 to get you out of fourth or third position. Blue, you are in second, and up and riding blue on a quick nose right there.
Tell you what, Karina Razonko was in first place there a second ago, and now she's down into fourth. That's how quick these things can turn around. She's got a 5.33, but now chasing a 4.45 just to make it through to the final. Goes. Red in third needs a 5.45. Karina Razonko, reigning champion from last year's also event.
10 seconds, ladies. 10 seconds.
Honolulu, Blomfield. Oh, roll of the dice, but unfortunately not coming up trumps on that one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Moment, then went back in a first. Karina was in second. That was in the last 3 minutes of the heat. At the end there, we've seen waves being ridden. We're waiting for, we've just had a score drop in for blue, but we'll wait for white and red to drop theirs as well, because otherwise, well, there won't be any change in red. And it looks like white won't be affected either. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, how fast fortunes can change. With no backup score, our last year's champion, Karina Razonko, looks like she's been relegated to fourth place. Third after that last exchange, Honolulu Blomfield not able to get a hold of that last wave she needed. Chloe Calmone was in first right up until that last second, bumped into second place at the last minute there. So that means Tori Gilkison from the USA taking out that heat. 10.84 takes on 10.67. If my maths are anywhere near correct, that's a 0.17 of a gap. 0.17 of a point separating first and second. Belinda, thank you so much again for your expert commentary. We don't, we just don't have the same level of insight as what you're giving to us, and that's much appreciated by ourselves and I'm sure the people at home. Welcome back to the commentary position after a well-earned, what, do you have an afternoon nana nap, mate? Or?
Well, I should have, but I had lunch.
Now you're getting a back massage. Actually, that is true. It is Pearson.
All right, we're ready to go, judges. Keenan. All right, we're counting this heat in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So official results of the Cancer Institute New South Wales Women's Pro from the WSL. In fourth place was Karina Razonko. Second place went to red, Honolulu Blomfield. Yellow second, Chloe Calmon. And taking that one out, Tori Gilkinson. Well surf, girls. Congratulations to Tori and Chloe going into the final. Commiseration. Made it look very good and made it look pretty. So right now we're up and we're into it. We're looking at the nose rider event. Scores will be put down for time on the nose. Guys have the opportunity to do their cutbacks and turns, but it's not scored. They only get judged for nose riding time. Nose rider event in out there right now. We've got Dame Pioli in the red. Chloe Calmon backed up, is she? In the blue. Oh. Soleil Erico is in yellow. I hope this is right. In white, sorry. Jared Neal in yellow. So the only scores they get is for tip time, and there goes Dame Pioli, 5.10 off the top, so that's a score. Another 5, and oh, slap back and a swim. They're all in the same boat, and should the same right wave present, they'll go for it, and they'll get up there and perch on top of the board, right on the nose to score points. This one will keep the judges very honest. They're looking for tip time. And Soleil Erico in the white out there with Dane and Jared looking for nose rides, going for tip time. We'll let you sit back and enjoy this. 17.5 minutes, surfers in the water, 17.5 minutes. Dane swimming in across the bank, and a bit of sportsmanship there with Soleil taking the board back out for him. I don't think Chloe's in the water, is she? She's just stoked that she's got through and made the final here so she can have a rest. No, she didn't make it through, sorry. Yes, she did, second. Chloe, come on. As you come up the stairs, Chloe, you're supposed to be out there in the nose rider, darling. She's crossed her name off. Yeah, why wouldn't you? I mean, you deserve to take a rest. Well surfed. Second spot for the lady from Brazil, Chloe Calmon. She's decided, I'm in the final. Who needs the extra cash for the nose rider? So down to 3. So out there we'll have Dame Pioli, Soleil Erico and Jared Neal, red, white and yellow, surfing in the nose rider. Points given for time on the tip and on the tip only. So currently Dame Pioli, your first rider, 4. Soleil at 2. And here goes Jared Neal. Tip time there, a little quick tap. And must be riding his log. That one didn't turn very well out of the slop. So we'll let you sit back and enjoy the nose riding and just have a little bit of a break. Only a very quick tap. Jared Neal, your scores coming in as we watch Dane just pull out of the back of that. Didn't like the closeout section. Remember, guys, I won't be doing all the big re-entries, cutbacks that you usually see in previous heats. It's points on the nose only. So I've just been told that they can't hear me out in the water, so no need to yell. So for you guys at home on the webcast, this commentary's for you. Hope you're enjoying it live wherever you are around the world. And thanks to sportscast24.tv for putting that on and videoing all the action here. Although the surf isn't playing the game with us, the northerlies come up and the slops just hit it. It's very soupy out there, but some nice nose rides there by our surfer in white, Soleil Erico. Racking him up. Two heats of this. So whether you can hear me on the beach, next heat will be Marlon Gio. He's been in everything. Jack Entwistle been in anything. The Ant-Man, Anthony Spencer, he's back. And Shane Morton. So the boys will be looking, probably taking the logs out to cut through the chop and get into the nose rider. After that, two heats, we're going through the 9-foot amateur women's. So someone tells me, brought to you by Baja Cantina, finest Mexican food anywhere on the coast, especially here in Kingscliff, across the road from Tent City. The Baja Cantina. I think it's only one heat of that by the looks of things. We'll work it out as it comes to hand. We just do.
Tricky conditions for trying to get nose rides, particularly on your backhand. And Jared Neal is, well, he's coping pretty well with conditions thus far. He's had a couple of little chops grab at his ankles, chop his feet from out under him, but he looks smooth and controlled on this one. Nice nose ride to start the wave off, and he'll probably get another little opportunity here, and there he goes. Good enough to ride out of that, and he'll probably get another little tap in. I wouldn't be surprised. Jared's a very skilled, proficient nose rider.
When it was run by the Noosa Malibu Club, and they introduced the Nose Rider event up there. And we had stopwatches. We had two scribes with us on stopwatches. Look at Dane Pioli arching through. Decided, I don't need to do the re-entry, it's a Nose Rider.
This is a slightly different version though, isn't it? The judges want to actually see some surfing as well, and with a nose riding focus.
Yeah, well, as I said, when we were up at Noosa, it was all on the time clock. We had two scribes with each judge, pressing buttons feverishly.
Double the score for a hang 10?
For a 10, yeah. So hang 5's the scoring rides, and a hang 10 is virtually double points. Still at the judge's discretion. That's what judges do. But when you've got a perfect first point running like a machine and everyone standing on the nose, I tell you what, the clocks were running.
Didn't Matt Cutter here? I think he got a 47.
Yeah.
47 for one of his waves.
If the beach was any longer, they'd be breaking a minute. They would first point off the rock, virtually through the sand, just going for length of ride, right on the tip. And when you see guys balancing on the nose of their board, perched perfectly on a first point right-hander, it is dream time. It is really something to watch. So if you get a chance to get up there to the Noosa Festival of Surfing, I think they're still running the Nose Rider event, and always hotly contested.
Yeah, I think that's one of those ones that... whoa. I've got a notice here. I only just got a hold of this. This is from Michael Cottier. It's a while back. Please announce now in the park there's an old Mal show and shine and live music. So if you want to see some live music and some old longboards, get down to the car park and check it out.
He's late about the old Mal show. I posted that earlier.
Wow.
See, professionals we are.
I got an hour ago, I got that SMS.
All right, so two heats of the Nose Rider. Just coming down to 10 minutes and 40 seconds remaining out there. Dane Pioli, can you hear me out there, mate? Can you give us a wave? Dane, can you hear the PA? Obviously not. So with the wind and sound bashing each other around, there's no PA system. So you people in front of the surf club, obviously not in the park because the music started. And for you people at home, I'm Ian Pearson, this is Jason Weeks, and we are your commentators for the weekend. Get used to it. This is the best they've got. That's all we can do to keep you informed and entertained. Time out for a phone call. Excuse me.
Meanwhile, I think PSO is getting lots of happy birthday phone calls, I think, because it's his 55th birthday today. A little bit distracted. But the highest single wave score so far is still with that man in red, Dane Pioli, with a 4.00. Hot on his heels, Jared Neal, a 3.63 for your last wave. So Jared Neal holding the lead, a 3.63 and a 2.67. Up the bank, we see that man Pioli currently holding down first, straight to the nose and off the back.
But Dane Pioli in third on the basis of his one-wave score. We've got Soleil Erico has moved up into second place, needing a 3.38 to take out first. So with 9 minutes 15 remaining, it's probably a pertinent time to call up Marlon Gio in red, Jack Entwistle in blue, Ant-Man Spencer in white, and the Morton Machine in yellow for the semi-final number 2 of the Nose Rider. You guys can paddle out in 4 minutes' time. There's 9 minutes remaining in this semi-final number 1 of the as-yet unsponsored Nose Rider event. You think someone like Vicks Vapor Drops or someone would get onto this, wouldn't you?
Codral? Cold and flu?
Yep.
Vitamin
So,
companies?
unfortunately, pharmaceutical companies don't make any profit because they're only out there to make sure our health's in the best state it can be. They're not there for money. Oh, hang on. Yes, right. So, yeah, any nasal decongestants? We don't want nasal because you want to be on the nose. So maybe someone who sells manure or something.
Garlic breath.
Okay, there you go. There's a garlic bread company. There's an opportunity there. Uncle Gino's Garlic Bread Nose Rider. It's on the nose. So then, Jared Neal. He's on the nose, on his backhand, right foot forward, as all the best surfers in the world are. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a goofy footer. Okay, maybe I am. But a nice little nose ride there for Jared, currently in first place.
Oh,
Anything better than a 2.67 will improve his lead.
that was a good comeback, Jason Weeks. Speaking of nose riding, Jason Weeks nearly blew his brains out of his ears. Just had 2 snotty sneezes.
Nice little
So,
sneeze in the background, folks. Sorry about that. Wasn't going to bring it up, but thanks, Pearso. It's your birthday, so you get away with it.
I'm glad you didn't
Dane
bring it up.
Pioli over the handlebars, meanwhile, just got a little bit too far forward on the basket and bogged a front wheel.
7.5 minutes remaining on the clock for first heat of the Nose Rider. 7.5. They can't hear us out there, but we're having
No.
fun here on the webcast.
Everyone at home wants to know what's going on, and the people on the beach are keeping track because some of their favourite surfers out there in the water. Remember, of course, that Chloe Calmone, the Brazilian female competitor, was supposed to be in this heat. And Soleil Erico, meanwhile, flying the flags for the girls. She's currently in second place. Keeping Dane Pioli, former Aussie Open men's champion, at bay. And another nice nose ride. It's going to keep the heat on. The burner under the feet. Jared Neal's locked in a 3.3, so has improved his first place. But Soleil Erico about to lock in another score. Don't know whether it's going to affect her total or not, but great job for Soleil to be out there with 2 of the best male longboarders, and she's mixing it up with them, and currently she's actually in second spot. So,
And dropping into one now, Dane Pioli looking for the little run. There it is, 5-10 combo.
oh, Soul Arch 10.
Soul Arch and Pearl.
Unfortunately, he spotted a lobster on the sandbar, decided to go grab himself some afternoon tea down the chute. I don't quite know how that works in the Nose Rider, whether they count if you don't ride out of it, whether that totally annihilates that score or what, but tell you what, we're seeing some good nose riding, and so long as the best nose rider wins. Jared Neal was thinking about a reverse heli there. You could just see him thinking about releasing his tail. I think he was in 2 minds, and we can see the end result floating its way onto the inside section.
Although he did stick the nose down through the closeout, so that was pretty special.
Jared does do some tricky stuff.
6 minutes, surfers in the water. 6 minutes for you people at home. First heat of the Nose Rider. 6 minutes remaining of the action out there in...
There's 2 things that can happen to your surfboard when you let go of it. It can grab its nose and pop up into there like Jared's board just did, or it can do what it did for the 3 minutes before that, which was catch waves.
Ghost boards, they call them. Ghost boards.
Chucking a ghosty, and of course, if you're out on the sandbar walking and your board's on that inside gutter heading north, you may have to be nice to the swimmers up in the caravan park area, but
it's just flattened out sideways and gone that little bit further to make Jared, the supreme athlete, work harder.
he's pretty fit. He's a tradie, so he keeps fit in his day-to-day life. And he's got a bit of a rig on him, old Jazzy. Not scared of a bit of body hair either, so he's showing these young waxers that you don't have to go that way. Which is great news for the hirsute members of the audience.
No hipsters in my book.
I'm down.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a mohair rug growing around myself, but...
I'm well behind on my manscaping schedule, but what we are on schedule with is this heat. 5 minutes remaining, 5 minute surfers, semi-final number 2. Big Fish, Marlin, the Twizzle.
Go, Jared Neal, mate. Just over 4 minutes, 10 seconds, Jared.
And he's adopting the same method as the 15-year-old girls, dragging the nose of the board along behind him.
Must be a little tired, Jared. He's been in a lot of events today.
I must point out to Jared that Scotty Channon is up here in the commentary position, so he may have had something to do with that last comment. But looking good, strutting down the beach, and he's got a good score under his belt. Jared Neal, current heat leader. And the Goofy Footer winning the nose riding in tricky conditions. It's great to see Soleil Erico still holding off second place. Dane Pioli, I thought he actually had a second wave, but it seems like he hasn't. So look at that beautiful wave rolling in a bit further up the bank. But Pioli, bit of a shoulder hop and up and off. Soleil Erico, she says, well, it's about nose riding, boys. Doesn't matter how big you can bust through the roof. I'm going to show you how it's done, and that's what she's doing right now. Combining another 5, a little clicker 10 for throwing in. All right, so some clarification for those of us not in the know, meaning basically me. The nose ride was incomplete of Dane's last wave, so therefore they won't score the wave at all. So as it stands, they're only scoring a wave where a nose ride takes place and is ridden out of smoothly and completely. So someone of my abilities, I thought that Dane was ripping, but in the nose riding competition, not doing what the judges are looking for. So yeah, at the moment he's going to get beaten by a girl, Slay Erico.
Yeah, but anything can happen, especially with 2.5 minutes remaining if Dane gets the right one and does get him complete. He's been dropping 5, 10 combos. But judges are deemed
Dane responds well to pressure.
They've been deemed incomplete, so no score. You've got to ride into it.
Still has the single highest wave score.
He does.
And it looks like, unfortunately for Dane, though, his job just got a little bit more difficult because Soleil is going to replace her lowest score. So really putting on the pressure is Soleil Erico. And with 2 minutes remaining, she's going to get back out and get another one by the looks of it. She's paddling like a madman.
Or a mad woman. Be
well,
polite.
I think mad people paddle similarly regardless of sex. So she's paddling like a frenzied human. How about that?
Yeah, look, the arms and legs are swinging.
1 minute 40, 1 minute 40. You can get there, Soleil. Do it. I want to be able to stir up Dane Pioli this afternoon. I got knocked out of this competition in the retro division by a female competitor a couple of years ago, and boy, the guys let me know about it. So payback would be great. Dane Pioli, when he wants to catch a wave, he generally catches it, folks. When he wants to get to the nose, he gets to the nose. When he knows that he has to stay on the nose. Well, a little bit of a hiccup there and a catch of the rail, but I think that first nose ride should score. So
just over 1 minute, 1 minute.
Dane Pioli is hoping for a 1.73. Yellow, meanwhile, Jazzy, the J-Rod out the back having a look. And where is he going to do? Sets for the section, gets to the nose, rides it down the face of the wave, which is really quite tricky to do. But he knows it's crunch time and he wants to make sure that he doesn't get overtaken. Pioli, meanwhile, up and riding, 45 seconds remaining. Could even actually get some scores out of this because it's a nose riding comp. He's decided that he's going to joke around. 2.77 for your last wave, Pioli. You're lucky, mate. Into second place. 30 seconds remaining. Soleil, please get a 3.85. 25 seconds now. Dane Pioli's coming in. He's put a 2.77 on the board. He's done enough to move into second, but he's also left the gate open. Soleil now with 18 seconds. Can she get the 3.85 that she needs to move into second? She's having a look.
Oh, she paddled
10
over.
seconds. Just go, Soleil.
And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I tell you what, Dane Pioli breathing a sigh of relief as he comes onto the beach. Just gets across the line there. Soleil Erico was holding down second place for that whole heat. But the consummate professional that he is, the competitive beast that is Dane Pioli, did exactly what he needed to do.
Houdini. Here we go. Second
out the
heat.
Houdini.
Counting you in out the back. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, well surfed. Tough heat, the nose rider, especially in these choppy conditions here at Kingscliff.
And all the harder on your backhand in those sort of conditions. So Jared Neal, what about a round of applause for the goofy footer taking out that nose rider event?
Well surfed,
Nice work,
Jared.
Jazzy.
And right now, heat number 2, the nose rider is in the water out there. You're watching the big fish, Marlon Geo, in the red. There's a scramble on with Jack Entwistle in blue, Anthony Spencer, the Ant-Man, in white, and Shane Morton in the yellow.
There is the Vault Wetsuits Sponsors Choice team rider, all the way from WA, the Ant-Man. Him and his dad travelling and keeping the smiles on the dials. Ant-Man Spencer. And what about a quick round of applause for Soleil? Soleil Erico making Dane Pioli work really, really hard to make it through. And, well, we won't be seeing Soleil in the final, unfortunately, but that was very, very close. I'm sure he'll be smiling on the outside, but I reckon Pioli's probably breathing a big sigh of relief on the inside just there at the end.
Houdini Pioli, they call him. Houdini.
Pulls it out when it was required. Nice looking board too. That board of Jared Neal's is looking very Technicolor. And how's the fin? The rainbow fin.
All right, Ant-Man. First wave came in at 2.17 for your Dave Stork impersonation, goofy-footed stretch 5. Official results from the first heat of the nose rider. In third place was Soleil Erico, and not even a point between them. Second place went to Dane Pioli. You were lucky, Dane. Less than a point in that. Dane in red came second, and taking that one out, the best goofy footer in longboard surfing today, Jared Neal, taking that one out in yellow.
Tell you what, another goofy footer in yellow, Shane Morton. He's opened his account with a little nose ride there, but caught the nose as he tried to progress through the second section.
Yeah, just to remind everyone at home, the nose rides have to be complete. A complete nose ride in, nose ride out. Complete manoeuvre to be scored on the board by our panel of WSL judges. Doing the right thing, having a bit of fun this afternoon. Coming up after the nose rider, we're having the one heat only of the 9-foot amateur women. So just think, ladies, if you're on the beach watching this event and you think you ride a longboard and you're a female, you too can get into the competition and be part of it. So the 9-foot amateur women, sponsored by Baja Cantina. To finish off the day, hopefully with a bit of tide and settlement on the bank out there, we'll have the retro shootout. The boards from the 70s and 80s, single or twin fin. Most of them under 6 foot, some of them even under 5 foot. But the retro shootout. Don't forget, tonight in the park we'll have the entertainment going on. We'll have the bar for the over 18s. Please drink responsibly, and remember this is a family-friendly venue. We do have security. No, there'll only be 2. Not sure. And also we'll have the entertainment down there. We'll have a couple of bands playing tonight. Okay, well, okay, so verification for the nose rider final, it is a 50% progression, so it means it's a 4-man final. Work it out. 2 go through, 2 drop out, 4-man final. So once again, well done to Jared Neal and Houdini Pioli, stamping it down. So out in the water, put your hand up if you can hear me out there in the water. Raise a hand if you can hear the PA. No, they can't hear a thing. So that's the wind playing havoc with the sound system. So for you people at home, just have to listen to us dribble. Weeks has gone on a little break. And the surf isn't playing the right game out there with the northerly and a change in swell direction. It's a southeast swell bumping into each other, and then we've got the northerly on top. Let's hope it does back off tonight. I think we're in for some southerlies. Finals day tomorrow. So very exciting. All the heats will be run and won, and then we'll have presentation down here in the afternoon at Tent City and find out the full results of another fantastic weekend down here at beautiful Kingscliff Beach on the legendary Pacific Coast. You're watching the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open, proudly sponsored by Vault Wetsuits for the Pro Men's Division and the Cancer Council of New South Wales supporting the Pro Women's. I'd like to thank the Tweed Shire Council for all your support, and of course supported by Destination New South Wales, looking after the tourism. Don't forget, you people at home watching around the world, what a great place to spend the holiday. This is actually fall or autumn anywhere else in the country, but right now we're having the late summer. The water is still a balmy 26 degrees. Current daytime temperature around 29. So speaking of the heat, once again, if you are on the beach, heed the cancer warning. Please make sure you wear sunglasses, hat, slap on your sunscreen and stay under the shade provided, as some of our stalwarts are doing on the bar balcony here at the Coogin Head Surf Club, and thank you very much again to them for their support, allowing us to use their facilities. But the bar is open, great friendly staff down here, cold beers, cold drinks, and of course some of the best food made by the top chefs down here at the Coogin Head Surf Club. Only 10 to 15 minutes away from the rat race up there at Coolangatta on the Tweed border. Snapper Rock's the most crowded surf in the world. Most days, every day is a Sunday down there. But if you're lucky enough to live in the area, every now and then you come down here to Kingscliff and there's about 4 of your mates out in the water. If they're not your mates when you get out, they will be when you come in. It's a very mellow vibe here at Kingy and some of the best waves you can get. Obviously not playing well today, but let's hope for better conditions tomorrow. 13.5 minutes remaining. Let you sit back, enjoy a bit of silence, and watch this heat progress. So yellow deciding not to go that one. Just a little plug for our sponsors while you're watching the Nose Rider here and at home. Can't do it without your support. Obviously, the Cancer Institute of New South Wales promoting that sun-safe message. Volt Wetsuits, both those people looking after the pro divisions. Other sponsors we've got here, obviously the Coogin Head Surf Life Saving Club allowing us to use their facilities. Scale Seafood at Kennedy Drive. It's about a 10-minute drive up there to Kennedy Drive. Scale Seafood voted the best fish and chips on the coast 4 years in a row. Cooked or fresh, Scale Seafood. Go and see the boys up there. Tell them you're part of the Australian Longboard Surfing Open. And if you want a great fish feed, no matter which way you look at it, they're the boys. Volleys. Launching the new range of volleys down here at the Australian Longboard Surfing Open. Gas-looking shoes they are too. Rebranded and remixed. New gear going into those and very, very comfortable. Of course, down here at Kingy, we've got the Mexican Baja Cantina just over the road. It's becoming a tradition down here. If you love Mexican food, they do some of the best, and it's right here at Kingscliff's backyard. Kingscliff Beach Hotel, they're giving away a Clearwater surfboard to some lucky patron. You can go up there and put a name in. You've got to be there on Sunday night to win it. At this competition, and thanks very much to Firewire, Raz and the boys for putting that up. It's a TJ 600, I think. And of course, this afternoon we'll be having a few beers in the park for all those people over 18, watching some live music down there. The bands are in, the stage is set up, and we'd love to thank Corona. Where would you rather be? Corona beer, some of the best in the world. Some of the best beer, but I think the worst job in the world would be the person that has to stick the long toothpick down the neck of those bottles to get the lime out so they can clean and recycle the bottles. Imagine having that job. Tweed Coast Holiday Park's right next door to us, right here. When you need to stay in Kingscliff, you don't have to go across the road to hit the surf. It's right at your back door, and you can get a great little camping spot or a little cabin on the sand right here. Tweed Coast Holiday Park. Safari tents. And of course, Summerland Credit Union. If you've got some money and you know want to do the right thing by it and get the right return, Summerland Credit Union for all your banking needs. Some of the people that have sponsored gear for the event, FPS, thank you very much for donating some fin sets to us. You can talk to Harley Ingleby why he rides FCS exclusively. JB from Pacific Longboard Magazine, Johnny Brazen, thanks for your support, looking after us here at the PLB, Pacific Longboard Magazine, looking after us at the comp. Paradiso Resort, the beautiful accommodation right across the road here in Kingscliff Town. Book for next year. Sin Eyewear, supplying some sunnies to keep people shaded and eyes protected. Rip Curl, what more do you need to say about Rip Curl? One of the best established surfing companies in the world, and they've supplied us some gear. Bars Optics, whether you're surfing, fishing or skiing or just want to look cool, Bars Optics. They also come in a bifocal range. And Shapers Fins, my mates from Shapers, they've come down with some gear for us, and thank you very much. Daniel and Jake from Shapers supplying some gear. And you can talk to Dame Pioli about the Tigers, plus a whole range of their other fins and gear. If you're looking to make your own surfboards and you need any gear to make them and you want to find out how to do it, go and see the boys at Shapers Board Supply. Yep. Okay, and one more sponsor too, Offshore Board Riders, plenty of crew wearing their great T-shirts, and of course Liquefied Magazine, Luke Sorrison, great photographer, doing a great job covering the event. I've just been told that the bar is open down there at Tent City, so you're able to go down and purchase a Corona, as long as you are over 18. And we also have some wonderful wines down there by the Kingsley Grove Estate. Now, it's a boutique wine company in southeast Queensland, and they've come on board this year to help supply some goodies and help sponsor the event. And I tell you what, whether you like it red or white, it's Kingsley Grove Estate fine wines. At the moment, 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in the water. And we are watching round two, or heat two, sorry, of the Nose Rider event. Just having a quick look at the board. Shane Morton holding down first place. His last nose ride came in at a 5.67. Just remember, folks, they're only getting scored for time on the nose. A 5.67 and a 3, dominating the event right now. Second place, Marlon Geo, the big fish, has got a 3.73 for his first and only nose ride. Jack Entwistle, incomplete, hasn't scored on the board. And the Ant-Man, Anthony Spencer, all the way from WA, chasing with the 2.17, but he has put a score there. So we'll let you, with 7 minutes remaining, let you watch and see what happens. Remember, folks, it's only points on the nose. They've got to surf into the nose, complete the manoeuvre to get scored, and you won't probably see all the big cutbacks and re-entries because they're trying to just get that tip time going.
In this Australia and worldwide event don't accidentally run you over. Give us a thumbs up if you can hear me, please, fellas, and you're happy to move to the other side of that flag. Thanks, fellas. Good on you. Swimmers and bodyboarders out the back are putting themselves at risk as well of being in the braking line, so please do move further to the north. This is a semi-final situation, so these surfers will be wanting to maximise their score and not be affected by you guys if we can avoid it. Thank you once again to all the residents and visitors here at Kingscliff who are patiently putting up with us and giving us the space to run this competition. But we have people travel from all over the world to take part, and we'd hate for their opportunity to be reduced by people simply not staying out of the way a little bit. We're coming up to the 5-minute mark, 5 minutes. That was a big snap there from the Ant-Man. And he's lost the board. Anthony Spencer, the Vault Wetsuits rep over here for this event. Well, team rider. He was the national under-18 men's champion last year. He won the Aussie title for 2015. Came third in 2014, so it wasn't just a fluke. He's only 17 years old. He likes the shortboarder, but he wants to still be surfing when he's 90. Thanks for watching. To the family and friends at home, he sponsors Vault Wetsuits, Firewire Surfboards, and Dad. That's a pretty standard listing there for the under 18s. There's their sponsors. Mum and Dad usually get a roll. There's our surfer in red. And Marlon's been surfing in a few different divisions, and obviously right up to the task here with the nose riding. You guys swimming on the inside, please move. Accidentally have 9 foot of fiberglass hitting you in the head, which is no fun, especially when it's nose rider boards. The waves up and down the beach are all the same for where the type of waves you're surfing. So we would ask you stay well clear of the contest area, please, for the sake of everybody. Shane Morton with the lead, a 5.67 and a 3.0. Red, Marlon Gio, a 3.17 for your last wave, and a 3.73 has you in second. The Ant-Man Spencer, a 2.17 is the only wave he has locked in. We see Mordo, meanwhile, another backhand surfer in the yellow rashi, looking to emulate his mate Jared Neal's feats from that previous semi-final. And we see Mordo there getting a bit caught up in that wave and flicking out. That would scare the youngsters on the inside if Mordo was coming at him. Scary enough from up here in the commentary position. So as it stands, Anthony Spencer looking for a 4.73. A 4.73 Ant-Man will put you up into second place. Jack Entwistle, meanwhile, not even on the board, needs a 6.9 to move into second. So, well, it's not exactly early days. There's only 3 minutes remaining. Shane Morton in the lead. Your last wave, Mordo, a 4.67 has improved your score. Marlon Gio, you now need a 6.61. Marlon, a 6.61 is what you need to move into first. Anthony needs a 4.73 to move into second, or an 8.17 for first. Jack Entwistle needing a 6.9 or 2 waves adding up to that to stay in the contention for the finals of the Nose Rider event. 2 minutes 30 remaining. 2 minutes 30, guys. Looks like Marlon Gio has rolled the dice. He's on the beach, so he's in second position. But, well, Ant-Man Spencer only has 1 wave scored, and he only needs a 4.73 to move into second. I'm guessing that Jack Entwistle's decided not to go out there for this, because I haven't seen him anywhere. Yellow's up and riding. Meanwhile, Mordo, current heat leader, gets to the nose. He wants to stamp his authority. They're inside the 2-minute mark. Ant-Man Spencer, the man with the roll of the dice left to play, a 2.17 in the bank. Ant needs a 4.73 in order to be in the final tomorrow. He's a great longboard surfer. I've had the opportunity to see him surf a few times in Western Australia, and the kid can surf. 1.5 minutes remaining. There's still time. A 4.73. It would be the third highest scoring wave of the heat if he was to get it. But Mordo's got a 5.67 and a 4.67, so we know they're out there. Here he goes. 1:25 remaining. He's still got plenty of time, but he likes the look of this one. Up to the nose. So the 9-foot amateur women coming up next. We'd like some confirmation from the beach marshal as to how many competitors we have. Scores are dropped. Ant-Man Spencer a 2.5. It's not enough. You need a 4.40. You have 50 seconds to find it. He's a fit young fellow. 35 seconds. Oh, so Spencer looking for a 4.4. Entwistle, if he was to paddle out right now, would need to get a 6.9, but we've got Morton over Gio. Looks like Marlon's come in and staying in. And, well, 20 seconds now on the clock. Come on, Ant-Man. Do it for your country. Do it for WA. Shane Morton in the lead in the lineup. And, well, Ant-Man's not going to get back out there from where he is. He's left needing a 4.4 inside 10 seconds. The leader comes in. Count you out now, boys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, coming up now, we get into, well, the next round of the 9-foot amateur women. So round 1, heat 1. Getting underway now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, etc. It's the 10 o'clock train arriving. So if you're looking at the program, please be advised there is only one round of the 9-foot amateur women, not two as it says in the program. So there's one heat of the Baja 9-foot women featuring Tony Gwyn? I'm not sure. Sorry, Tony. Lola Schremer in blue, Emma Perrier in white, and Samara Cribb in yellow. And, of course, the Coronas are flowing thick and fast, as are the Kimberley Crow Wines, sponsors of the over 40 division. So thanks for that, Kingsley Crow. And we'd like to remind everyone there's raffle tickets are available to win the Firewire surfboard complete with Indigenous art, nice turtle.art. I actually really want that board. Tickets are $10 each, 3 for $20. Get upstairs to the balcony bar, support the people that are supporting us as we see the surfer in red on a paddle. It's Tony. I think we really need to get Berlin back in. Do you know Tony's surname and how to pronounce it properly? Gwyn?
All right, Jason's going to go and have a well-deserved rest for this heat while we invite
We've got to get Berlin back on the mic. Everyone loves
Kimball
Berlin.
Fuller back to the commentary position for her expert commentary on the Baja Cantina 9-foot amateur women's division. Tony Gwyn out there in red, Lola Schremer out there in blue, Emma Perrier out there in white, and Samara Cribb in the yellow. So girls are just surfing the one heat, and then they'll be in a final, so they're looking for placement in the final. Points will count. We've got the official results from the last heat of the Nose Rider. And in third place was the Ant-Man, Anthony Spencer. Second place, Big Fish Marlon Gio in red came second, and taking that one out, the goofy footer, stomping it down, Shane Morton. So well done. Shane and Marlon go through to the final of the Nose Rider, 50% progression, and well done to you. Right now, though, with 17, just under 18 minutes remaining, the Baja 9-foot women's and the Baja Cantina right here in Kingscliff, across the road from Tent City, some of the best Mexican food anywhere on this coast. I love Mexican food. Ole.
Hola. All right, so 4 girls out in the water. 1 wave ridden so far. A little bit difficult conditions out there, but a good surfer can make any difficult condition look fun still. We saw the Nose Rider heats go out there. So hopefully these girls will be able to get a nice little shoulders, a couple little nose rides.
All right, surfer in white, Emma Perrier, you only need a 1.5. So you've got plenty of time with more than 16 and a half minutes remaining on the clock. She's just heading out now. So only the one heat of the Baja 9-foot women's. Remember that, folks. And if you're in the retro division, you're 20 minutes early. So just remember we've got 2 heats of the retro to finish off today's event. That's Mitch James, Cam Gleave, Dalton Shaw, Nick Jones, Paul Diver, Tony Ray, and Luke Gilroy. Please check in with Uncle Owen and make sure you're aware that the situation has changed. There is only one heat and up and riding in the blue, Lola Schremer. And can someone check in with Uncle Owen to make sure that we have the retro heats doctored and listed down there? They will be the last 2 heats of the day, so someone confirm with me that Uncle Owen has the retro sheets in place. So the program's been brought forward 20 minutes, remember that, folks. And the rip and zip of the retro will be the last 2 heats of the day.
All right, so first wave of blue just came in as a 2.83. So again, blue, can you hear? Hey, girls, can you hear us out there? Can you throw me a little high five or a hey if you can hear it all? Nope. Okay. So for everyone else, we're doing it for the home bodies. The viewers at home, you still want to know what's happening, right? For everybody in Hawaii that wants to know how the Hawaii girl's doing, or anyone else around the world. So again, blue, your first wave came in at a 2.83. You are in first. And red, you've got a 1.17. White, just making it out there now, putting her leash on, kind of taking her time out. And as well, yellow having not put a score up yet. So we've got red here, our current second place surfer, up on a pretty clean open little face here, right here. So see, just shutting down. This low tide right now is going to make people work for their money today. Quick, fast, on the nose, and get off is what you're going to need today. All right, red, your last wave came in as a 2.77. So you are in first position, red. You have a 2.77 and a 1.17 with 14 minutes remaining. Blue, you are in second with only one wave, a 2.83, and still waiting for white and yellow to put a score on the board. Very exciting watching these amateur girls.
All right, the ocean's gone quiet on us, and the nor'easter and the change of swell direction hasn't made it a happy day for a few competitors. Unfortunately, that's what the nature throws at you. You just got to put up with it. We can't be responsible for the conditions, but they're out there doing the best they can on what's been presented to them, and that's what competition's all about, the best surfer finding the best wave, doing the best manoeuvres. With just under 13 minutes remaining, ladies in the water, we are watching the Baja Cantina 9-foot Women's Open. And thank you very much once again to Baja Cantina, Mexican food at its best right here in Kingscliff.
So looking at forecasts for tomorrow, hopefully it's looking at like it still might be blowing northerly, but might get a little bit of west in that for a little bit. So hopefully should clean it up just a little bit north, west, northwest actually. But yeah, so girls and boys, be prepared for conditions to be slightly challenging tomorrow with those winds. Be ready to get those knees bent.
Yeah, well, a new day, a new beginning. Every day's a change. And as I said, we can't fight the weather and we can't fight nature. But that's the way it goes. Some comps are great. Some other comps, you just get what you're given. But the cream will rise to the top because it's finals day tomorrow, so all the hard work's been done. We're just going through the last couple of heats for today, and then all the finals will be happening tomorrow here at Kingscliff Beach. So be prepared to watch some exciting action. Everyone looking for a podium finish, getting their place in the history books for the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. Becoming a finalist is a step in the right direction in the conditions that we've had, and obviously winning a final will be something to be very proud of, as it is any time.
All right, 11.5 minutes. Girls, 11.5 minutes in these. So tomorrow, these girls surfing a final, correct?
That's right. They're looking for their places in their final. Let's see who gets the lucky red jersey, so to speak. Don't forget this afternoon, the fun's not done. As soon as the surfing's finished in the ocean, it's already begun down there. The party in the park started. We've got the Corona bar set up, so nice cold Coronas down there. Obviously, as well the Kingsley Grove wine, some of the finest wines from a great boutique company in southeast Queensland. Ah, ten minutes remaining, ladies. 10 minutes. All right, we just had Chris here from the Cabarito Youth Services tent saying they've got sausage sangers down there for $1, a snag for $1, along with a Corona from the bar. You'd be laughing for the afternoon. Get a feed and get a beer, and a sausage for $1. You beauty, done a great job this weekend, cooking up a storm, and the action continues out here in the 9-foot Baja Cantina Amateur Women's event. So let's see what's happening.
We got the spicy Brazilian down in front being awarded champagne, I believe, for the highest wave score yesterday. So good on her. Bring a little bit of spice to the life. So girls, I'll give you guys an update if you can hear me. Just waiting for 2 more waves to get dropped and we will give you an update. All right, girls. So first place is white with a 3.07 and a 1.9. Again, white, you are in first place. Second is red with a 2.03 and a 2.77. Again, red, you are in second place. You need a 2.21. Blue, you are third. You are looking for a 1.97. Again, blue, you're looking for a 1.97 to get you out of third position. And fourth is yellow, needing a 3.67 at 7.5 minutes, girls. And we have yellow or green up and riding here. Oh, just catching a rail there on takeoff, unfortunately. Very difficult conditions right now for these girls.
Yeah, very difficult conditions for anybody out there.
Yeah.
But that's the way competition is, as we've been mentioning. 7 minutes remaining, ladies out there, 7 minutes. I don't think you can hear with the wind blowing as it is. But for the benefit of people within earshot and for those viewers at home, there's 7 minutes remaining for the Baja Cantina 9-foot women's division in very trying contestable conditions out there. But like any competition, the best rider on the best wave will make the best advantage. And we got some results on the board, as Belen has just mentioned. So as it stands at the moment, we have white over red, over blue, over yellow. So anything can change in the last 6.5 minutes, as it usually has been doing all through the event this weekend at the Australian Longboard Surfing Open. Some heats have been won in the last minute or seconds of this event. 2 good waves will score, and the best 2 waves will count for the total. So it's not a wave catching competition as such, but style, manoeuvre and flow on the waves, showing the judges what you can do on your board to impress them and impress us, will count for the final result.
All right, 6 minutes, ladies. 6 minutes remaining in this heat. So for you girls, if you can hear, which I know it's really difficult right now, Yellow, you need a 3.67. Again, or green, you need a 3.67. You are in fourth. Blue, you are in third place. You need a 1.97. Again, blue, you need a 1.97. Red, you are in second. You need a 2.21. You have a 2.03 and a 2.77. And white, you have a 3.07 and a 1.90 with just coming up to 5 minutes, ladies. 5 minutes. Again, I'd like to thank Baja Mexican Cantina for supporting the girls. And to the community here as well for letting us have this contest on our beautiful beaches. Much appreciated to the local communities and local shops for allowing us to take over the town.
We haven't taken over the town, we're just supporting it. And they're supporting us.
We love us.
Taking over could be anarchy.
We're longboarders.
All right, just under 4 minutes remaining for the surfers in the water. They can't hear a thing, but for you people at home trying to stay awake with the action in very contestable conditions here at Kingscliff. This is the Baja 9-foot women's, and the girls are struggling out there. It's a walkthrough, really. We're just using the daytime and the clock. These four surfers are surfing the one heat. They're just vying for their seeding in the final, so they'll be back again to surf the finals, and all finals will be on tomorrow. And we're looking forward to that. We've got a 7:30 start with the 8-foot opens. Under 18 girls, the loggers. It just keeps on going through as per program. So those people around, if you haven't got a program, they're still available in the merchandise tent. Please get one and come down and watch all the exciting finals tomorrow here at the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open, as we watch Lola Schrimmer gliding around on the inside here, looking for the inside link. You can see the rip really pushing the foam through there and unsettling her board underneath her. So the Kingscliff Express, they call it. When this rip starts, it really does power through, and there's a lot of mud being slung out the back as the rip starts dragging down the beach.
So for anybody that's down here on holidays wanting to get your kids or yourself into a learn to surf lesson, into surf school, operates down at the rock wall. Group lessons are at 10:30. Head on down for some fun, learn to surf, surf safety, and a really, really, really good smile on your dial afterwards. Any questions? Give them a hoy at intosurf.com.au. And a couple bumps coming in here. Green opting to go here. Got the crib. Trying to make it around this section here. She's looking at a 3.84. Currently in fourth position. And then out the back coming unstuck was our third place surfer in red. With 1.5 minutes, ladies. 1.5 minutes.
So nearly run and won the first heat and the only heat of the Baja 9-foot women's with just 1 minute 20 to go. Quick score update. In first place is Lola Schremer on 2.83 and a 2.17. Second place is Miss Perrier with a 3.07 and 1.9. So low scores in this heat, unfortunately, due to conditions. Tony Gerwin, 2.77 and 2.03, only needing a 2.21. We have had a situation change, have we? No, I don't think we have. No situation change. Fourth place, Samara Cribb, looking to get the wave to show us her skill. And as we have been saying to you, with the mixture of the swells from east and south, and obviously the northeast wind just fighting it. Ross Cribs. Yes, Samara from Evans Head, part of the famous Crib family. We look inside and, oh, us commentators curse Emma Perrier, just buried the nose under that sucking bank, took her down. But 22 seconds remaining, ladies, 22 seconds. The retro guys are heading out there, so rip, zip and attack in the retros coming up very shortly. We have to count this heat down, so fast approaching. Here it goes, 10 seconds remaining, 10 seconds, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get ready. Once again, we'd like to thank Bell and Kimball Fuller for coming in and sharing her knowledge on the commentary with Jason Weeks and myself. Lovely to have you. We're counting this next heat in. Thank you, Bellen, for being on board. Counting this one in, guys, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Commentator's booth. It's been a little while. It's nice to be back. So congratulations to all the girls who surfed today. You all surfed with great style and pose and, you know, good camaraderie. So it's so nice to see you guys surfing the way you are. And we will see everybody on finals day tomorrow. Have a good night tonight. Be safe. If you need a taxi, make sure we've got a great taxi service here. Yeah, have a really good afternoon with all the super fun things that are happening.
All right, Bellen, wise words. Yeah, don't drink and drive. You spill it. And the police force, being Easter, are out in force doing the job, making our roads safe for everybody. All right, we are underway with the first heat of the Retro, another unsponsored division here, but we put it on every year. These are the boards from the late 70s, early 80s, before thrusters. They're all single and twin fins. We do have the official results being handed to me from the Baja 9-foot Open. In fourth place, Samara Cribb in yellow. Third place in red, Tony Gerwin, just missing out. Very tight heat it was. Second place went to Emma Perrier in white and winning that Lola Schrimmer in the blue. So you'll surf again in the finals tomorrow, but obviously the girls surfing for their seeding. And we have blue, white, red and yellow. I know it was uncomfortable out there, girls, considering the conditions, but you did a great job, and thank you very much for being part of the event. Now with this retro, these boards are under 6 foot, some of them are under 5 foot. As I said, lovingly kept and restored from the late 70s, early 80s before thrusters were invented or splayed. And you'll see these guys attack it any opportunity they can. This will be shortboard surfing at its best, and some of these guys are very good. If they get the right waves, you'll see some exciting action. Expect to see all sorts of 360s. Anything can happen out here, and let's sit back and watch it. They can't hear me in the water, so we'll just give you people at home an update as waves are being caught, and sit back and enjoy the view.
Big thank you as she leaves the contest area to Berlin for putting in a fantastic effort of commentating for the women's events. Great to have a different set of eyes and a different voice coming out of the microphone. And we only have these 2 heats left, and that's it for the day. So we'd ask our swimmers and free surfers to please bear with us for the next 56 minutes or so. 36. Scare the judges there.
Yeah, so 2 heats of the retro, and then we'll be downstairs to party in the park too, Jason Weeks, with the rest of the mob down there.
Oh, heavens, yes. I didn't let my hair down last night. It's still in a bun. but I think it's coming down tonight. The 3.83 is the opening score on the board for Mitch James. At this point in time, that man Gleave, but not that other one, the other one.
Son of that one.
Son of that one. And Dalton Shaw yet to trouble the scoring panel. Especially someone who has troubled the scorers a lot is Jared Neal. Goofy footer taking out the nose rider semi. In fact, two goofy footers, both wearing yellow rashies, took out their nose riding final. So anyone who says you can't nose ride on your backhand in small tricky conditions needs to have a talk to Mordo and Jared. Out the back, meanwhile, it's another man in yellow. Can't be because there is no man in yellow.
That's white.
That's white. Dalton Shaw flying down the line. Is that a
Oh.
twin fin? Have to be. See that little upper level projection he got there just pumped up into the lip? That's
Single.
Single, is it? Nice. Looks like it's sort of a hot stuff kind of a tail on that thing from back in the day. Of course, the last event for the day will be the second round one heat of the Retros, which is essentially a semi-final. Nick Jones in red, Paul Diver in blue, Tony Ray in white, and Luke Gilroy in yellow. Up and riding now, though, that man Mitch James, current heat leader, and quick up and off. A 3.0 locking in for Mr. Shaw. Dalton Shaw, a 3.0 has you in second place. A 1.24 will put you into first. That means now Son of Gleave needs a 3.01 for second. And, well, a 4.24 for first.
Which is not out of reach for young Cameron Gleave, growing up in Kingscliff along with his father down here, and a very consummate surfer in his own right. So just
Has he got the full bag of tricks?
Oh, and some. And some. So, yeah, just waiting on the waves to play the game and give these guys the opportunity to show us all the tricks they can do on these retro model surfboards. Single fin or twin fin, we've got double fly pins, we've got the swallow tail, all before the invention of the thruster. So you think about it, that's pre-85, I think, or 84 when the thruster came out. Simon Anderson developed the 3-fin system. Since then it's gone to 4 fins, it's gone to 5 fins. Fin design has changed dramatically in the last 20 or 30 years.
Bert Berger was bringing out the 7-fin Barracuda boards there for a couple of years.
Yeah.
I think 7 was a bit too much.
Yeah, it would have cost you a lot to get a set.
Yes, they were handmade by Mr. Berger himself. I had a few of them, actually. Rode a little 6.2 at probably 8 to 10 foot swell Winky Pop. Horribly undergunned, but having the 7 fins actually came in handy that day. Bit of a paddle on. Looks like heat leader Mitch James spotted a wave he likes to look of. Must be a bit of hard work getting into position on a shortboard in these. See him paddling and paddling and paddling to get into it. Was it worth it? Taps the lip. Little slide back into the breaking part of the wave, looking to try and generate some momentum. He's doing a great job to stay on this wave. It's well below his waist height, closer to the knees, and pops it up for a little closeout re-entry to finish it off.
And yeah, very well surfed on a wave that had virtually no opportunity to it. They start getting dropped in. And let me tell you, it came up at a 4.67, so the judges like that, considering the conditions. And up and riding in the white is Dalton Shaw, and smacking around now.
A little bit of release on the tail there, pops the nose up and over for another quick look. So I think what sets apart that wave of Mitch's, the last one of red, was length of ride, but also popping some manoeuvres in along the way. Got sort of 4 or 5 meaningful turns in. And in these sort of tricky conditions, that's a hard thing to get done. So I don't know that we'll see too many 9s and 10s dropping this afternoon, but you never can tell in the big city. We have a Gleave out there after all, and here he is, straight into the lip, looking to get a bit of drive out of that and racing the next section. And wow, lip just accelerated his nose into the dirt.
That was the fastest bury under a closeout I've ever seen. All of a sudden he's up and down and then swallowed. And it was a matter of a split second from the top of the wave to the bottom of the wave and disappeared into the sandbank.
He did a couple of things before that, though, so there's a chance for a bit of a score. Dalton Shaw dragging down a 4.5 from that last wave, so quite close to the one of Mitch James's, the previous exchange. But it hasn't changed your position, Dalton. It does mean, however, you now need a 4.01 to move into first place. Young Glebe, a 2.33 for that opening score, mate. You need a 5.27 for second, a 6.27 for first. So the mathematicians out there will know that that means there's only a 1 point gap between first and second. So anyone's game. We haven't even reached the halfway mark yet. This one's far from over.
Yeah, all these heats are far from over, Jason. I've been letting people at home know and on the beach, and you and I have seen it firsthand and been part of the experience. These waves can be won or lost in the last 5 minutes or even less, depending on the presentation of waves provided, and we have seen that through the whole event.
My best mate, Georgia Young. I paused there because she probably doesn't want me saying that in public. My favourite female longboard surfer, Georgia Young, was taken out by Mason Shremmer today. A wave that she caught on the 10-second mark of the 10 seconds left to go of the heat. So classic example of what you're saying, PSO. It's not over till the siren sounds.
And what a siren we've got.
Wow, if you like sirens, you'll love it here at Kingscliff this weekend. 10 minutes remaining, surfers, 10 minutes. We're at the halfway mark. Red leads white, white leads blue. Blue's only got one wave, and you're going to get two. That's so close to being a poem. I'm going to roll with that.
Yeah, Dion Harris, the man behind the lights and siren, has really come through with the goods this year. And this siren, I tell you what, it's rattling the windows. And
Double-barreled.
Anyone sitting underneath it on the table has been warned that we try and count it down. But should you get a surprise, I've seen a couple of people sitting under the table when the hooter's gone off. They've nearly swallowed their beers, glass and all, because of the shuddering going through their bodies. But well done, Dion Harris, keeping the lights and siren going. And thanks very much for supplying it to us.
Seeing some fantastic images coming out of the event already, and a lot of that's due to the photographic skills of Mr. Luke Sorensen. Liquefy Magazine, of course, supporting the event, and can't wait to see those images as they become available, because he's got a good eye for a shot, and he's got the right equipment to go with it. So Liquefy Magazine, make sure you jump online and add yourself to their various social media presences, and tag away, let the world know that you were here at the Australian Longboard Surfing Open. Hashtag also, hashtag Oz Longboard Open. The more likes, the more shares, the more contact with people out there, the more likely we are to have a bigger and better event next year. So easiest way to support this event is to go onto the Facebook page, Australian Longboard Surfing Open, and add your thoughts. Give it some love. Giving some love to that right-hander out there at the moment, but not really playing the game in return. Dalton Shaw trying to create a manufacture a score there. He's currently in second place, looking for a 4.01, so well within his scope. He already has a 4.5 locked in. Red, meanwhile, Mitch James, heat leader right from the get-go, throwing a lot of spray on that hacking top turn. Turns it into a two-stage cutback, throws another top turn into another little popper, and releasing a lot of water over the back of the wave. So he's either got a lot of power or that's a great board release design. Blue behind him, Glebe Jr., young Cam also throwing some spray, getting well up onto the lip line with that popping re-entry. And, well, the judges are definitely earning their multi-million-dollar salaries today. So, you know, sometimes you get a bit jealous. You see the judges pull up in the car park in their Lamborghinis, and it's hard not to feel a little bit jealous. But they daylight today, and, well, you can see they've earned every wheel. 7 minutes remaining. My brain's wandering. Mitch James's last score, 4.67. That's the highest score so far of this event, the Retro Heat 2, about to hit the water. So in just on 2 minutes' time, we'll have Nick Jones, Paul Diver, Tony Ray, Luke Gilroy. Hopefully they've all checked in with the judging marshal position down there with Uncle O. A 9.17 for your last wave, Mitch James. A 9.17. So 2 9s and a 9.5 from the judges. They loved it. Cameron Glebe, a great score. Not quite so great, though. A 5.73. Cameron, you're now rocketed into second place. And Dalton Shaw being left in the doldrums a little bit. A 3.13 for your last wave, mate. You are now needing a 3.47. So only 0.3 of a point separating second and third. But on the back of that 9.17, Mitch James has just created a little bit of sunlight between him and second place, and a little bit of breathing space. But there's 6 minutes remaining. There's no breathing and relaxing out there. We've seen surfers with scores in the excellent range who haven't made it through their heat because they haven't had a second wave to go with it. At the moment, Mitch has got that 4.67, but he'll be wanting something better than that in order to feel comfortable. We know Cam Gleave can get an 8.12, and, well, a 9.34 will be enough to put Dalton Shaw into first. So even with one wave, the positions can totally change. We are, of course, asking all competitors, family and friends of the event to download the official event app. Go to the App Store, search Australian Longboard Surfing Open. Download the app. You can watch the webcast, view the program, check out the event sponsors as well, because we do ask that, well, let's look after the companies that look after us. Sounds a bit selfish, but that's the way the world works. These guys are putting forth the money that makes us possible for us to have our fun. Let's do the right thing next time you're looking for goods and services around the place. Just check off that list of sponsors on the back of your event T-shirt. And if their name's on there, throw them some dollars. Tell them we said thanks for being part of the also. It's the 5-minute mark, 5-minute surfers, so competitors in the final heat for the day can make their way out towards the lineup. We ask that those youngsters with their bodyboards keep a close eye on the events going on out in the water, because there is a possibility these guys will make their way all the way across that sandbar. Can't see it happening, frankly, but so long as you're aware. Kids out there can't hear a thing I'm saying and probably wouldn't be listening if they could. And that's as it should be. Kids should be kids. Well, we've seen our first set of aces have their lids removed. Look at that score while you're away there, PSO. We've had Mitch James drop an absolute bomb.
That must be the highest scoring wave of the event. A 9.17, Jason Weeks. Virtually impossible for any other human out there in these conditions, but just showing speed, power, flow and commitment of the retro, and a 9.17 wholly deserved. I watched it from out in the balcony.
Son of Gleave, meanwhile, has put himself into second place and he's looking to improve on that. I love that first pumping turn he has, and puts a lot of rail into that top turn. He gets down nice and low on the bottom turn. Reminds me a little bit of Noah Dean, actually. It's a bit of a similar sort of a style.
Rooster tails.
Pops it up there and it'll drop tail for the floater for the end. His second wave, or his best wave is so obviously what that means is that Cameron doesn't need to get a 9.17 to overtake him. What he needed was an 8 something. What he got was a 7.83. So Cameron, that has not moved you into first place, but what it means is you need a much smaller score to do the job. Cameron Gleave now needing a 6.02. Cameron, a 6.02 will get you into first place. And Mitch, well, he knows what he needs to do. Anything better than a 4.67. Meanwhile, Dalton Shaw bringing up the rear at this point needs a 9.06 now to move into second place. So this is where Cameron Gleave getting that strong backup wave has really put the task down and made life a little bit difficult for our surfer in white. But remember, he can get a combination of scores. It doesn't all have to be in the one wave, but with 2.5 minutes remaining, it's probably a good idea. If you can get one big bomb and grab the 10, that'd be the way to go in an ideal world.
In an ideal world, in ideal conditions. So the fat lady hasn't sung with 2.5 minutes remaining. That is possible. These guys are throwing these retro boards around like toothpicks down a river.
Well, Mitch James, who's in his heat's got a 9.5 and 2 9s from the judges.
Wow.
So they're out there. And I don't think we've seen the best of Dalton Shaw just yet.
Dalton's heard the call. He's scratching onto a little one inside here. And very hard to get onto with these little boards. Remember, most of these are under 6 foot. So making it quite difficult for our competitors just to catch these waves, let alone tear the bag out of them.
Gee, look, it makes you wonder if sitting out in the middle here is not a better way to go. Some of these wider rights are giving a bit more length of ride, but
Dalton Shaw up and riding, floating over the top of that section. That one just doubling up under his feet, and he thought, no, I've got time. 1 minute 40 seconds, 1 minute 40 seconds to get back out there. And should Huey supply, let's see what you can do, Dalton Shaw. 1.5 minutes remaining. All right, so second heat of the retro should be well and truly out there. We'll be watching Nick Jones. He's been in everything, Nick Jones, and done well at it too. We've got, he'll be in red, Paul Divers in the blue. Tony Ray, one of the over 50 competitors, loves the retros. He's out there in white, and Luke Gilroy will be in the yellow. And that will be the last heat of today's event, the 2016 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. That'll take us out for the afternoon. Don't forget, Party in the Park this evening. We've got some great lineups of bands down there. The Corona tent is selling nice coldies. And, of course, for the ladies, should you wish to indulge, the Kingsley Grove Estate Fine Wines, beautiful boutique wine down there in the southeast of Queensland, and they've come on to support the event. Red, white, champagne, it's all there. And little taste testing before you find something you like is always a good way to go.
So
Nice
all three
Shirazes.
types of wine?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Red, white and bubbly?
Red, white and bubbly. All do the job too. Don't forget, folks, it is Easter, double demerit points, and I know the local constabulary is out in force. Please
Don't even risk it.
don't risk it. There's nothing worse than walking, hitchhiking or catching a bus. And for all you people that are drinking down there, please drink responsibly. Counting this one in now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My goal by the end of the weekend, PSA.
Get the countdown right.
We would like to see, please, our retro service. Can you come down the bank a bit for us, guys? Retro competitors in the next heat, you are too far to the south. Please come further up at the bank immediately before catching your first wave. Otherwise, Uncle Keenan's not going to be happy.
Oh,
No one wants an unhappy Keeks.
where are they going? Cabarita.
I think we might have a bit of reverse current happening on the far side of that rip, and that's confused them a little bit. It's changed over the last half hour or so. You see that rip drawing up. Bit hard to see. I've got my Category 3 polarised RQE sunglasses on, and I can see straight through the water. And you can see there's been a bit of movement around the place. But another star-studded cast here. A few different age groups represented as well, I should suspect, Mr. Pearson.
Yeah, I hope they're all out there, but give me the official results of that last heat coming to me now, hot off the presses. And in third place, no commiserations to you, well surfed, Dalton Shaw in white. In second place, son of Cam Gleave in blue came second, and ripping through that one with the highest scoring ride of the heat so far and the competition so far, a 9.17.
But still only a small gap there, PSO, less than 0.3 of a point between first and second.
Yeah, Mitch James taking that one out in the red, so well done, and congratulations to Mitch and Cam going through to the retro final.
Surfers in the next heat, you are too far south, so you won't be scored if you catch waves from where you are, Yellow. If someone can hear me or someone in between can relay the message, these guys need to move further up the beach.
Yeah, someone run down on the sandbar and say, move north.
Gotcha.
Gotcha. Oh, East Coast, West Coast. We're just battling it. So, yeah, come on down. I think there's only 2 in the water. So, Tony Ray, if you're on the beach, you're in white. With the Nick Jones out there in the red. Paul Diver in the blue, unless he's buried under the water somewhere. I can only see red and yellow.
No, Blue's straight in front of us, actually.
Oh, he is. Hello.
He's
Nice
in
to
the
see
scoring zone.
He's there. Or is he from the last heat? That's Cam, isn't it? Anyway, it's been a big day, Jason Weeks. This is the last heat of the day, so we'll be getting refreshed for some refreshments down at Party in the Park as soon as this one's finished and we've closed out.
I intend on getting really, really, really refreshed.
We've still got to close it out for the Surfcast
Nick
24.tv. Nick Jones in red, up and riding, swooping down up the top of that, throwing a little rooster tail, climbing over the foam ball in another dash, and kicks the fins up.
He surfs
Tony
good for a
Ray.
male model, doesn't he?
Tony Ray's just come in and said, I'm not out the water. He's having a refreshment on the balcony.
He's getting a head start on refreshing himself. So we won't be seeing the surfer in white out there just yet. There's a fairly good chance he won't make it out there at all.
Yeah, and I cannot see our other contender, Paul Dyer. So, Paul, if you're on the beach, remember, we subject to change, we did bring it forward. And as it looks, there's a 2-man walk through
Yellow's
here.
up.
So Luke Gilroy, our man in yellow, look at that hack and just
Oof.
buried the rail under his butt in the pocket of that wave and come unstuck. But it ain't over yet with 16.5 minutes remaining for the last heat of the day. Thank you once again to the local surfing fraternity and all the visitors here to Kingscliff, leaving the competition area clean for us to surf this competition in.
Speaking of clean, I've seen Michael Cottier rocking around the contest site all weekend with his little extendable handle thing, picking up rubbish. There was a lot of debris left from the previous event. There was a lot of cable ties and stuff on the grass. I picked up a few handfuls on Thursday and Friday. Would ask you guys, let's set the standard, let's set the example. Let's pick up everybody else's rubbish as well as ours and leave this site cleaner than when we got here. Because let's face it, if anyone loves the ocean, it's longboarders. Let's show everyone else that loving the ocean means keeping the land near it clean.
Yeah, just remember, folks, it is your world, and if everyone picked up 10 pieces of rubbish a day and put them in the bin, no matter whose they are, think how clean the world would be tomorrow. Something to think about. Do the right thing.
Let's just have a pause on that for a moment. First wave of Nick Jones, a 7.5 Nick Jones. That's more of a Nick Jones kind of a score. We've seen him floundering a little bit in a couple of the other events. He got through on the nose rider, but he's out of the pro. And, of course, with his millions of adoring fans, both online and in the real world, he knows there'll be plenty of them watching the telecast today on sportscast24.tv. There he goes again. Nick Jones. He's a handsome lad. Oh, there we go. Bit of air. And don't the ladies love him as well? That big wholesome smile, face full of teeth. Sickening. Sickening. But he can surf good as well, and he's a very mature and well-mannered young man. If I had a daughter who's the sort of bloke, I wouldn't mind bringing her home, something like that. So then, join the Nick Jones Appreciation Society right now. NickJonesYouRock.com. 7.5 and a 1.33. He's still holding the lead, and he's up and riding on another wave. Trying to use some of that pent-up energy.
Oh, the power of youth. So it looks like a two-man heat, this one. Tony Ray deciding that he's having a refreshment on the balcony. So the judges are already calling for an early day. It's a walkthrough. They're saying a 10-minute heat, and let's take them out. So
seems we've got a couple of volunteer assistant contest directors. And the ideas are flowing thick and fast up here.
All right, out the back, dropping out of the foam is surfer in yellow, Luke Gilroy, looking to build up some speed on this retro board. And as he does,
nice section
bang,
coming up front.
Just floats it down and just,
those
swallowed.
boxy rails, catching a bit of water on the outside edge and throwing him over the handlebars. Nick Jones turns around. These guys have got a two-man heat going, and well, there's a bit of talk up here about calling their heat short, but I'm enjoying watching this back and forth at the moment. Also don't have to worry about trying to give scores for it and stuff as well, so that helps. But Nick Jones and Luke Gilroy will be both going through to the final, thanks to Paul Diver being a no-show and Tony Ray being more interested in the liquid refreshments on hand here at the event. Can't say I'm that far off his judgment, to be honest with you. The northerly wind playing a little bit of havoc. We have had an awesome day of surfing, and it's been great to see and great to be a part of. Although technically we don't surf till tomorrow, Pierre, so we're both through to our finals tomorrow.
Yeah, lucky us. And
what's the conditions supposed to be like?
Well, pretty similar today, but I do surf earlier, and hopefully that northerly doesn't kick in too soon. So a different day, different event, really. Well, same event, different conditions. We'll just have to see what Huey presents to us. This morning on arrival down here, it was beautiful, clean, offshore.
Magic, wasn't it?
Nice waves, feathering, some barrels being caught.
Beautiful sunrise too.
And great sunrise. I might stay in the van tonight and witness that firsthand in the morning. But Tony Ray, as you said, one of the over 50 competitors deciding not to have a surf, decided that it's always offshore in the bar, and he's going to get wet on the inside.
See, that's the wizened head right there.
That's a 50-year-old head coming
He's looking at the froth on these two and thinking, yeah, do I take on that? Or do I take on the cerveza más fina? And in this particular case, where would you rather be?
Where would you rather be? I know where I'm going to be later. 11 minutes and 40 seconds. So just putting the judges into a nice relaxed mode with 11 minutes remaining just to watch this heat. There is a walkthrough, but they are vying for their seeds in the final. seated places to get that beautiful coloured rashy next to their name. So far, we've got Mitch James going in with the red shirts, being won and done by Mitch James, and Cam Gleave will go into the white singlet in the final. So these guys are vying for the beautiful blue or the mellow yellow, and we will run it through.
I was going to start a rumour that there's no tickets left for sale, just to improve my chances, but that'd be unfair. You can still get tickets in the raffle to win the Firewire surfboard, complete with some beautiful Bundjalung dot art. Great turtle design, lovingly hand-painted onto that board. And raffle tickets, $10 each, 3 for $2. 3 for $2? That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? 3 for 20.
3 for 20 would be better. It's a groovy looking board too, and as you did say, hand-painted by some of the Bundjalung local Aboriginal tribe. So you can either surf it or hang it on a wall. It'll look good anywhere. It's the Firewire model.
If you are going to surf it, spray it with some clear acrylic before you take it in the water.
On the inside, our surfer in yellow, Luke Gilroy.
Bunt. Bit of a release of the tail there, little tiny bit of reverse. Oh, a lovely little sit-back cutty. Just pops it around on his hips on that end section. That was quite good to watch.
Rooster tails.
Rooster tails.
Throwing spray.
And look, at the end of the day, Nick Jones is sort of, well, he's put on a pretty strong performance, but that last wave of Mr. Gilroy, I think it's going to have him back within snapping range. He'll be needing an 8 or something, but certainly not undoable. A couple of 6s will put him right in the zone.
Looks like Mr. Gilroy has decided that if I'm walking through and Nick's won it, I'm just going to save the energy and recharge the batteries for tomorrow.
All right, then let's look across to Keenan Roxburgh.
And Nick Jones, who...
And let's make a call. It looks like Gilroy's coming in. Is that enough? Let's call it. All right, folks. We're going to call it a day. Nick Jones, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Brrrt. Brrrt. Well, they've called it off early. Both of these surfers walk straight through to the final tomorrow. So joining Mitch James and Cameron Gleave in the final tomorrow, we'll see Nick Jones and Luke Gilroy. And I can tell you, Luke Gilroy, you've just made a lot of friends on the judging panel. There's a round of applause coming for you from up here. The judges happy to get a nice early knockoff for the day. Nick Jones, you have won. You can come in. You'll be keeping the red rashy. Everyone watch this wave of Nick's. He'll be acid if he gets a doozy and no one's looking. Look at the one behind it. From a little bit further up the bank. Free surfer, go. He's free surfer, go.
Hey, Luke.
Nick Jones, what's he got, folks? Look for an air, look for an air. There it is. Oh, throws the tail high. And unable to ride out of it. But exciting. The heat's over, Nick.
That's right.
For the aerial attack.
No need to read these results, Jason Weeks. The judges have called it with a two-man walkthrough, and a very exciting heat it was, but the results have been done. Nick Jones taking that out, and Luke Gilroy second. So an early day for us all. Nice of the young fellas to do the right thing by the judging panel. It's been a long day. Day 2 of the Australian Open Longboard Surfing Open, 2016 here at Kingscliff Beach. Thanks to the wonderful people from Cancer Institute New South Wales and Volt Wetsuits. Been a great day of surfing. Especially all the other sponsors that have come on with goods and services to provide for the competitors here at the event. We'll tell you who all of them are tomorrow, but in the meantime, we're going to sign off and make sure our instruments don't get any further damage for the day. It's been a pleasure having your company. Hope to see you bright and early tomorrow morning. I'm Jason Weeks. I'm Ian Pearson, and wherever you are, thanks for watching us. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you. Down early.